to Athens Security Forum 2025, organized by this now the conjuncture to seriously discuss regional and international safety-related issues have always been critical, but I would dare to say that towards the end of 2025 and in view of 2026, the situation is extremely critical and deserve our attention. The discussions that we aim to perform this year will certainly be both constructive and provocative. And we are confident that we will go beyond simplistic analysis and patterns which offer nothing but rather exacerbate confusion in the Greek public opinion. There are a series of challenges we have to address, including a challenge which is close to our heart, and of course I mean the future of the transatlantic community. Because of course this is very, very important to us, and so the transatlantic community, the post-war strategy, that is, strategy of cooperation between the US and Europe and the European Union in particular. The future of this community is challenged by many, and this relates to the potential orientation of the American politics as it has been shaped even before President Trump took office. It has to do also with the European Union and how internal political correlation is being finalized within the European Union, and how the cohesion and strength of the European integration is also being somehow challenged. At the same time, we are confronted with other closer threats, as they have emerged as the revival of military force, military power. So hopefully we will have the opportunity to discuss in depth all those issues with distinguished guests from the US, from India, from Brussels, and the European South. And we would like, of course, to extend our gratitude for their presence here today. I would like to also thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Gerapetritis, a former colleague at the university. So we are pleased to see you all. Now allow me to give the floor first and foremost to the director of Tanea newspaper from the Alter Ego group, Mr. George Mantelas, for some introductory remarks. In the meantime, I would like to highlight that this partnership, which was launched this year, shall be the beginning of a long-standing affair between Athens Security Forum and EDIS, the Institute of International Relations, and the biggest newspaper in Greece. So you have the floor, sir.
Γεια σας.
Good morning to all. Now, as I was driving here, I was thinking of the last reason we argued yesterday during an internal meeting in the newspaper, because this is how it works in newspapers, you know. And that reason was BBC with a threat for lawsuits, the kind of issue that has started, that whether it has to do with an altered video or any other mistake, etc. And now I was thinking that eventually nothing is hidden. Everything is disclosed. And if any alteration or
Από το φως, η ιστορία της διπλωματίας.
Intervention on a short video was disclosed, then sometimes I smile when I read about secret diplomacy. I mean, this may have been the case many decades ago, but this is not the case anymore, for obvious reasons. So before, nothing is hidden, nothing can remain hidden. I am confident that we will become wiser from what will be discussed in this venue. We will shed light on things that we will get to know, and we will analyze dimensions that probably we were not thinking about. And without further ado, because I suppose that you're looking forward to listening to what the Minister of Foreign Affairs has to say, I will leave you, and hopefully we will continue with equally interesting discussions next years. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Thank you also for having been concise. And I would like to give now the floor to Mr. Vend, the head of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for Greece and Cyprus. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung has been a close partner of Athens Security Forum, a member of our team. You have the floor, sir.
Your Excellency, Minister Geratritis, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, Kalimera Yaulus. Europe is facing a complex and multi-phase security challenge, shaped above by all the wars and armed conflicts along our eastern borders and in the Middle and Near East. At the same time, we must not forget the challenges increasingly approaching our continent from the south through rising migration flows from Africa as a result of wars, unrest, poverty, and the worsening climate crisis. Likewise, we must not overlook the competition in the Arctic over the exploitation of valuable natural resources and the growing influence in the region. Against this backdrop, it is important that we meet and exchange views, analyze the situations, and jointly seek answers to the challenges I have mentioned. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has awakened us from the slumber of political, economic, and social illusions of prosperity we had, as now become clear, mistakenly believed that threats, at least immediate ones, had disappeared for the European order. This unjustified war in Ukraine has triggered both short-term and long-term reactions in Europe and within NATO. Initially, many states quickly provided Ukraine with valuable military support and continued to do so even more. And without this support, missile defense, air defense, military equipment, as well as intelligence and training, the war in Ukraine would have long since ended, and we would not be discussing matters, and we are now discussing matters in an entirely different reality. At the national level, many countries are redefining their security strategies, adapting outdated doctrines, and attaching much greater importance to the fields of defense and security. Germany, my home country, is investing 1 billion euros extra in the modernization of our armed forces. Most importantly, however, this war has led all actors to rediscover the significance of collective defense and security. Defense policy is now regarded as a central geopolitical task rather than a secondary issue. This represents a major conceptual shift in Europe's security thinking. For Greece, this situation is not new, but for Germany and the rest of Europe it is. Germany bears a specific historical burden that we can neither hide nor deny. But this must not be used as a pretext to ignore the reality we face today. Germany, the European Union, and Europe as a whole, not only as a common political and economic space, but also as a community of values shaped by democracy, born here in Greece, the rule of law, and human rights, are under threat. It is a duty for all of us to protect and defend our space from those who seek to undermine it and bring about its destruction. I would to thank our partners at EVs for the great cooperation in the last year, and now for another one. The Athens Security Forum has evolved into an important institution in the field of international relations. We at Konrad Adenauer Foundation for Greece and Cyprus are glad to be an active participant and supporters of this initiative since the very beginning. We're looking forward to what I'm sure is going to be a very exciting conference today and tomorrow. Welcome to Athens Security Forum 2025. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Εγώ σας ευχαριστώ.
I would like to thank you, and let me now give the floor to the president of the International Relations Department, Mr. Kostas Ladas from Pantheon University.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you here today on behalf of the department of which International Relations is a part and has been a part since the late 1980s when it was first founded in 1989. Both the department and, of course, the Institute are very much focused not just on the background, historical background, epistemological background, methodological background, but also on what's happening today. And of course, there are many panels. We'll be taking part in these panels, and therefore there's no need for me to bore you with more. But I would like to say that apart from everything that was already very nicely suggested, I think that something that is critical today, really, truly critical, is to try to be strategizing rather than sleepwalking, because of course there's always the danger of being sleepwalkers towards something rather than strategizing about the precise goals we want to reach. And of course, like everybody, I'm sure, will be able to suggest in the next couple of hours and days, and tomorrow as well, this is quite obviously a critical juncture. There's no question about it. But approaching the juncture is a way that in itself needs some background, it needs some familiarity with the parameters that constitute the juncture, and therefore, ultimately, it also needs a strategic thought and a way in which we approach this. The dilemma, sleepwalking or strategizing, is obviously an extreme dilemma, and it's meant to be a provocative dilemma. But remember, people have been sleepwalking in the past, and these people were also interesting people, sometimes wise people. They were not irrelevant people. Also relevant and cautious people can be sleepwalking rather than strategizing. Therefore, what I would really wish this gathering is to be focused 100% on strategizing rather than sleepwalking towards something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed for the aficionados, the fans of history. There is a marvelous book, The Sleepwalkers, How Europe Went to War in 1914. I hope that it will just be a topic of historical research. Now, allow me, before giving the floor to His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Mr. Nasopoulos from Nea newspaper, to deeply thank within 60 seconds, and we're going to do that at the end in the victorious end of this conference, I hope, the partners, the associates and sponsors. Without those, it wouldn't be feasible to organize this Athens Security Forum. Of course, we do have the support of NATO, quite generous as every year. Of course, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, a stable partner, member of the team, besides Martens Center from the European Parliament, then Royal United Services Institute from London, one of the most historic think tanks on security topics and defense issues in the world, not just in Europe. Then PRIO and the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hans Seidel Foundation, and of course an old one of the first partners. We have been companions for many years, Harriman Institute from Columbia University. They have been with us, with Harriman Institute. We have been together. As I said before, we are moving forward, not just in these type of events, but also we have planned, we have approved, and we shall start shortly the joint master's degree that is named Global China. Furthermore, I should also mention the support of Delian. Mrs. Emily Panday, thank you very much for your support, and of course the media sponsors and co-organizers, which are Tanea and On Alert. Moreover, I would like to thank the Greek Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister, thank you very much, because you set under your auspices these years of the Security Forum. Now, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Nasopoulos, who is going to chair along, and let us listen to the Minister. Please, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. We're going to have a discussion that might become rather an interview. Let's see, it can be an interview that will turn into a discussion. Who knows? We shall see. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Gerapetritis, for being here with us. Normally, Minister, in terms of journalist normality, because you are one of the heroes of the last days, I should start with a comment about the current conjuncture, but I will not do so. I will leave it for the end. Let me stick to the topic, which is European security and challenges for the EU and NATO, but also I will try for us to talk about all the different aspects of the topics under your expertise. I understand that in foreign affairs and diplomacy, there is no linear development. This might be in the economy, in other sectors, and you have experienced that. You are in the third year being at the steering wheel of Greek diplomacy. Starting, you found a war above our northern borders. In spite of the initial evaluation that it could end rapidly, it still continues. Another war came up at the southern part. We see that the field is unmapped and nobody can predict the final result there. Then there was a reversal of regime that leaves its own footprint and changes the balance of power. So the question is the following. Within this framework, I will not ask you to comment in the long run, but what are your own aspirations, your own plan, your own concerns about the months to come, about the next 1 or 2 years? Thank you. Provocatia, the microphone doesn't work. We nailed it now. Good morning to all. It's my great joy and honor to be here with you. And it's a great honor to be the keynote first speaker in Athens Security Forum. It is an institution of true consultation when it comes to the architecture of safety and security. Let me thank Professor Mr. Ifandis for this invitation and the Institute of Foreign Relations, as well as all different organizers for the invitation. And of course, Mr. Nasopoulos, because he has undertaken this difficult task to have the discussion with me. The first question, since it is a general positioning, you must define how much time I have at my disposal to reply. Otherwise, you understand that you must change the agenda of this conference. I don't know, Minister, it's up to you. I cannot set a limit to you. Well, in my view, it is the most complicated and difficult time to be a Minister of Foreign Affairs in Europe or in the world. And why is that? Because during the last 3 years, the morphology has changed of diplomatic relationships. Challenges have completely changed as well, and we are experiencing this cruel shift in how we perceive the different phenomena related to foreign affairs. Let me give you some examples so that we can all see together the tectonic changes that are taking place in the last 3 years, apart from what is self-evident, that is the two wars that are in our neighborhood. The first and most important is that there is no certainty of a regional or local crisis. There is no crisis with local elements only. Either we're talking about an armed clash or about other phenomena. For instance, climate crisis, food crisis, migration crisis, or health-related crisis. Anything that is happening in the world has a cross-national character and has a bigger impact compared to the past to all over the world. So, locality of crisis changes. Second point, the quantity element of the armed clashes. We are at a point of world history that we can see the biggest number of clashes in the world. More than 60 armed conflicts exist in the world. More than 10 are characterized of wider scale, that is, wars, due to the big losses that are taking place. So right now, we are in front of phenomena that combined quantity with the change of this character can create a complicated geopolitical environment. On the other hand, first of all, we have a serious decay of international multilateralism. After World War II, the international security architecture, Mr. Nasopoulos, was built on the logic of international multilateralism, international organizations that managed to decompress bilateral or regional crises that operated in reality as an arbitrarian force, but also as guarantors of this international legality. Now we see that international organizations are in decay when it comes to their true power to intervene in crisis. Instead of that, there is a space created for the intervention either on behalf of powerful states, we can see very tangible examples, or alliances that have other elements related to traditional international organizations. We can also see a shift that is taking place when it comes to the balance of responsibility and guarantees of security that exists all around the world. For instance, the balance that has been developed in the post-war era when the US had a role of guarantor or gatekeeper when it comes to security of Europe, it seems that this is radically changing. The decision to increase expenses in defense that was taken in the framework of NATO up to 5% highlights this shift when it comes to the burden that will be undertaken on security, primarily in Europe. And at the same time, we can see a shift, a great shift of the field of true power in the world towards the East. We see emerging powers like India that can undertake a leader's role worldwide. We see the Gulf countries that can develop a very intense diplomacy based on their financial status, and classical powers like China, of course, that acts in a field that multiple risks might exist. So all this complicated geopolitical landscape is changing data, and it also changes our own mindset. In the old days, foreign affairs were perceived between a bipolar relationship of mild or hard power. The hard power is imposition, primarily through different defensive tools, that is equipment, but also through financial might that can create as a pressure from one country to another. And of mild power, soft power, that was the power stemming from values. For instance, Europe was primarily based on its own values. How should I put it? On a manifesto of values in Europe that is of primary importance, but also other forms like public diplomacy, international partnerships, and other similar forms of soft diplomacy. In this bipolar world, it seems that a big difference comes, which is that nowadays hard power is now the leader. All countries are equipped, and they are equipped in order to create a deterrence force that, apart from a true character, will have also a character of imposition in the neighborhood, or rather a promotion of power, to put it in a better way. And on the other hand, we see that the defense industry is becoming a vehicle of diplomacy. We see countries that, on the basis of defensive diplomacy, they want to penetrate to other countries. As a result, they can alter the main characteristics of all diplomacy. So hard power is being empowered. On the other hand, soft power, the classical diplomacy, that is, let me remind you that there is the main principle of the Charter of the UN, that is the peaceful resolution of dispute all around the world. So this is marginalized. In between the two forms, that is the hard and the mild power, we can see the appearance of what we could name smart power, which has totally different characteristics, a hybrid form of power that works both through the form of defense, that is deterrence, but also in a logic of substantial imposition of values. Characteristic example, Mr. Nassopoulos, is energy, of course. What was highlighted with a great emphasis from the Russian invasion to Ukraine is that there should be no dependence on different countries when it comes to critical infrastructure. The violent course to this skipping of the Russian oil created other data and highlighted the importance of energy adequacy and independence. So energy is a tool at the same time of soft and hard power, but in any case, of smart power as well. And I believe that this is a message that was conveyed by Greece as well. The Greek diplomacy, that is, as we saw during the previous week in PTEC and the agreements that were signed, both for the vertical corridor and for mining or extraction of natural gas, and the different contracts or agreements that have been already signed, which make Greece not just a hub but an exporter, a bearer of independence of other countries when it comes to the energy field. There are also other forms of smart diplomacy, Let me give you one as an example. Diplomacy when it comes to modern AI. AI has a unilateral character that will lead to new data. It will alter some main correlations. It shall create new conditions of fraudulent information and misinformation in the world, and it shall create a true risk for the main values of democracy, to the extent that this can define even the terms of participation of the electorate in democratic elections. The control of the course of the AI is one form of smart power, and that is why I believe that it is of particular importance the fact that one of the 7 plans of the EU pertaining to AI will be established in Greece, and bears the name Pharos in Greek, meaning beacon. It is symbolic in order to see further these phenomena. Let me come to the end of my small introduction talking about these phenomena. My first remark is that it is impossible any projection in the future. It is quite difficult to have any speculation about what will be the midterm or the long-term course of geopolitical matters. What we should do today is just to be able to process all possible scenarios and have a direct, quick, and smart reaction to geopolitical phenomena. And second issue, which is of paramount importance in my view, is that this complexity of geopolitical phenomena invites us all for further process solutions. There is no bigger problem other than giving simplistic answers to complicated matters on foreign affairs and the security architecture. Thank you. Was I brief enough? I think yes. But we could have a timer. We could have a timer next to us. Anyway, I think the 2 or 3 main issues could be discussed in this interview, in this opening address of yours. Let me stick to our topic. We're talking about European Union, NATO, European transatlantic security. Why? For the last many years, Greek citizens feel that security of his own country, Greek security that is not a subtotal of the European one or of the security offered by NATO, and that there is no absolute coverage. I think that this is related to the historic development of the Greek state. It is also related to how we perceive our neighborhood, and I truly think that this is a matter of consciousness and a political one as well. The mindset has always been that we step in 2 boats, towards the east and towards the west at the same time. In my humble view, Our entry to the European Community and next to the European Union defined not just the pathway for our country, but also it really defined the consciousness and the mindset of people. I am under the impression that in real terms, today, it is self-evident that internal security, domestic security of our country, is not a matter that we can be naive on. I think that we can support on Europe, on NATO as well. As you said, Mr. Nasopoulos, it is true that there has always been a skepticism due to the American factor mainly, and due to what Junta brought to Greece. Today, geostrategic and geopolitical matters have been so different that the full inclusion, the full integration of Greece in the West is equal to its security. Greece, due to its geography, has always made big investments in its defense, Mr. Nasopoulos, that is, in its hard power. Unfortunately, quite in delay, I should say, we entered the logic that hard power, our defense that is, on the one hand, is one of the parameters for peace and our well-being, but it is not the only one, nor even the most important one. Today, more than ever, we can understand the notion and the importance of belonging to an international community. Greece today, Mr. Nasopoulos, in my view, is at its peak when it comes to diplomatic relationships. It is at the heart of the European Union, the NATO. It is an elected member of the Security Council of the UN. It has established alliances not just in its periphery, not just in the region. It has strategic alliances with Israel, with Saudi Arabia, with all the countries of the Gulf, strategic alliance with India, and of course, our relationship with the US is at its peak. So we can all understand the notion of going together with strong alliances that can multiply our own true power. I asked that alluding to the Greek-Turkish relationships, because anybody here in the room feels that we are the only allies in the framework of NATO that has a problem that no other ally may face with our own neighbors. At the same time, we do not feel that this alliance will help us to solve the problem or in any way that it might intervene towards our neighbors in order to skip any crisis as we have lived in the past as well. Now, let me ask you about recent developments. When it comes to the Greek-Turkish relationships, there is an invitation. You're going to elaborate on that. What is the timeline? How you're going to move on? It's up to you. Of 5 multiplied by 5. What can we expect? 5 by 5. What can we expect from that? Well, let's start from the assumption that we said before. What is that assumption? The assumption is that right now, Greece is at a very high diplomatic level. And to be quite realistic, since we are at this level, we must try to capitalize exactly that, what we have conquered through our alliances and through the arguments that we have raised in the field. We followed a tactic, Mr. Nasopoulos, that was very concise from the very first day that I took office. It aspired to create a status of peace and calmness in our region. It is very important to understand what peace means for this neighborhood as a first and necessary step. Not only because we can mitigate tensions in order to avoid the worst case scenario, nor because we can annihilate the violations of the Greek airspace, or we can bring down to zero migration flows. First and foremost, through this calmness, we're given the time to reconstruct and to repower ourselves. We forget the status at the end of the decade of 2010, having exited a very hard financial crisis, unfortunately having undermined the deterrence force of our armed forces without any armament for more than 10 years. We needed the time to reconstruct ourselves, to reconstruct the Greek economy, to be able to enter a new era and develop our diplomatic capital. Time gained was critical so that today we're able to say that our position is much better and we are able to perform some bold movements through new arguments. Other countries, neighboring ones as well, have set their arguments on the table and in the field. We haven't done so because, for example, the marine planning that talks about the continental shelf and the EEZ of our country, this has never existed in the past to express what is the position of Greece is, what is the claim of Greece is in the field. The definition of the marine zones is a tool of deterrence and sovereignty against anybody who believes that sovereignty can be cut off. The contracts that are related to blocks for research and mining or extraction are an exercise in the field of sovereign rights. So all these can upgrade the position of Greece when the time comes for any discussion. Second phase, after this period of calmness, is obviously to be able, whatever we have gained, to bring them through an umbrella of an integral strategy in order to be able to make bold initiatives, as it happens in the stock exchange. When a stock is quite high, when a country has a high diplomatic capital, then, in this case, this country should undertake all necessary initiatives. So Greece, through its own prime minister, made a proposal for a big regional partnership in the Eastern Mediterranean, which includes the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean with which Greece has some marine borders, very specific agenda, topics to be discussed, mild questions to be settled, that is, questions related to civil protection or to the protection of the marine environment or to migration. But there are also some hard topics like connectivity and the delimitation of marine zones. But Greece, at this moment, has the leadership position to be able to impose, to enforce such type of partnership to its own benefit. And on the other hand, it is now the era that we need these regional partnerships. You might tell me, is it easy to have such a type of regional partnership? The reply is obvious. No, it's not easy. And it is not easy because there are questions and topics that are a deterrent or an inhibition towards the direction, like the positioning of Turkey vis-à-vis Cyprus, or the status in Libya that we all know, that there is a division when it comes to its own government. But due to the fact that with all countries with which we are proposing a partnership, we have already developed our diplomatic relationship. With Cyprus, we are brothers, of course. With Egypt, we have a strategic relationship of a high level. With Turkey, now we have shaped a framework of functional relationship, and with Libya, we are the only European country that discusses at the highest level with both sides of Libya. We believe that problems can be overcome. We think that it's high time we took responsibility and that everybody took responsibility. We shall investigate the possibility to forge such a regional alliance and partnership. The prerequisite to do so is one and only: respect, the universal respect of international law, the sovereignty of all states, and the European acquis, because two of the countries are members of the EU and one country is at a pre-annexation phase. So right now, based on international law, what we are inviting our neighbors to do is to find a functional relationship through which we shall be able to discuss and settle all problems that can be common challenges, because common challenges cannot be settled through unilateral approaches. This is demanded by international law when it stipulates about a delimitation of EEZ and a marine zone to be done in cooperation with coastal countries. Greece now has the means and the will, but also the mood to undertake this role in Eastern Mediterranean. I believe that this will be to its benefit. Yes, I would like to see the procedural thing. When officially shall you make this proposal? What about the invitation to Ankara in 1 month time, in 2 months time? There is a timeline, and I would like you to share that with us. And the second parallel question, out of the 5 ones that you want to sit on the same table, if 1 or 2 do not come, what about the whole strategy? Will it go in vain? First of all, let us say that regional partnership, of course, will not exclude any bilateral initiative. That is, the fact that Greece is proposing a wider scheme, this doesn't mean that we shall not continue our bilateral partnership with Egypt, Cyprus, Turkey, and Libya. Bilateral questions are still an object of the bilateral dialogue with Turkey. Over the last 2.5 years, there has been a well-structured dialogue that, of course, has not delivered until now when it comes to our bigger difference that reproduces problems, that is the delimitation of the continental shelf and an EZ, but we have reached a high level when it comes to questions of lower political importance, but also policy between people. Let's not forget that through the Greek-Turkish approach, there was a possibility towards Turkish tourists to visit Greek islands, and this fed also local economies, and it brought the people of the two countries together and closer, because we believe in this peaceful coexistence. So bilateral partnerships will still exist. Now, if there is a common will in the next time period, we do hope that until the end of the year, we shall have completed our dialogue to see if there is the will from both parties, from all parties, to continue with this scheme, with this formula. Then we shall move on with all necessary subsequent steps with the signature of a memorandum or through the meeting of the technical staff to further process different views. Let me come back to that. Now, it's the time of responsibility for all. Unfortunately, I have been listening to easy-to-digest proposals. I listen to many blames on the Greek foreign affairs, many easy solutions for complicated matters. It is very, very important to have one understanding in depth when it comes to questions related to foreign affairs. What happened with the energy partnership between Greece and the USA was not a coincidence, and it's not just about energy. Anything that happens, in reality, it has a result on foreign affairs and on our global position. For instance, we see the importance, Mr. Nasopoulos, we see the importance of enhancing the resilience of our economy, enhancing our defense at the same time, and enhancing international partnerships. This takes professionalism and not wishful thinking. I fully understand that your last comments might give some replies to the current situation and the current problems. Well, to be quite frank with you, Mr. Nasopoulos, I believe that foreign affairs are an issue of objective data, because anybody might be critical when it comes to foreign affairs, but many times reality betrays us all. Right now, Greece, I'm not going now to have an overview of Greek foreign affairs, but I'm pretty sure that in this room, many people can think what was our status 2.5 years ago and where we stand nowadays. I will not talk about the simple daily routine, but let me stick to the fact that the Cyprus problem now is a top priority in the agenda of the UN Secretary. I will also talk about Libya and Syria, where we are active players. I will talk about our relationship with the USA. Many people criticized us, and they said that we had no penetration to the new administration. I will talk about the Security Council. I will talk about the energy sector, the geopolitical scene or arena. I think that reality overcomes any projection and any personal view. Thank you.
Μας διαθέτουν μάλλον το τρώμε,
Because we are running out of time, let me wrap up with the very last question. Unfortunately, there is no time for a Q&A session. You can email your questions to me, says the minister. Now, I would like to insist on a buzzword that is appeasement. Appeasement is a word that has been repeatedly highlighted. Now, I would like you to share with us the big picture when it comes to the Greek-Turkish relation. Although we have seen a stagnation over the past year, even you with Fidan did not meet quite often as in the past. You were quite spoiled. Well, yes, indeed. Or when it comes to the meeting between Prime Minister with President Erdogan since last year. In New York, there has been no other meeting. So the big picture is that there is some kind of a shift, or are we to acknowledge that a problematic situation shall remain latent in order to save time? Well, you know, saving time makes no sense. And by the way, too often than not, Turkish related issues emerge as being always topical. I mean, I do perceive the value of the past, and I do, of course, acknowledge what it means to have this geographical location with all those historical ties. But I would like, frankly, to say this. Greek foreign policy is at an international level so much self-sufficient that we don't need to expect from any else to qualify it, to characterize what we are. I mean, you may need to switch on your TV in order to find out what a retired admiral has said, etc. But the truth is that the Greece's international position is consolidated. Greece currently does not need to unfold its diplomatic relations taking into consideration what Turkey is doing. And yet, another thing, when it comes to Turkey and Greece, I don't believe that there is some kind of slowing down. By the way, the diplomatic and political time of the past 2 years was extremely dense. But only 2 years have gone by from the execution of Athens Declaration for good neighborhood relations and friendship relations. In those 2 years, allow me to say that much has been done. Many steps have been taken forward when it comes to international trade, when it comes to migration flows, preemption and prevention, when it comes to civil protection, and even more has been done when it comes to the decline in the violations of the Hellenic airspace. And what we have managed to do is to preempt crisis, because, of course, against the present geopolitical backdrop, no one wishes yet more crisis. So my feeling is that much already has been done. If you wish to ask me whether we need to meet frequently, often, well, I would tell you that we need to meet with our Turkish neighbors and Turkish officials, as is the case with the other neighbors. Prime Minister, for example, is expected to meet President Erdogan and the Finance Minister with the Turkish Foreign Affairs Minister. Now, this has been the case for many years, but you know what? We need to try to facilitate our relationship with Turkey and perceive it as a normal neighboring relationship between two neighboring countries. And of course, having said that, problems with Turkey have not been addressed, are not over. But is there anyone here who believes that in 2 years, as of magic, long-standing, decade-long problems will be resolved? Certainly not, because when you try to build something, first and foremost, you want to render a relationship functional, and first face what is less complicated and then the more complicated and thorny issues. Well, frankly, we have not managed to address the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf delimitation, which is by far the most thorny issue, but it is only 2 years have gone by. So I do believe that there is room for us, and there will be further opportunities for us to discuss that, because the lack of delimitation of continental shelf, according to international law, continues to reproduce tensions. Unfortunately, all Greek governments, after the fall of the junta, have focused on these relations, and especially focusing on the delimitation of the continental shelf and the EEZ. 64 rounds of discussions between the two countries have taken place after 74, Mr. Nassopoulos, and the item on the agenda was that only problem. And you know, we frequently seen the Greek positions having been downgraded. So what I would like to state to you and to all Greek citizens is that Greece's stance vis-à-vis those issues has never been more powerful, because we do have arguments which did not exist in the past. Over the past 2 years, we have managed to put on the table arguments and claims which were not the case. So, yes, both Chevron and Action and full self-confidence and marine parks, these are additional arguments which are on the table. So we do wish, of course, a good relation with all our neighbors. This is what we are going to pursue without sacrificing, of course, the national red flags. But if you want me to sum up when it comes to the big picture, anyone needs to shoulder their own responsibility. This is a historic conjuncture when the geopolitical balance of power is so complicated that we are called upon to take historic decisions. And each and every day I serve as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I do feel a sense of responsibility to the future generations. I would like to deliver my country when it comes to national diplomacy in a peaceful neighborhood and with a better position. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Υπουργέ. Ελπίζω να μην βγάλαμε το...
Thank you, Minister. Now, hopefully, the agenda is not behind schedule because of us. Thank you again.
So, good morning on my behalf as well. I'm glad that we had such an energetic beginning with the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So, did you move your chairs for your camera?
And I'm more than happy to welcome here at the Athens Security Forum an old colleague, if I may say so, from NATO headquarters in Brussels, the Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs and Security, and also the Secretary General's Special Representative for the Southern Neighborhood. Ambassador Kolomina, most welcome to Athens, and I'm glad that in the midst of a very tight schedule, you took time to have a conversation with us here at the Athens Security Forum at, as the Minister described, a very critical juncture for the Alliance, for Europe. The title of the session is Europe in the Era of Multi-Crisis. So I would like to start our conversation by asking you, NATO had a very important summit in June in The Hague. Key decisions were taken for European security. And I would like to stress that the alliance remains the pillar of European security. Certainly allies, the majority of allies are European countries and members of the EU, but European defense autonomously from NATO does not exist. NATO remains the key for European security. So let me ask you, from The Hague to Ankara next year, what is the trajectory NATO is following?
Thank you very much. It works?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Works? Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks very much to the Athens Security Forum. Thanks very much to EDIS for the invitation. Indeed, it was a historical summit, and we always say that NATO summits are historical, and probably the last ones were historical. The Madrid summit, where we approved the strategic concept, or the last summit in Washington, where we celebrated the 75th anniversary, including the Vilnius summit. And of course, the Hague summit was historical and was transformative for us. You said it right. We are the key of European security, and we will continue to be the key of European collective defense. But to do that, we needed to take a bunch of decisions to make the alliance stronger and fairer. And that's what we did in The Hague. We, as the minister reminded us all, we took decisions to increase our defense investment to 5%, 3.5 of it for military equipment and defense capabilities, and 1.5 for related defense investments. We decided to do that because we needed to be stronger in confronting the threats and the challenges that we see today, because indeed we are living the most unstable times we have seen in the last decades, certainly the ones I've seen since I became a diplomat 25 years ago, with a war in Europe that broke the peace we had since the Balkan Wars, with wars in the Middle East, with instability all over. So we needed to be stronger, and at the same time we needed to be fairer. We needed to rebalance the burden sharing that we had with our American friends. For too long, we took for granted the security that was provided by the US. The US was spending enormous quantities of money, $800–900 billion per year, when Europeans, it's not the case of Greece, were spending around 1% in their defense investment. That was, of course, very nice for Europeans, but at the end of the day, Europeans needed to take responsibility for a number of challenges that we see in Europe, in order, basically, as I said before, to make the alliance stronger. At the same time, we took decisions on defense industry, because we all know that part of the problems we have today is that the defense industry is too fragmented, particularly on the Western side. Today, even these days, Russia is producing more ammunition than the whole Western group of countries, including the US. It is amazing as it sounds, but it is like that. The Russians have been able to reorganize their economy into a war economy, and even with all the capabilities that we have together, if you put all the European Union, NATO, the US, we are not producing enough ammunition to compensate the one that Russia is producing. So we took decisions on defense industry. We of course took decisions on defense and deterrence to make us also stronger, to make our collective defense stronger and our deterrence more clear, particularly to our adversaries. We decided to approve regional plans to increase the readiness of our forces. And I give you an example. When the war in February 2022 started, we were able to mobilize in a couple of weeks 40,000 troops, 100 ships and 300 aircrafts. These days, in a few weeks, we will be able to mobilize 500,000 soldiers. That's what we have achieved in the last 3 years
in implementing the different plans that we decided to implement on deterrence and defense. And finally, we took decisions on supporting Ukraine through the coordination of the military equipment that we are providing our Ukrainian friends with, through the command that we established, particularly in Wiesbaden and Satu, but also through different initiatives to bring non-lethal equipment, the comprehensive assistance plan, and lately through what we call the priorities Ukraine requirement list, which is a system that allows Europeans to purchase military equipment that is urgently needed by the Ukrainians in US stocks and put in the hands of the Ukrainians. At the same time, we already continued the work we were doing with our partners. And that's probably one of the most important topics that we will see in the run-up to the summit in Ankara. I believe that the central topics of Ankara will remain the same, defense and deterrence, defense investment, support to Ukraine, but there will be unavoidably a southern dimension in a summit that will take place in a southern ally. And that will be very relevant for all of us, not just because I'm the special representative for the southern neighborhood, as you rightly said. I'm also the Deputy Assistant Secretary General of the organization, so I take care of many other issues. But as a special representative for the South, I've been today in Athens, I think this southern dimension will be particularly relevant in the next summit in July.
Yeah, because correctly you said so, there is in our countries, and you also come from a Mediterranean country, Spain, we have the impression that the focus of the alliance is very much turned towards east and north, correctly so, and obviously because we are facing a threat there, existential threat for the alliance and Europe. But on the other hand, we have all along the southern flank, we have maybe we had a war between Israel and Gaza. We have an instability in the Middle East, and we have many threats coming from Africa. So NATO is an Atlantic alliance, but also a Mediterranean alliance with many initiatives undertaken since many years now. But in this part of the alliance, we feel that we need to do more as NATO.
No, absolutely. And that's, I think, what we have decided to do. We approved, as you know, in Washington, the Southern Neighborhood Action Plan, and it came out of different conclusions. First, we were, of course, looking at the geostrategic context that we have referred already, both the minister and myself, the most unstable security context that we've seen for decades, which has problems in all strategic directions with a 360 degrees approach, as we often say in NATO language. But we saw specific reasons in the South. We saw interconnectivity between the problems in the East and the problems in the South. You can see that with very illustrative examples, for instance, the use of Shahin Iranian drones in the context of the war in Ukraine, but also the food or the energy insecurity that the war in Ukraine has created for the South. At the same time, and beyond the very unstable strategic context that I mentioned, there are specific challenges and threats that we see in the South, from the terrorist attacks in October 7, the war in Gaza, afterwards the very fragile situation in the Sahel. I often refer to the Sahel to the most fragile region in the world these days, where everything that goes wrong you see in double size in the Sahel, and the Sahel is of course impacting the Maghreb and therefore impacting the Mediterranean. Then you have irregular migration, you have climate change, and of course you have terrorism. As you probably know, NATO has only 2 threats identified in our joint threat assessment. Those are Russia, the most immediate threat, and terrorism, the most asymmetric threat. All the other elements that we see in our threat environment are considered challenges, from Iran to China, to cyber, to hybrid, to climate change, all our challenges that we need to work on. And finally, there was a third element that made our heads of state take that decision, which is the opportunities that we also see in the South. Southern partners, many of them are very capable. Many of them are actually contributing to our operations, activities, and missions. Many of them have strong defense industries that we could cooperate with. So at the end of the day, there is an opportunity to raise our security through the cooperation we have with our partners. Some of them are fragile enough but need support to confront their challenges, and that way we will be basically controlling more the threats and challenges that we see in the South. Our partners are very distinct, and therefore we have different measures for all of them. And that's why the Southern Neighborhood Action Plan was adopted, and just a few days after I was appointed special representative, first ever for the Southern Neighborhood. And this action plan has 4 pillars, and all of them are equally relevant. The first is the political dialogue that we need to have with these countries in order to understand what are the threats and the challenges they confront, what are their needs, and where is the middle ground to be mutually beneficial for both of us. We need to be transactional in security. We are what we are. NATO is a political and military organization. We have foreign and defense policy. We need to increase our security through all these partnership arrangements that we have. Second, we need to work on practical cooperation. What we do best, we work on maritime security, on special operation forces, on counterterrorism, you name it. We have training, exercises, command and control, activities that could help these partners to become more proficient in the way they confront their threats and their challenges. And for that, we needed to increase our resources, but also we needed to be more efficient. It's the first time we have a focal point for the South. It's the first time that we have an individual that will be coordinating all the activities of NATO in the South. And believe it or not, my house, as every other house, has its own coordination problems. At the end of the day, to coordinate civilian and military structures is not always easy. I was asked to do that, and that's a big part of what we are doing on the practical cooperation end. The third pillar is to increase our visibility, our physical presence in the region. And a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was in Amman, in Jordan, inaugurating the first ever liaison office by NATO in the Middle East. We have also a training and education center in Kuwait that we have reinforced, and we have a mission, a non-combatant advisory mission in Iraq with more than 700 troops. And we are exploring options to increase our physical presence and visibility in the South. That is also part of the work that I do in public diplomacy with regional media. We're trying to be as present as possible to talk with different audiences in our partner nations, but also in our allied nations, and this is certainly part of that effort. And fourth, the synergies that we see with regional and international organizations. And the first of them is, of course, the European Union. We work extremely well with the European Union. We have a bunch of projects that we are trying to implement together. We just launched a high-level political dialogue with the European Union, both with the Commission and the European External Action Service involved. We work well with the African Union, with GCC in the Gulf, with the League of Arab States, and of course with the UN. It's not always easy, it's very demanding, particularly in the context where we are in the last 2 years. It's obvious that the war in Gaza has stretched the positions of many of our partners and allies, but at the end of the day, what we needed to do is to engage more, to be contributing to the efforts of others, as we've been doing, contributing to the US efforts, to Egyptian efforts, to Qatari efforts, to the Turkish efforts towards the mediation of the ceasefire in Gaza, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you very much for this very, very substantive intervention. I know that you are running out of time. You have to go to the airport and back to Brussels. I'm not jealous, I have to admit. But I thank you for taking some time to talk with us. I think it was very useful for this audience to get an update of where NATO is going in the run-up to the summit in Ankara. And certainly we will have more opportunities to discuss the agenda in the coming months, and hopefully we can invite you to a next opportunity to have a discussion with our experts and students. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
invite our next panel, Mr. Klaus Welle, Professor Lavdas, Professor Keridis, so that, yeah. I have to say that we had a good introduction coming from the Minister and the Deputy Secretary General. So I think now we have a very good panel of experts to discuss the issues that European security is facing. It's not an easy question. How Europe is coping in the midst of simultaneous crises. And there is a widespread feeling, at least how it is reflected in European media and beyond also, that Europe faces an existential threat. It's the first time since the end of the World War, we can say, that European institutions, both NATO and the EU, despite the fact that they are coping well. I mean, there is a widespread feeling that we are lagging behind, but for the first time in decades, and certainly after the end of the Cold War, we are doing pretty well. I mean, you are a prominent figure of European politics and institutions for decades. Dimitri is the head of the Greek delegation at NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Professor Lavdas is a very well-known expert on European affairs in Greece and abroad. So how, Klaus, you think EU is coping with this dual crisis? Please.
Yeah. I think first we have to start with fully understanding the situation. Looking back in history, we can see that every generation there's a major shift. 1918, 1945, 1968, 1989, and probably we can say 2022. And what is that shift? That shift is that Russia is going back to its traditional policy, which is a traditional policy of territorial enlargement. They started off as a little city-state of Moscow, dependent on the Mongols, and ever since they have been increasing for 500 years. So Putin is not the exception to the rule, he's confirming the traditional Russian business model. We have at the same time a major conflict between China and the United States, because China has become the biggest industrial producer around the world, and it has to change from land power to sea power. For this, it's starting a major fleet building program and trying to push the Americans back in the Pacific. For the Americans, this is a major security threat because to control the Atlantic, to control the Pacific is basically the precondition for their security. So there's major threat there. And they've come to the conclusion under this administration that they have to focus on homeland security and on China. And that means that they've said regularly that basically the defense of Europe, the conventional defense of Europe, is up to the Europeans. And that's a major shift. Measures have been taken in NATO, but NATO and the EU are complementary. We can only succeed together. So what is the European Union doing? On the financial side, there's now a big program with SAFE, 150 billion for strategic enablers, because up to now, strategic enablers were provided by the Americans, but if we have to ensure our own conventional defense, we need strategic enablers. That's satellite, that's intelligence, that's long-distance transport, and that's in-air refueling. We also need to build up our own production capacity, which is happening right now. We also have to invest into research. So the research programs of the European Union are shifted from civil to also include military. Military mobility, very important, because if you cannot transport in times of crisis, it's not very helpful. So now cohesion fund means can also be used for military mobility, very important for countries, for example, like Poland. But we will also have to look in the next steps to our own decision-making capacity. Unanimous decision-making means that Vladimir Putin is deciding whether he wants us to take decisions or not. So we have to come to qualified majority voting. The Martin Center, the foundation of the EPP, which I'm representing here, has been proposing to establish a European Security Council with the President of the European Council in the chair, with decisions with qualified majority voting, but also offering a bridge to London, to Britain, to Norway, and to the Ukraine. Because nowadays the Ukrainian army is the European army. If we had to think away for a second 800,000 Ukrainian army from the European security picture, it would look pretty bleak, because the readily deployable troops are basically American troops. But we also need to change our economic policy. There is a tendency in Europe and in the European Union to focus on reducing risk, which is typical for aging societies. We have to invest more in focusing on opportunities, and the Letta agenda and the Draghi agenda are the agenda to be followed. Not just incrementally, step by step in a slow way, but we need an effort like the Delors II plan with hundreds of proposals where major countries back this up, because the problems very often arise in council when we are discussing, for example, the financial union or services. So we need Friedrich Merz on board, we need Macron on board, we also need Sanchez on board, the Spanish Prime Minister, to not have political issues in the European Parliament between left and right.
Thank you, Klaus. Dimitri, as you have heard, Klaus, of course, has a long time experience of European institutions. He's describing a 360 approach to European security. We in the South, we think that we are a bit abandoned because we have all the focus, East and North. And despite the fact that we have many challenges in the South, the focus is not on the South. And on the other hand, to build the European defense, we need all EU members, but we also need some NATO members that are not EU members, like UK, Norway, Turkey. So how this equation can be solved, in your view?
Thank you. First of all, allow me a second to congratulate you all for this amazing meeting that you have put together. I really feel very happy and very proud of the work done in the Greek Public University, Pantheon, and at this. I think the attendance, a big room full of people, and especially young people, is a testimony to your success. And I would really want to congratulate from the bottom of my heart, in all sincerity, the organizers, IDIS, and the very generous sponsors, our German friends, and everybody, the American friends, and everybody else involved in this very big success. It's not easy, and you have gathered together a stellar group of panelists and speakers, including the most prominent Greek ministers, member of the Greek cabinet on issues of foreign policy and defense, including the energy minister, the defense minister, obviously the foreign minister, and so many other people from abroad, including some very, very prominent thinkers. We've been together in many, many panels, and we've been talking a lot about these things, and obviously a lot of good old friends from the university. So
don't avoid the question, though.
Yes, I will try. I will come to the question, but I would like to say 2-3 things first, in addition to what has already been heard. First, I agree with you, or with your suggestion, your innuendo, that there is an unjustified, too harsh of a criticism against Europe, and a certain nihilism. We tend to be all French in our approach, very pessimistic. Now, this is the French disease. France is a wonderful country and a very successful country in many ways, but the French think they live in hell. And the Europeans tend to think they are in decline. This is an attitude very prominent among the Republicans in the US. And for all the mistakes and deficits and problems, Europe has many, many successes. If one looks at Poland today, or even Spain, or even Ireland, or even Greece coming out of the crisis, I think we can feel content that without minimizing the problems that we have. The second is that in this chronology that so eloquently you put together, I will add 2025. And I think 2025, 2025, yes. Our year, it's only 9 months. It seems like centuries. I got confused, even I. I think it's a breakdown in Western history, in world history, with the election of Donald Trump. No matter how much continuity there is with the shift of America to the Pacific, away from Europe, etc., things that we have seen for a long time now, there is no doubt in my mind that the election of Donald Trump and the arrival to the presidency is equivalent to almost the fall of the Berlin Wall. Because for the first time we've seen America, which has been the main pillar and the main builder and architect of the Western liberal international order, from a supporter becoming a critic. And I think this has presented us with an existential angst here in Europe. It is very important, and one cannot minimize it. Third, I think in Europe we are a victim of our success. Europe was created to extradite war and to castrate, quote unquote, Germany. And I think we've managed too much, too good. And Germany was castrated to an unprecedented extent. And we've become all very pacifist. And we have forgotten that in this world there is evil and there is war and there are threats. And now we need to rediscover our previous European self prior to 1945. And I think this is difficult. And fourthly, it is even more difficult because our societies have become very complacent. You've seen what is going on in France with a minimum reform, which is the extension of the retirement age from 62 to 64 years of age. And we are very reluctant to give away with the things we have been accustomed all these previous years and make the necessary sacrifices that the situation and the new age demand. There is a certain sclerosis in European society. It's not a matter of money. Even if we spend a lot of money on defense, I'm not sure that the European societies are willing to use those weapons and that they have the esprit to fight and to wage wars. You've seen what happened with the discussion about sending peacekeepers in Ukraine after supposedly a peace is agreed. Not many countries are willing to do that, to the extent that makes Europeans seek the help of Turkey, which is one of the few willing to risk the lives of its citizens. And fifthly, no matter what we say, Russia is a weak adversary in objective terms. Russia is 1/10 of our economy, is 1/4 of our population. It has its own very, very big domestic problems. The only difference is that Russia is willing to fight, and we are not. So it's not a matter of objective numbers and capabilities, but it is a matter of the subjective, if you want, our own spirit. Now, if I were to come to the crux of the matter that you ask, I will become a little too harsh. And I will say that we justifiably feel abandoned, and especially we Greeks, because we offered our full support, and it was not easy, and it's something that often is misunderstood in the North. our full support to Ukraine when it was invaded by Russia, breaking up a very long and established relationship, cultural, religious, historic, political, economic with Russia, not only us, and Cyprus, even more so, as a matter of principle. And to put it mildly, we don't see the equivalent reciprocal solidarity that we demand. The agenda of Europe for quite some time, I have no doubt, I am one of the biggest critics of Russia, knows that, and I don't need to present my credentials. But the agenda of Europe has been usurped to some extent by the Scandinavians and the Balts. And they have been able to organize themselves very well and to impose their agenda. Look at the personnel in Europe running its foreign policy, from Kaja Kallas to the Lithuanian Defense Commissioner, etc., etc. We in the South have to do more. This is a struggle to make sure that there is a 360-degree comprehensive overview of the situation, and to make sure that we have our own problems here, and tell our friends in Finland, for example, I speak to them all the time, that in the Greek years it sounds bizarre to say Turkey, we need Turkey, and Turkey will be providing European security. Given what Turkey is doing in the Aegean, what he has done in Cyprus, what is it doing in the Middle East, including Syria, the Kurds, Libya, the Blue Homeland project, etc., etc. So we need to be more considerate. We in the South need to be more vocal. Somehow, some countries of the South, like Spain, Portugal, Italy, are the biggest laggards in the defense reawakening of Europe because they have been secure away from the big front in the East. And we, who are both an Eastern and a Southern country, in the Southeast of Europe, have the biggest responsibility to make sure that our partners understand all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Professor Lavdas, given your experience in examining the European institutions, the European integration, European structures, I mean, now we have the same institutions, the same structures, but for bigger challenges. I mean, how this institutional framework established in 1957, sorry, I mean, can cope with these challenges, given two non-goes if we follow the European public opinion. It would be very difficult to have enlargement, or big bang enlargement at least. Maybe Ukraine should become an EU member, but further enlargement is very doubtful to have. And we have the challenge of defense. Defense touches upon the heart of national sovereignty. So it needs what kind of institutions to cope with these new challenges?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question, and the debate, the discussion is fascinating one way or another, because we are, as you said, really witnessing a shift in European, perhaps world politics as well. Two introductory remarks, and then I'll come back to your question rather briefly. Number one, of course there's a shift, and of course we need to organize Europe, if possible, for a possible protracted crisis. And this is a protracted crisis not just with a country that has a different pain threshold from us, but it is also a country which is a dictatorship, and therefore we know that there are no checks and balances, there are no filters, and therefore the will of the Kremlin can very easily be translated into act tomorrow or perhaps later today. So, I mean, this is really challenging. There's no question about it. Having said that, we also need in Europe to understand how we would like to see Europe a few years from now. To try, it's a difficult exercise, it's a difficult intellectual exercise, to try and bracket the question of Russian aggression, while at the same time preparing for it, and we're doing it, as you correctly said. But also bracket it, because Europe was supposed to be also about norms, about normative models, about values, and so on and so forth. And the notion that we went too far, perhaps, forgetting, as Dimitri said, that this is a difficult world, and that you need to make sure that you can adapt to this difficult world. That's fine. But we also need to make sure that we still keep an eye on the sort of Europe we would like to have 10 years from now, and not let Russia or another aggressor dilute the content of the Europe we were thinking about. I mean, I was mainly studying Europe while I was living in Britain and then the United States, rather than what is today Europe. But still, we have the model about Europe, and we don't want this model to be entirely destroyed, let's say, by the Kremlin or another aggressor. And that's important, because it leads to another remark, that preparing for this, whatever it may be, is crucial, but so is crucial also is to try to contain what's going on. And as you know, as we all know, I guess everybody in this room knows, containment is different. So military preparations are excellent. They were long overdue. I think we all agree on that. But we also need to focus on what can be done to contain and, in this sense, localize the conflict. There are still local conflicts. I don't agree with the view expressed earlier today that no conflict today is a local conflict. What we're witnessing up to now is a very unfortunate, very tragic war between the successor states of the Soviet Union. And of course, there's one successor state, the Russian Federation, which is both powerful, nuclear armed, and provocative. There's no question about it. But really, in Europe, we need to find a way, and this requires imagination, this requires work, this requires thinking out of the box, to simultaneously prepare and fill the gap, because there's a clear gap on European defense, but also make sure that with one eye, we're also fixated at the model of Europe as a normative power in international affairs. Now, back to, and also let me just add this as well, and also make sure that Europe does not lose the sight of the global south, because of course, we're talking about this from the perspective, of course, of Brussels, of Washington, Paris, Berlin, Athens, of course, but there are many other countries in the world, as we all know, and some of these countries have been ascending, and rightly so, and they have their own optics regarding exactly this debate we're doing now. And we cannot entirely miss this optic, the optic from New Delhi, for example, the optic, of course, from Beijing, because we cannot, and we do not want to identify Beijing with Moscow. That would be a grave error. And as the gentleman before said, we consider China to be a challenge, we consider Russia today to be a threat. Be that as it may, we don't want them to become one. And then, of course, also have, let's say, countries like India think of us as a rather simplifying neo-imperialist Europe. So back to Ino's question. Well, hopefully, we all know that this is not the same EC or the same EU, because, of course, between 57 you mentioned today, there have been many steps. And these steps have been important steps. And I think probably without the Russian stimulus, we would still be behind, but better in terms of defense and defense strategy in comparison to, let's say, the 60s or 70s. So there was a slow evolution, if you like, of European thinking and European praxis regarding defense, but Russia became the stimulus that actually led us in a certain direction. I'm just saying that it should not become the stimulus that will let us dilute the European content entirely. And the final point, at least for this session, I mean for this particular section of the session, is this. We know from Athens, for example, that the optic is different. From Madrid, the optic is different. Of course, from the Baltics, the optic is different, as Dimitri said. Perhaps some of us feel that the Baltics and Poland and other countries that rightfully feel threatened by what's going on may be hijacking the agenda, not of NATO, but also the European Union. That's a dangerous thing, even if we just think it. I don't think we just think it. I think that there's obvious danger there, as I said. But the threat should not be allowed to become a threat for Europe's soul, because Europe's soul is more than military preparations. That's something we need to be fixated upon and make sure that we keep it in mind. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask all three of you. We don't have much time, unfortunately. We have by 2, we have to stop. But for us, let's say Europeans, I don't know about Greeks, but for us Europeans, the elephant in the room is Russia. For the Americans, at least for the current administration, the elephant in the room is China. So how this will evolve? I mean, the two elephants are going to clash, or we are going to clash with the Americans about the elephants?
Yeah, I would agree with you. We are in a special situation because for the first time in 80 years, the strategic security threat perception in the US and in Europe is not the same. Elbridge Colby wrote an article, there's just one security threat for America, and in the subtitle he says it's China. And for us, there's one major threat, at least right now, and that's Russia. And by the way, Russia is not only in the east. The French have just learned that Russia is also in the south, because the whole Sahel has been taken over in the support of the regimes by Russia. And France has been expelled from the Sahel. And as in previous speakers said, you destabilize the Sahel, you destabilize Northern Africa, you destabilize Northern Africa, you destabilize Southern Europe. And I mean, a country like Ireland might think it's very far apart, but if the undersea cables are cut, this is the end of their economy because it's completely dependent on America. So we have a different security perception, and that means the Americans will insist that basically the investments for our own conventional defense is coming from us. And that needs a new setup institutionally, as I've tried to say, a new partnership with NATO. It's not just NATO guaranteeing our security and defense. It's NATO and the European Union in partnership. And for this, we need different security mechanisms, decision-making mechanisms in the European Union, because it will come at the end to us. We've bought some time with the NATO security, with the NATO decisions, but that time is limited. It's 5 years, it's 10 years, we don't know. And if we don't build up our own capacity now, we might be put to the test and fail it.
Whatever. 2 points. Number one, yeah, obviously it's important to remember that for diplomacy to come back to this equation, we had to wait for a new American government. I mean, that's simply the case. We may dislike to recognize this, but after March 2022, or perhaps April 2022, diplomacy, you know, really was the backseat, was not there at all. And therefore, this is a point that we need to keep in mind, that for some reason, Europe lost the appetite for diplomacy between April 2022 and January 2025. Now, the way in which the Trump administration understands diplomacy is something that would need a seminar or another sort of convention, or perhaps you would let us talk for hours and hours. I'll bracket this. But it's true to say, simply descriptively, that we had to wait to January 2025 to again embark on some sort of diplomatic attempt to tame the beast, right? And that bothers me as a European. And the second point is, of course, that, you know, the reason why I mentioned about strategizing versus sleepwalking in the initial remarks a couple of hours ago is because, of course, in sleepwalking towards a war, again, you have usually responsible, interesting people that can be even wise. They are not half-wits, usually they're important people. And maybe they think, and I'm thinking in terms of obviously historical reference to the past, that they make the right decisions without having the complete strategic understanding of what sort of decisions they should be making. So the second point I would like to make is that we need to be fixated not just on preparing for a possible confrontation, because we want to deter Russia, there's no question about it, but we also would like to be preparing with a view to containment And this requires strategy rather than sleepwalking into something that maybe eludes us and can lead to a more general conflagration. So localization is important, but so is preparing for the worst case scenario. And I think all of us are now. The Greeks have been preparing for different sorts of worst case scenario for a number of years. And therefore, I think we are more prepared to accept this mentality that you need to take very seriously as one of your scenarios, the warfare scenario, which was anathema to Europe for too many decades, and that was a problem. But that's not the only scenario, because if this becomes the only scenario, then it becomes a poisonous scenario, I think. And then you wait for somebody else, in this case, President Trump, to introduce diplomacy, Trump style, anyway. Thank you.
Dimitri, I'm turning to you in your capacity as Vice President of the Foreign Affairs Committee. In this environment, Greece, we heard the Minister, of course, of Foreign Affairs, but he was talking mostly about the bilateral positions of Greece. These major issues, how Greece is positioned in this antagonism?
I took some time to think about the previous question, and as soon as I came up with some answers, you asked me a new one, and I will need more time.
We are confident about our leadership, you know.
Okay, but just let me say something about the previous, and I'll come to that as well. One of my biggest frustrations as head of the Greek delegation to NATO's Parliamentary Assembly is the fact that the Americans don't come, period. American senators and congressmen do not attend the Parliamentary Assembly. They don't think it important. Their focus is elsewhere. We have Canadians and we have Europeans from all over. We have associates from the Balkans, from Eastern Europe, from Israel, from North Africa, countries that are not members of NATO, but they do send parliamentarians. And I think the parliamentarians have this ability to give you the feeling on the street. And the feeling of the street is that for these people, for the Balts, for the Scandinavians, for East Europeans, NATO is very important. And they have to report it back to their constituencies, whereas Americans, even our big annual summit that happened in America last year on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of Dayton, in Dayton, Ohio, there were no Americans, which is quite bizarre. I mean, all the Europeans went to the heartland, and it was only one American, the host, who had organized the whole meeting, but nobody else from the Congress. I know that American politics is dysfunctional, the government is shut down now, they don't travel, but so dysfunctional is our politics as well, and this shouldn't be an excuse. And it shows you that there is something deep in the rupture. For all the nice talking of Secretary Rutte, and for all his trying to appeal and appease, like so many other European leaders, President Trump. Now, it seems to me that China is a much more complex threat to the West than the Soviet Union, because it's not only a military superpower, it's an economic superpower, a technological superpower, a demographic superpower. And so it has so many more things that the Soviet Union lacked. And therefore, the only way to balance it out is through alliances. And it would seem to me that American grand strategy should have this building of alliances and preserving alliances that America has constructed all along the previous 80 years should be a priority. Sometimes the message that we get from Washington is confusing. The foes are the allies and the friends are the foes, or something like that. And I don't think it's good. Now, in regards to Greece, I want to be very frank and very stark. I am at this state and age, after all, after 30 years talking about these things, where I think we should speak our mind and should be free from the constraints of political correctness. I think the biggest challenge Greek foreign policy is confronted with is the domestic populism. We have a political system that is very afraid to be pro-initiative, and to look forward to things, and constantly is reactive, defensive, and apologizing to a certain part of Greek public opinion, not the whole, which has usurped the debate on Turkey, on the biggest challenges, and we are all victims of that. It took us 40 years to sign an agreement with Italy on the, let alone, I mean, forget Turkey, but 40 years. Precisely because the Greek political class was afraid to be accused of concessions, because every agreement for the delineation of exclusive economic zone is a compromise and needs the agreement of the other side. And as a compromise, it has some gives and takes. And it took us, Italy, a country we have excellent relations and no dispute, and have had signed a continental self-delineation agreement back in 1977. So the whole ground was already prepared, and it took us Turkey to sign with Libya this extra-legal, illegal agreement for the Greek diplomacy to be mobilized and signed with Italy and then with Egypt. So I think the enemy is within. And as
you agree with Trump on this?
With no, I agree with Thucydides, and I will end with that, since we have so many students here. Thucydides did not only explain why the war happened, the rise of Athens and the fear that this instilled in Sparta, the rise of China and the fear that this instilled in the US and the West in general, but also it explained why the stronger party lost. Athens is the stronger party in the mind of Thucydides, there is no doubt about that. You can only have to read the funeral address by Pericles to see the Athens in its full glory in the first year of the war. And nevertheless, Athens loses, and according to Thucydides, Athens loses because of Athens, not because of Sparta. So the West should only fear itself. It has nothing to fear objectively from the East. It is still 60% of global GDP, 80% of global research, 80% of global defense spending, if you add up Europe, America, Japan, Australia, and you put them all together. But the decay of our policy, or of our polity and of our politics, the replacement of Pericles with Cleon and the other demagogues like Alcibiades, and the decay of our democracies should put us all on alert. I always give this example of my beloved ruler, Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, you know, died. Most people think that she died because she got too old. This might have played a role, but I think a more important role was the fact that Queen Elizabeth, she came to the throne as a young lady with Winston Churchill back in the early 50s. I mean, and 16 prime ministers down the road, because she lived for 70 years as a queen, she ruled. 16 prime ministers down the road, she ended up with Liz Truss. 3 days later, she decided that she had enough. She does not want to see the 17th, and she migrated for the Almighty. I think it's not a coincidence to start with Winston Churchill as leader of your country and to end up with Liz Truss, and to see the current quality of leaderships and the difficulty we have in Europe in forming a coherent EPP is at the very center of this epic struggle for the politics of rationality, the politics of being effective rather than only rhetorically exorbitant. We have great difficulties, and if you see what is happening in France, if you see what is happening with Starmer only a year after he took power, Germany, and with a few exceptions like Greece, and I don't know for how long, we really have problems that are very systemic problems of our democracies and of how we do politics these days. And our enemies from without are all too ready to exploit that decay, and to promote it and to cultivate it and to take advantage of it, Putin intervening in our election and in our politics. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you are fascinating speakers and interlocutors, so I would have restarted the discussion, from where Dimitris ended it, but on this very topic, we'll have the last panel with a very good expert, Alex Cooley, who just last week published a book on dictating the agenda, talking about populism in US and Europe. So stay tuned till the end of the day. Alex will be there to discuss this issue. So thank you very much for your intervention, and hope the whole program will be like this panel. Thank you.
Antonia Dimou, who is an expert on issues of energy, partnership, and Middle East, and my dear friend Amit Mor, expert from Israel. Antonia and Amit, please come on stage.
Honor to have you here today for a discussion that is always topical, but following some developments in the area last week, and especially the PTEC meeting in Greece, it is becoming even more interesting to discuss how our countries can cooperate on this very crucial strategic issue. Thank you very much. Antonia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ino, for hosting this interesting session. It's going to be a session of discussion. So, energy resources dominate contemporary geopolitics and international relations, as they represent material elements of power and that can ensure a solid development of countries and regions. The discovery of natural gas resources since 2009 in the Eastern Mediterranean has enhanced the region's strategic energy significance and raised the possibility of multilateral cooperation and economic development. It also surfaced maritime differences between littoral states and increased, of course, competition. The Russian war on Ukraine has increased the significance of the Eastern Mediterranean due to energy security concerns. The region is seen as critical for the European goal of energy independence from Russia, both through its own resources and as an entry point for energy from other regions. A leading country for regional energy cooperation is Israel. We're very happy to hold this session of discussion with Dr. Amit Mor on my left side, an energy and environmental economist, energy strategist, and financial analyst, who is the CEO of Eco Energy Financial Strategic Consulting. Dr. Moore served as a consultant to governments, financial organizations, public and private companies. During the past 35 years, he worked intensively on issues concerning the development of the Eastern Mediterranean renewable energy and natural gas sectors, and led the team that prepared the Energy Master Plan for the State of Israel, and participated in the World Bank team that prepared the Energy Master Plans for the Palestinian Authority. Dr. Moore is also a senior lecturer at the Reichman University and the Technion Israel Institute for Technology. So, in starting our discussion, Amit, what is the progress of Israel's exploration program within its maritime areas, including the next phase development of the Leviathan gas field project? And according to your estimate, what are the prospects of the Great Sea Interconnector that seeks to connect Greece, Cyprus, and Israel?
First, thank you very much, Tonya, for the invitation, Ino, and IDIS for it's a pleasure to be here at this esteemed conference. As all of you know, these are crucial days to the region after 2 years of intense, I would say, condensed, terrible war. We are experiencing a fragile ceasefire, which hope will last, thanks to especially the major push of President Trump. In this respect, it is important to mention that once facing 7 fronts, Palestinian and Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, the 12 days war, and more, the Houthis in Yemen, Iraq, and more, the Israeli energy sector showed resilience. There were no power cuts, no shortage of fuels. And as you asked correctly, it is important to notice that 70% of Israel's electricity is based these days on gas from 3 sources, deep sea, 100 kilometers offshore. 2 of them are run, Leviathan and Karish, by Chevron, the operator, and 1 by Energean of Greece, which provides about 41% of the domestic gas market. Now, it is also very important to note that Israel supplies, the Leviathan field, gas for 70% of the electricity in Jordan, and 15% of the gas in Egypt. So in this respect, the 12 days war with Iran
the first Israeli-Iran war, as I call it. I'm confident it's going to be a second round sometimes in the future, hopefully not more than that. So for 12 days, Israel shut the flow of gas from 2 of its gas fields. So Jordan and Egypt did not receive gas. So there were power cuts in Amman, which demonstrate that once there is major reliance of gas or to electricity especially, not only in your own country, Israel, but also in the neighboring countries, so with that comes responsibility. So after several days, both the king, Abdullah in Jordan, and Mr. Assisi, General Assisi in Egypt, started to show restless because they did not have enough gas to supply produce electricity to Amman and to Cairo. In this respect, a second phase investment of $4 billion in Leviathan field was declared, but still not finalized, especially $35 billion of sale of gas to Egypt. Because in the region, the immediate markets are Egypt and Jordan. In this respect, there is a major debate in Israel itself whether to allow more gas for export or to maintain more gas for domestic consumption, because in 20 years' time, unless there are more discoveries, gas is going to be depleted. The second question, and this is more important for the connections between Greece, Crete, Cyprus, and Israel, is a Eurasian Great Sea Interconnector, or electricity. In this respect, the first phase was already commissioned between Greece and Crete. And second phase, Greece to Cyprus, which is critical to Cyprus. In this respect, we spoke about several elephants who were raised or discussed earlier. I think the major elephant in the East Mediterranean is President Erdogan, who is showing major resistance to this project. He's claiming that the route of the cable, undersea cable, will go through what is a Turkish exclusive economic zone. And as we know, anytime there are, especially in Cyprus, there were gas exploration, he sent his troops, basically marine vessels, to stop such exploration of European companies, of Eni from Italy or Total from France. In this respect, I truly hope that the Greek government, hopefully the EU as well, will show resistance and will show much more decisiveness versus Mr. Erdogan's claim, because with such a bully, what we learned in our region, that you cannot be weak. Once you are weak, you might not exist. So with such an enemy which is growing, with his regional claim, with his Ottomanic views of expansionism, who is becoming more and more vocal and more active, also in Syria and the Eastern Mediterranean, there is no other way. Diplomacy is not, many times, is not enough. And I hope that the Greek government will show, again, decisiveness in this issue, which is critical, both to Greece and especially to Cyprus. At the end of the game, the last leg will be an interconnection to Israel, which is very, very important also to connect the Israeli grid, which is also an energy island, or electricity island, no interconnection to none of the neighboring countries. So in this respect, it's a European project. I really hope that Greece will be decisive enough indeed to make this project come on board.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you for highlighting the energy interdependencies we have faced during Israel's war on Hamas and the Iran-Israel war. And for sure, energy interdependencies between Israel, Egypt, and Jordan can cement the dividends of peace. So we've seen that President Trump announced a 20-point plan for the Gaza peace plan, which has incorporated an economic development element that will be created by a panel of experts who have helped birth some of the thriving modern cities in the Middle East. So that said, with that in mind, what are the political and financial guarantees that Israel is likely to seek for the development of the Gaza marine gas field? And how can water energy nexus projects between Jordan, Israel, and Palestine can be revived?
Thank you. Excellent question. The most important thing for Israel for the next stage is Gaza is basically to make sure that Hamas will not be in power and will, as possible, will disarm from his heavy weapons. Because once Hamas continues to rule in Gaza, what is right now gaining more and more power during this ceasefire, so ultra Muslim or the fundamentalist organization like Hamas, in this respect is representing also others like in Iran, in some respect also Mr. Erdogan in Turkey. They have a long-term vision, and the long-term vision is to destroy Israel. So this is the most important thing for Israel to enable the next stages in the reconstruction of Gaza. Now, once we'll reach that point, assuming there are going to be financial aid and investments, especially of the Arab Emirates and the Qatar and the Saudi Arabia, in other hand, with the World Bank, we prepare a plan for reconstruction, the energy side of Gaza, which only that will require something like more than $5 billion. So an important element is once and for all to develop a small gas field, Gaza Marine, which is located 35 kilometers offshore Gaza in the Mediterranean. It was discovered 25 years ago by then British Gas and was not developed since then. And the route to develop that, or the scheme to develop this project, is to via a submarine pipeline to Egypt, and from Egypt, basically a line to Gaza itself, so they can base their new reconstructed area on renewable energy and energy storage on the one hand, and also on some gas backup on the other. This field, according to our calculations, worth about $4 billion. So it's a small, the only mineral assets that the Palestinians have. And I really hope that it's going to be an important part of the total reconstruction of the Gaza once next stages continue with the construction plan.
Wonderful. And as we speak about the United States engagement in the region, we have experienced that Washington has recently elevated its engagement on energy in the Eastern Mediterranean. The advancement of energy exploration and development projects, the reduction of allies' reliance on Russian energy, and the overall reconceptualization of relations with countries in the region, with energy at their epicenter, lie at the core of an unfolding American strategy that further integrates energy into US diplomacy. In what way, Amit, does the presence of American majors in almost every country in the East Mediterranean, including Israel and Greece, advance the US strategy of energy dominance as well as American foreign policy goals?
So in the Israeli, I don't think it's a matter of American policy, but what we see is American majors' decision. First, it's Chevron, which indeed, in many respects, operate the energy sector of Israel, because they are responsible of the two major gas fields, the Leviathan and Tamar. They are the operator. They became very powerful also politically in the internal political discussions. Right now, whether to approve more gas for export and gas pricing and so on and so forth. And we see other American companies, Exxon, and others operating in Greece, in Cyprus, in Egypt, and so on, also in Saudi and the Emirates. So I think the the Trump administration provides a backup to these companies, but their decisions to come to the region is purely economic, as they feel that they can find assets, gas, and possibly oil, and to cooperate in the region. And hopefully the Trump administration would enable the development of interconnectors, maybe the IMEC project of interconnecting from India via Saudi rain and transportation, and possibly energy route of production of renewable energy in the Arab area, in Saudi, Syria, Jordan, possibly a cable to Europe of green energy, and so on and so forth. This is providing a backup to the activity of American companies in investing in the region.
Yes, true. Thank you so much for highlighting that regional interconnection projects become a priority of the current administration. In fact, it continues the long-term American policy for the region, in particular the Eastern Mediterranean and the broader region. Now I would like to take you to another part of the Levant, of this Mediterranean, and that is the foreign engagement in Syria, which centers heavily on the energy sector, where competition among local players and external actors continues over control of energy resources, critical infrastructure, and the trade routes that bring energy to consumers. To what degree is Azerbaijan's involvement in the Syrian and Israeli energy landscape linked with the strategy of connecting Israel's gas pipeline network to Syria?
So, 25 years ago, the Egyptians constructed a pipeline called the Arab Pipeline from Egypt via Sinai, then crossing the Red Sea near Aqaba in Jordan, to Amman in Jordan, to northern Jordan, to Syria, Damascus. And the idea was to export Egyptian gas via Turkey to Europe. They stopped in Homs, middle Syria, and from there also an extension to Tripoli in North Lebanon. This pipeline was not harmed or damaged in the civil war. What Israel is doing these days is connected to this pipeline and exporting gas to Jordan and to Egypt via this pipeline. Now, the idea is, and I'm sure the confidence is very soon, Israeli gas, Israeli molecules from Leviathan field, possibly from the Tamar field, will flow to Syrian power stations, which are under construction these days. It will be called the Qatari gas, Jordanian gas via Jordan, because the pipeline still exists. At the same time, in a way, Mr. Erdogan's dream is coming true or fulfilling, because all those years he wanted Israeli gas to flow to Turkey via the Eastern Mediterranean. Of course, it didn't materialize. But what is materializing this day is that Turkey just last month connected with a pipeline from via Turkey to northern Syria, to Haleb or Aleppo, basically supplying Azeri gas from Azerbaijan, which is going from Azerbaijan via Georgia to Turkey and to Greece and Europe. So the extension goes to Syria, and very soon they will connect the Haleb or Aleppo to the Homs line, and then Azeri gas via Turkey can flow also to Jordan and so on. So Israeli gas on the one hand could theoretically flow to Turkey and Europe, and Azeri gas can go to the south. And in this respect, Mr. Erdogan is fulfilling his dream of having Turkey as a regional hub for gas. And in this respect, you see that once there is infrastructure in place, Israel could supply gas to Syria on the one hand, and also to Lebanon, at least to the power station in Tripoli on the other hand, and it's going to be a circular project where the payments are not going to be directly paid to to the Leviathan or to Chevron, but via the consumers can be the Egyptian or the Jordanian companies, and they'll pay directly the Israeli suppliers. Because the gas molecules, they are transparent, they don't have any smell, and they don't carry any flag. So they can go from Israel to Syria and also to Lebanon, although Israel does not have any peace yet with those countries.
It is very important what you said, and I need to reiterate that because of the existing pipeline infrastructure, Israeli gas from Tamar will flow to Syrian power plants, practically highlighting the importance of regional cooperation. And before concluding this session, Amit, I would like to ask you what, according to your perspective, is the importance of the Greece-Israel-Cyprus alignment?
Well, rightly, I think you used the word alignment. It's not an alliance yet, but it is a very, very important alignment. And in many, many respects. First, I think that via this war, or through this war, Israel really discovered who are its true friends and partners. And no doubt it's not Mr. Erdogan. As for decades, Israel had a very, very close relations with Turkey, militarily and economically and so on and so forth. And it is indeed Greece and Cyprus. And we call it the Hellenic alignment. It is very important. We saw first that important Greek company, Energean, is a major player in Israel, the energy sector, a very important player. You see here in Israel, in Greece, various also energy companies. They are investing in green and renewable energy. They are investing in other, of course, parts of the economy. So this is only for the energy. Defense, my daughter, Noah, spent more than 6 months in Dalmata training, I would say, Greek Air Force pilots in their simulators. 1.1 billion project that the Greek Air Force purchased equipment, training equipment from Israel, and so on and so forth. So especially the military on the one hand, culturally, you see this year more than 500,000 Israeli tourists. Everywhere you go in the street here, you can, I think also many Israelis purchased real estate. So in all around Greece and Cyprus. So in many respects, we see the cultural, defense, of course, tourism, energy, and many aspects of the economy relations are being established. And again, the major lessons that we learned, that we found our friends in the region, in the East Mediterranean, and no doubt this is the Hellenic route, this is Cyprus and Greece, and we are very happy to have Greece as a very special and important friend of Israel.
Thank you. It is very important what you highlighted. That the Hellenic alignment is very important, energy, security, culturally wise, crossing across through all spectrums of economy and society. Thank you, Dr. Amit, for the productive discussion, and thank you all for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you both for this very interesting discussion. Now I would like to welcome the next panel, Minister Theocharis. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to take part at the discussion on Ukraine's future. Greece is playing a role in the political, military, and economic. I would also like to invite our co-panelist, Alex Cooley, and our moderator, Panayota Manoli. Please, Professor Manoli, who will... And we also have Professor Michael Kimach to connect from US. I think he will connect in a while, but you can, Mrs. Manoli, you can start our discussion, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Afentouli. I'd like to thank everybody for being with us in this interesting discussion that is going to follow. And I would like to immediately welcome our distinguished speakers that we have with us. His Excellency Haris Theocharis, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic. Professor Alex Cooley, Claire Tow Professor of Political Science from Barnard College. And also, we are very happy having with us Michael Kimach, the Director of the Kennedy Institute of the Woodrow Wilson Center for International Center for Scholars. Now, each speaker is going to have 10 minutes, if possible. So we can have a few minutes left for Q&A session. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's better actually to leave more time for the questions. I think the discussion is going to be more relevant and more fluid if we have more time for the questions. So first of all, of course, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. I believe that this conference comes at a very, very important, opportune moment where there's a lot of things happening, some good things, some bad things, of course. Most of those things happening are in our neighborhood. Before we had the speaker speaking about the relationship between Greece and Israel, but also the wider Middle Eastern developments. This is one area of specific and particular interest, but also the Ukraine issue is another issue that has pertinence to the European matters. It is an inflection point, I believe, for the understanding that Europe has about its identity, about its ability to defend itself, about the need for strategic autonomy. All those questions came up. Unfortunately, they should have come up back in 2014 if we had the prudence or the foresight. And if they did not come in a widespread fashion. 2022 was the watershed moment, the moment where we all realized that we have to do something about it. Now, Ukraine is teetering between the needs of the war and the needs for immediate reconstruction. Every night, some other energy infrastructure is being targeted. And in the day, some people have to rebuild this infrastructure. So it's almost like the tale of the Greek tale of the Artas bridge that was being built every day and being demolished in the evening, and it was a never-ending process. So that's the one side, the side that we're of course following through. But there's also the second part of this equation, which is what's going to happen immediately after some kind of modus operandi. I'm not saying a long-term solution, but at least some kind of modus operandi, like we have this Gaza first steps, if you like, some kind of ceasefire, some kind of reprise that will allow us and other people to start thinking seriously about the medium to long-term reconstruction. Now, there is a meeting in Warsaw, in Poland, in the next few days. I'll be flying together with a Greek delegation of businesses that are interested in helping Ukraine rebuild its future and its infrastructure. This is very, very important, and those conferences are important to allow the public sector to start engaging with the needs of the country. We will be there present. Greece is present. One of my first trips was in Rome for a similar conference in Italy. This is a process that we have seen from the past has changed. It's less about governments and it's more about the private sector, and we're very glad that this is happening because it shows the progress. But we're always there, standing by, to help those discussions take place and to guarantee wherever we can the viability of the agreements. That we will be there to help the companies do what they have to do. Now, I'm going to close with the wider Ukraine's issue, because internally at least there's been a lot of criticism about Greece's very clear stance on the Ukraine issue, and there's been a lot of discussion of whether we should have been so well, there are two types of criticism. One is whether we should be more nuanced and not have a so clear stance, and the second type of criticism should we be as fast in articulating that position? Should we wait a bit longer, allow others to be first, and not us to be in the first group of countries, supporting immediately? I think the answer to both those questions is that we did the right thing, both as a matter of principle and because it is the European position, and we should stick with the European position, and because it's a position that's congruent with our long-term national interests. So for all those reasons, for reasons of substance, appearance, and principle, I think Greece took the right position. And I want to tie that position with what's happened last week with all those energy agreements and half the US cabinet being in Athens. I think this kind of steadfast and clear position that we took has allowed other countries, especially the US, to see us as a reliable partner and a partner that they can do have a long-term conversation, and as a result, businesses can have a long-term view in terms of their investment and in terms of their cooperation. So Greece is there for Ukraine, and we're going to be there. And of course, I think after the Prime Minister's time and the Minister's time, it's time for us, I'm a Deputy Minister responsible for economic diplomacy, so closer to the business to come in and step and help both Ukraine for herself, but also the Greek businesses to be active and have an active role there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here and to be with you on the same panel, Mr. Theoharis, and also Panayota, Dr. Manoli. This is truly a premier forum, and as a representative of the Harriman Institute and also the Weatherhead Institute, the two big regional institutes at Columbia, we're just delighted to partner with EDIS and Pandeon and carry our cooperation further. I thought I would offer a few comments about sort of the evolving nature of this war, mostly from the Russian perspective, but actually how it also now pertains to where we might be going in this moment, as has been talked about quite extensively, geopolitical change and a changing US role in the world. First point I want to make is this conflict was never just about territory. In fact, one would argue it was primarily about policy orientation. Later, it became about, from the Russian perspective, a kind of a referendum on the state of world order, on US leadership. If you look at President Putin's speeches, you see quite a litany of grievances that Russia has harbored against the West. Everything from US hypocrisy and double standards, triple standards, to Kosovo, to technology, to the dollar. Throw it in the mix. There's actually a paragraph about gender reassignment surgery on the second Ukrainian annexation speech. I say all this as Ukrainians continue to bravely defend and die and fight for their country. And the kind of momentum that the Russians felt, I would say, after 2022, right, when they withered the counteroffensive, fed into what they have as this kind of revisionist view of world order, right? That in this sort of quest to topple the transatlantic alliance, US leadership, that this was really the principal driver of the conflict. And the sanctions regime, right, that was sort of imposed, actually led to a number of sort of Russian innovations, right, where they perceived an attempt to create this kind of non-Western, post-Western world, right, whether it be re-exporting dual goods from China using the customs union of the Eurasian Economic Union, also to re-export through Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. We all know also imports going into Georgia and then to Kyrgyzstan, right? We've created all of these sort of parallel systems of trade to circumvent sanctions on restricted and sensitive goods. We've also seen the creation of the shadow fleet, an unregistered fleet, dangerous, I would say, for all sorts of reasons, matters of security and ecology, that is sort of carrying Russian oil in a bid to evade the price cap. And then I think geopolitically, you've seen the Russians enlist a number of non-Western Eurasian allies and partners into the conflict itself. And the most dramatic example of this was the entrance of North Korea, right? And the signing of a formal security partnership with Russia. They only fought in Kursk, Russian territory, not Ukrainian territory, but still, this is a real agreement, and the North Koreans have suffered real casualties. The same could be said for Iran, as supplying drones and military technology to Russia. So there is this attempt to create, right, this post-Western revisionist kind of order to balance out the real Western unity and resolve in sanctions, in the supply of weaponry, in the support of Ukraine politically, Ukrainian refugees that you saw in a united West after the war. So where I'm going with this is the election of Donald Trump actually greatly complicates the Russian position, right? And this is the part I think that doesn't get as much attention, right? If Russia's sort of raison d'etre on this war beyond taking Ukrainian territory, and yes, many Russian officials deny Ukrainian sovereignty and even questions of Ukrainian national identity, then having a self-styled transactional president also creates complications, because Russia's international momentum for why it's doing this in Ukraine is actually starting to fold under a lot of contradictions. I will give you just two examples, both in Russia's neighborhood, of this dynamic playing out. One, the Azerbaijan-Armenia agreement, right, in which Armenia accepted the de facto territorial gains that had been made by Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh. It agreed to stop the conflict, to respect these borders, and also led to the withdrawal of Russian troops, right, that had been there for decades, right, in this kind of guarantor, mediator kind of way. And instead, the Nakhichevan corridor is now being referred to as the Trump Transit Corridor, right? And it will be overseen by a U.S. Consortium. And the details are to be worked out, but this is a seismic geopolitical shift in the Caucasus on Russia's territory. The other, perhaps less noteworthy in terms of the headlines, but I would say also geopolitical event of last week, a group of Central Asian leaders in the White House meeting with President Trump and putting forth an agenda about deals in rare earth minerals, energy cooperation, right? A kind of aggressive new commercial and business kind of deal. Again, they're eager to do that. We saw Kazakhstan sign the Abraham Accords. So one of the things, and I realize that the shift for European security is seismic, right? And the perceptions that this is a 1989 moment, right, are important. But for many other parts of the world, the transactionalism of Trump, right, offers almost a way out of being locked into having to choose between Russia and the West, right? And so I think That's quite interesting, but it actually undermines Russian regional leverage, right? We have one of the great US and world experts on US policy towards Russia and Ukraine, so I'll let Michael take that further. But I'll make just one observation to get back to the place that we started. I think the Trump people were genuinely optimistic about creating the conditions for some sort of ceasefire in Ukraine. And this wasn't just because I think President Trump thought he had a good personal relationship with President Putin, right? I think there was a genuine understanding that if they offered Putin an exit ramp, right, a way out, then they could also leverage US pressure on Ukraine and get something done. That did not happen because this is not a conflict about territory, right? And several times Steve Witkoff sort of framed this in terms of territorial concessions and what would go where and so forth, but it's all the other issues that are so incredibly complicated and that remain to be worked out. So I haven't even talked about the state of play between the conflict, where we are now in the Russian economy, Ukrainian production, but I'll leave it at that and I'll let Michael carry us into what's going on right now in the US.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Now we have with us from Washington, I suppose, they say good morning there. And we have, as we've already said, the director of the Kennan Institute, Michael Kimach. And you have the floor for the next 10 minutes. So we can hear you from Athens. We are very glad having you. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation to join this conversation. And my only regret is that I couldn't be there in person in Athens, which is one of my favorite cities to carry out this conversation more directly. But we'll do the best we can with Zoom. So I would very much like to pick up where Alex just left off and to speculate a bit about transatlantic policy toward Ukraine, hopefully in a way that's a bit surprising and perhaps provocative. And we'll look forward to the sort of Q&A period to go through some of these ideas and suggestions. I would like to start not with reflections on the battlefield, which are rather grim at the moment as far as Ukraine is concerned, but to think more about the diplomacy and the negotiations around Ukraine. That's been a dramatic subject over the last 8-9 months with various attempted summit meetings and one real summit meeting between Presidents Putin and Trump, an enormous amount of back and forth between the U.S. and Ukraine and the U.S. and Europe's many countries and the European Union. And what has emerged to me from this frenzied period of diplomacy, which so far has yielded very little, is something that you could describe as the paradox of Ukraine and Europe's position at the moment vis-a-vis the war. And I don't think the paradox concerns strategy. It's sometimes said, grandly that, the United States has no strategy, Europe has no strategy, Ukraine has no strategy. I don't think that that's true. I think that the strategy of Ukraine and Europe on the war are quite similar, if not identical. And I don't think that the U.S. is on a different page, even with the Trump administration, as far as the larger strategic picture is concerned. The strategy for Ukraine is to bring Ukraine as much as possible into Europe. And that's not only a battlefield proposition, it's a political proposition. And the paradox of this strategy is not that it's impossible. It may not even be that difficult, but Europe as currently constituted, its core institutions are not well designed for integrating a country like Ukraine. So let me just play this out in a moment, and then I'll switch the conversation over to Washington and offer what may be something of a surprising suggestion to a European audience in this regard. Starting with Ukraine, I think it is not definite, but highly likely that the war will have a very imperfect ending for Ukraine. If you look at a couple of factors, how difficult Ukraine is to defend. I believe it's a 1,200 kilometer or 1,200 mile border between Ukraine and Russia, and of course you have Belarus to the north, which is a factor in the conflict as well on the Russian military side. You know, Russia is an enormous country. It's a nuclear power. It's not, I think, defeatable by Ukraine. And in the absence of a defeat, Russia retains and will retain the capacity to wreak havoc in Ukraine, really for the foreseeable future. Russia's economy is doing poorly at the moment. That's true, and that will have implications. But you know, gas and oil continue to flow out of Russia, and money continues to flow into Russia, and that will be true for for many years to come. In a sense, forever. And so, as long as Russia has the will to maintain the war will be maintained. And I would argue that even a post-Putin leader of Russia is likely to have a similar calculus toward Ukraine that Putin does. So if that capacity is there, the war is going to continue in some fashion. And it's hard to see from where we are at the present moment how Ukraine gets to the position where it could expel all of the Russian troops from Crimea and from eastern Ukraine. And you can see from President Zelensky's speeches and rhetoric that that particular goal has faded into the background because it doesn't seem possible at this point. And although Europe has done a lot to support Ukraine over the last 4 years, you do see war weariness in Europe. And if you follow the Kiel reports about defense spending in Europe and sort of monetary commitments to Ukraine, you see that those are plateauing or in some cases diminishing. And the United States has cut off its financial support to Ukraine and is no longer directly supplying weaponry. So it's all really in Europe's hands, and Europe's hands are, meaningful and consequential with this war, but they're not strong enough to put an end to the war. So we've returned to the point that the outcome for Ukraine is very likely to be imperfect, some kind of partial victory, something perhaps resembling the end phase of the Korean War in 1954, where that conflict never quite comes to an end, but just remains a factor and feature of the landscape. I don't think that that means that Ukraine is a lost cause. I think there are many ways that Ukraine is going to be defensible under those circumstances, but it does mean that the borders of Ukraine are going to be hard to predict, and they may be in flux for a long time, and it does mean that there will be different potential levels and layers of conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and perhaps between Ukraine and Belarus, all across that enormous border. This takes us back to Europe, where I think the will to integrate Ukraine is sincere, and I think Europeans have come to recognize Ukraine as Europe. That's one step. And the other thing is that Europeans have come to recognize that the more ambiguity that there is in Ukraine, the worse Europe's security is. And so it's in Europe's interest to diminish that ambiguity in Ukraine and to provide something resembling a security guarantee or something that will assist Ukraine and prevent Ukraine from falling into Russia's hands outright. So you have that on the European side, and I think that that's sincere, and I think that that's lasting. I have a hard time imagining a Europe, even one that would be governed by right-wing, far-right parties that would, sort of argue that Ukraine's surrender to Russia is in Europe's interest. And you see with Giorgia Meloni and others who were Ukraine skeptical before coming to office, that when in office, they tend to see Ukraine and Ukraine's defense as a part of the European project at this point. I think that that is really what has changed over the last 4 years on the European side. If you go back to 2014, 2015, the first iteration of this conflict, that was not the case. I think Europe looked at Ukraine as a place apart and sort of wanted to sweep the problem under the rug to rather disastrous consequences in 2022. But the problem, as I've mentioned, when it comes to Europe's integration of Ukraine, is that neither NATO nor the European Union, and the European Union does have defense and security components, is designed for countries that are at war, is designed for countries that have uncertain borders, and is designed for countries that are going to be living under the circumstances that I think it's likely Ukraine will be living under. The European Union was almost designed for the opposite purpose, right? As you think of it, France and Germany, you have the origins of the European Union there. West Germany, a well-defined nation state, France, a well-defined nation state, both at peace, and decide to forge closer bonds together after the Second World War for economic reasons and for security reasons, but they do so in a way that is, highly institutional, legal, with lots of definite and clear structures at work in the arrangement. Ukraine doesn't have that advantage. Ukraine is at war. I don't think that Crimea is likely ever to return to Ukraine, which is a huge problem in a way for integrating Ukraine into Europe. Do you integrate all of Ukraine into Europe, even if that's aspirational, Or do you acknowledge that Ukraine has been truncated and limited and changed by the war, and you sort of integrate what you can into Europe? And we can discuss that question philosophically, but what seems clear to me is that the EU is just not designed for that set of circumstances, in part because the EU does have the security and defense component, that if you join the EU, it's not quite like Article 5, but there's something like that at work in the European Union. And so what would that mean? You know, if Ukraine does become a part of the European Union, and you assume that Crimea is a part of Ukraine, and therefore Crimea has become a part of the European Union, and there's a defense commitment that's a part of the arrangement, does that mean that Brussels is on the hook for going to war with Russia over Crimea? The question answers itself. It's an absurd question. It won't happen. And so we stand at an impasse. And I think the same is true with NATO, which is a transatlantic institution, of course, but it is formally, technically not designed for countries that have border disputes and border problems, which is one of the reasons that Russia invaded in 2014 and then again in 2022. It makes Ukraine impossible to bring into NATO for sort of legal technical reasons. But there are larger political reasons as well why it's very hard to bring a country that is at war into the NATO alliance. And you run into the exact same problem that the EU does with NATO. If you assume that Crimea is a part of Ukraine, which according to international law and in a way basic human understanding is correct, does that mean that NATO would be extending an Article 5 commitment to Crimea, which is of course currently occupied by Russian troops and full of Russian military installations, as it has been for a very, very long time? So it doesn't work. It's not really possible, and you can kind of see the discussion going in circles around these two things, that Ukraine is standing perpetually at the doorstep. And so it's with this in mind that I want to turn to the United States and offer just 2 points by way of conclusion about U.S. policy and where the U.S. is and how Europe can make use of the United States, how the transatlantic relationship can be instrumental and helpful and sort of deal with problems as opposed to being a source of problems. So the first point is that the Trump administration is not going to make any of this easy. There are, at the moment, I think, quite a few debits that accrue to the transatlantic relationship because of the approach the Trump administration has taken. And I think that these are obvious. I don't need to belabor them, but I do want to mention just a few of them. So one is seeming territorial claims that the U.S. has made on Greenland, which is the territory of a NATO ally, Denmark. That's not something that the U.S. is acting on, but is a sizable problem in terms of where things stand now with the transatlantic relationship. The tariffs and the trade wars that President Trump is conducting all across the globe, with China, with historic allies of the United States, with adversaries, with competitors, that trade war is very much being conducted with Europe. I mean, there's a truce in the trade war at the moment. There's terms that have been agreed to, but that trade war from Washington's side is really a burden to Europe and makes partnership much more difficult. So, that's a debit to the transatlantic relationship that, all Europeans, of course, are aware of. In terms of Trump administration policy toward Ukraine, there seem to have been, in my view, in the last 8-9 months, a lot of missteps. First of all, the Trump administration signaled on the campaign trail and then in office that it sort of wants to withdraw, not just from Ukraine, but from Europe. And so that puts a strong strategic advantage on the Russian side. I think that the failure of the Trump administration to go to Congress and to ask for greater material and financial support to Ukraine is a mistake.
Mr. Kimach, we have to a little bit summarize now your final points.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Very, very happily. So I'll leave aside the other debits of the Trump administration and conclude with the opposite point. One of the things that President Trump has demonstrated, and it echoes something that Alex was saying a moment ago about Armenia and Azerbaijan, is that Trump is willing to do messy diplomacy. He's willing to achieve imperfect outcomes, and he's willing to put bandages on situations, and he's willing to negotiate in very unconventional ways to resolve conflicts. Whether these conflicts stay resolved for a long time is an open question, but that's what Europe is going to have to do on Ukraine. It's going to have to do messy diplomacy. It's going to have to think in messy terms about the institutional arrangements Ukraine is going to have to Europe. It's going to have to think in very imperfect terms, and it's going to have to discard in some ways the very carefully wrought, consensus-driven procedures at which the EU excels to do a different kind of diplomacy over Ukraine, or else there will be no solution to the question of Ukraine's integration into Europe. I think it's either messy or not, and the fact that you have an American president who excels at messy diplomacy, this is my concluding word, may in fact be an asset to Europe in the situation regarding Ukraine's integration into the 21st century European project.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And sorry for interrupting you before, but we had a little bit to move ahead. We have the Q&A session as well. So we have, I think, 15 minutes or so for that part. Let me just briefly take advantage of my position here as the coordinator and just summarize a little bit and refer to what the minister said, and he stressed about the issue of the reconstruction, which is part of the Ukraine's future, and it seems that Greece has been very active in that field, rather than any other issues around the resolution of the conflict. And Alex and Michael as well, they of course pointed to the challenge of Trump administration, either whether we call it more transactionalist or like a messy diplomacy that we've heard. It poses both challenges and opportunities, let's say. Also, Alex incorporated or brought to us this more global perspective of the Ukrainian crisis and the Ukrainian ongoing war. And the last thing I would like to mention is this partial victory that was mentioned by our colleague from Washington, D.C., and I think for Ukraine, and I think that for all of us, this partial victory, we can imagine somehow what it means in territorial terms, but I don't know if we can actually think of what it means in political terms, which is, I think, a big question mark there. So I'm leaving you with these thoughts of mine as well, and I would be glad to now take any questions. We will start, I think, with questions from the audience, and you raise your hand, and please state your name and your affiliation. I'll take a couple of questions, 2-3 questions, I think, and then I'll give the floor to the speakers. Okay, and then if we have time, we have a second round. Yes.
Hello, thank you for that very wonderful panel. My name is Swasti Rao. I'm a professor of international relations at Indian University, and I work on Ukraine. I keep going to Ukraine to understand the war and all of that. So quick questions to anybody who would like to take it from the panel, that I keep hearing that the best security guarantees for Ukraine is a strong Ukrainian army. Because this circular, cyclical discussion of when Ukraine is going to get into NATO or EU, I think it's a bit of a lost cause right now. And on that note, I'd like to know from everybody here, what is the tangible plan in Europe to sort of invest more in Ukrainian defense? And second, what about the Russian, the assets that have been frozen? Because I've been hearing for 2 years now that you are using the interest on those assets, but what about doing more for Ukraine with respect to the money that is held in Europe?
Thank you. Another question, yeah, I can see there, on the back, on the left. Yeah.
Thank you for the recognition. My name is Sideras Eleftherios, and I'm a student of law at the National Kapodistrian University. I would like to ask if you agree on principle that once the war in Ukraine ends, Ukraine should be allowed to reconstruct with direct EU accession. Thank you.
Direct? A direct? EU? Okay. Okay. And I think there is another, yeah, another.
Thank you very much. My name is Kouvas Konstantinos, and I'm a PhD student in Pantheon University. So my question is quite simple, actually. Why doesn't the US government and the European nations send more weapons to Ukraine in order to win the war? what keeping them? Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
You
We can start. I guess each of us will have a few words to say. First of all, the alliance, and in this case, unfortunately, Europe tries to have a single voice, but it doesn't have a single voice. There are differences of opinion and nuances and so on and so forth. And that's just Europe, and then you have the US, and you have the previous US administration, the new US administration, so you can imagine the kind of points of view that exist, makes the whole issue of consensus quite difficult. I wouldn't say it's exactly the UN, but it's of a similar order of magnitude. Even the kind of agreement that we have reached already, I think it's a remarkable achievement. And of course, we should continue because it's not enough. So I echo, if you like, the sentiment of the questions, and I think that's the basis of all questions that were heard. But we must also understand the material and realistic requirements in order to have this consensus. So that's number one. Number two, I think in terms of what's happening, the most interesting currently developments are on the sanctions part. I think one thing that we've seen change from the first period of Trump's administration is the US willingness to press for widespread sanctions against Russia. So basically we're seeing a shift of mentality from the people saying bring more weapons to Ukraine or whatever to let's be much more strict on the sanction side and let's try to push part of this war on the economic sphere and through that. And that the interesting thing is that this ties with developments on the battlefield as well. To some extent, Ukraine is managing the active frontier as good as they can, while at the same time trying to move the war inside Russia and inside the economic sphere of Russia by hitting refineries, hitting its ability to export, hitting its ability to provide stable pricing and stable supply of fuel to its own citizens and so on and so forth. So that's I think the sphere where we will see whether the developments are going to be successful or not, but certainly they're interesting, and I think that's the space I would watch, number one. Number two, in terms of the military side of things, I think Ukraine increasingly is becoming and will become more important in the whole wider defense tech discussion. So after a while, I believe that the cooperation with Ukraine and the developments of the companies and the defense sector of Ukraine will be much more important for Europe in its own developments in terms of the drones. I mean, for sure, countries like Greece that don't have an active war certainly are 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 steps behind the current developments on the battlefield and the kind of, technology that's actually currently active. So now we see two defense tech centers of gravity. One is in Israel, as it has always been, because Israel is very active in this field, exactly because it feels as if it's in an active war, even if it has its own, it's a different kind of war anyway. I don't want to get too much into it. It's not a topic. And Ukraine is the second now center of gravity that will shape, and the kind of cooperation that Europe has with Ukraine will shape the defense industry of Europe as a whole. And I think the important issue here was mentioned already. I don't remember which of you two mentioned it, but I think the important issue here is that we have a very different European calculus. Now Ukraine, this time around in 2022, is part of Europe. In 2014 it wasn't. Even the symbolism of the Minsk Accords, that they happened in Minsk, is enough to show the kind of mentality and the fact that Russia was not part of the conflict as far as the accords, but the guarantor of of the discussions, like a third party in those discussions participating. So this is a thinking that was then, and also this, by the way, answers to those critics that say that we are pushing and we are, Europe is forcing this conflict upon Russia. The fact that we tried everything else and everything else failed by not pushing the conflict in 2014, even when the conflict erupted, we sort of closed our eyes and said, okay, there's no conflict, shows to what lengths Europe went in order to avoid the situation escalating to the place it is now. So that's the views coming from the questions that I heard.
Yeah, and just to illustrate the Minister's comments on Ukrainian drone capacity, you've gone from a country producing 5,000 drones in 2022 to one that now produces over 4 million a year and is constantly, right, innovating, integrating new technologies. It has real-life tests going on the battlefield. It's getting feedback. It's experimenting all the time. So this advance, by the way, so is Russia, right? That's the flip side of this, both of them. So this is a huge capability that Ukraine is developing. I would say to make territorial concessions politically acceptable, there needs to be progress on the other three issue areas that Ukraine values, right? To get, there's 18% of the Ukrainian public that will accept permanent Russian rule. Other 45%, this has been steady now for 2 years, will accept some sort of interim territorial concession, right? And then 60 won't accept any territorial concessions, so they say. But to get us over the line in terms of Ukrainian public opinion, there needs to be progress, not on the territorial side necessarily, but in other three areas. Reconstruction, as the minister said, this has changed from the idea of maybe a kind of a Marshall Plan of official aid to much more of a dynamic sort of private sector involvement. Accountability for Russian war crimes. We're not going to have a Nuremberg-style trial. That's not going to happen. But are there other ways, right, to record and ensure accountability for what has happened and certain atrocities, right? And I think creative thinking is also needed there. And then finally, the political situation has to be better than the status quo ante, and that's when we get into this sort of argument Michael makes about sort of messy integration. Something is needed, right, to show the Ukrainians that they are in a politically different situation than they were before the war, all those fronts.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Now, I think we have still with us Michael.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, I'll take the questions briefly in turn. Looking at the kind of political economy of the war, Europe has huge advantages. Europe is aggregate $20 trillion economy, and Russia is an aggregate $2 trillion economy. It's something that Europe has to use over the long term. But I think one of the practical challenges is when it comes to defense industrial investment is just not knowing where the war is going to go. It begins as an artillery war, it becomes a drone war. Maybe it will stay a drone war, maybe it will become something else. It's very, very difficult to know how to invest that money. And so hopefully Europe takes the approach of just diversifying that investment as much as possible. But to go back to the first question, there is a lot of cooperation, of course, between European industry and the Ukrainian military, and the minister's comments, I think, reinforce that about Ukraine now becoming organically a part of Europe. To go to the second question about the EU and EU accession, here I'll just again, sort of repeat my appeal for doing it messy style. If Ukraine is to be integrated into the EU, its territory will have to be defensible by the EU. And, Ukraine is, in American terms, the size of Texas. It's a huge country. It borders two adversaries at the moment, and probably long-term adversaries, Belarus and Russia. And, the job of deterring Russia in Europe and the NATO member states is rather awesome at the moment and difficult, and the Baltic states are very worried. Add Ukraine to that, and that job becomes 2 times, 3 times, 4 times more difficult. So I don't think that the EU is going to absorb Ukraine anytime in the future. I think some alternate arrangement has to be constructed, and probably constructed in a messy fashion. But the EU can, to summarize, the EU can only absorb what it can defend and also what it can deter from happening in the future. Another of the lessons from 2014, 2015. And then finally, about why the US and Europe don't send enough weapons to win the war, because winning the war is not on the ledger, point blank. To win the war, you really have to defeat Russia, a nuclear power, and that doesn't seem possible to me. And also, the pure military investment that would be needed, forgetting about defeating Russia, to get all of the Russian soldiers out of Ukraine would be orders of magnitude greater than what the US and European countries are willing to commit to. So that's a political matter, perhaps, but that politics is, I think, crystal clear. And so you have to, in a way, go to the war with the tools that you have. And so finally, since that question was asked by a student, I would really urge you as a student to look at the history of the Cold War, in which unconditional surrender and defeat of the opponent was never the objective. It was always something else. We can learn a lot strategically from that body of knowledge.
Let me just say one slightly different position from what the professor said about Europe and whether it's ready. Of course, it's not designed for a messy entrance. I mean, but there is a president, and that's the president of Cyprus. So we know very well that Cyprus has entered the European Union, but not with full control of its territory. So I'm not saying that this is something that can be copied exactly as it is in Cyprus, but all I'm saying is that Europe has demonstrated flexibility in the past in terms of its institutional makeup and what it can accommodate and what it cannot accommodate. Of course, here we have an active war. In Cyprus, it was a totally frozen, still is a totally frozen conflict. So it has, at least we can see that Europe has shown some creativeness in the way it's dealing with difficult situations.
Okay, we still have a few minutes left. So if there is any other question from the floor, would be happy to take it. The gentleman here.
Thank you. I'm Jonathan Cohen. I'm a retired U.S. ambassador, and I'm a distinguished fellow at RUSI. And my question is, if the European Union is a community of norms and values, and if one of the strongest norms is the prohibition on acquisition of territory by military force, how can you accept in principle making territorial concession on Ukraine? And if that's the way this war has to end, how do you do it without accepting the principle that Thucydides was right, and the strong will do what they can, and the weak will suffer what they must?
Okay, thank you. Another question, and the gentleman there, on the right there. There are two questions, the gentleman and then the...
My name is Dimitris Stamoulis. I'm a recent graduate of the LLM in Public International Law here at the National Capital Eastern University. My question pertains to what Mr. Kimmage mentioned about the Trump administration's messy diplomacy and how that can be an asset for Europe in bringing the war to an end in Ukraine. And my question is really, do you think that European leadership is unwilling or unable to engage in such messy diplomacy? Thank you.
Okay, and I think, yes.
Hello, I'm Panos Solanopoulos. I'm an economist and more than 15 years in energy. I want to ask if you believe that European Union play all the cards in religious diplomacy regarding Russia and Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can
Yeah, we can wrap up, I guess. Just a few words. Ambassador, you're right. You are an ambassador, so you have, this is the million-dollar question for diplomacy, principles versus realism, and how we balance those things. Professor mentioned before that winning is not on the cards. If that's the case, that's of course an estimate or a position. Then you have to do to make difficult and tough choices. They're not ours to make; it's Ukraine's to make. I mean, and I think that's a principal stance that we have to all agree. And as was already mentioned, there has to be a balance. You cannot just give everything. You have to gain in some respect for something to be acceptable to the people involved. So it's a question of ensuring that we create the right conditions for the negotiations to actually end the war. And hopefully this can be done in a principled sort of way. Now, in general, I think Europe can engage in messy diplomacy, and this is part of the optimism that was created after Gaza. This is the reason why people started thinking in terms of various other conflicts, and Ukraine was a pertinent one, in terms of whether there's a window of opportunity if all of us sort of are more active and engaging. The good thing as well was that we saw, I think, at least from my point of view, for the first time, very fast reflexes from the US administration. They announced the Hungarian conference. As soon as that was not anymore on the cards, the sanctions followed through a few days later. So this was not the previous case of in 40 days, in 2 weeks. The 2 weeks became 1 month, and the 1 month whatever. So up to now, we've seen a lot of talking. Now, for the first time, it was very, very, the maneuvers were fast. So I'm hopeful that, assuming that the pace continues to be there and the expediency from everybody involved, Europe, US included, then I'm reasonably optimistic that we can see developments on the ground. But of course, that's anybody's guess.
Mr. Kimaj, if you would like to comment briefly.
So the
I have
first.
a question.
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Yeah, the first question, just give a very bland answer, but the one that seems true to me, that norms and values are integral to this situation, but only to the degree that they can be enforced. And that's been difficult. I think Alex, Professor Cooley mentioned that there won't be war crimes tribunals, although there should be, and that's just a question of enforcement. But I would also say that the United States and Europe have achieved a lot in terms of the defense of norms and values and principles, especially of sovereignty in Ukraine, by the amount of commitment shown over the last 4 years. So there's an imperfect, sort of level of achievement there, but the level of achievement, all things considered, I think is rather high. For the second question, just about the war to end, I would moderate that or modify that for the war to diminish. I don't think that we can really speak of ending the war now. We don't have the means to do so, but we can make it smaller. And I think Europe is totally capable of messy diplomacy. The minister mentioned Cyprus, which is a wonderful example. I think in a way, Europe, and it's a good thing on balance, is a victim of its extraordinary success after 1991. We have all kinds of peaceful integration, very robust practice of norms and values. And then in 2014, Europe hits a limit, an end to a degree to that easy project and has to contend with a very difficult adversary, Russia. And so that is going to compel, for the foreseeable future, a very messy kind of diplomacy. But the capacity is certainly there. Maybe the recent practice of it is somewhat limited because Europe has just been going since 1991 from success to success. And we now live in a different world. But after all, Machiavelli is not an American thinker. He's a European thinker, and there are countless examples in the European diplomatic tradition, European diplomatic history of, sort of messy and also very creative diplomacy.
Okay, thank you. If there is there any other question? I think we can conclude because, yes, let me see the time. We can conclude because we have another panel as well. So thank you for being with us in this transatlantic connection as well that we had due to the technology. Stay with us. We have the next very interesting panel to attend after the break. Thank you.
4:30 ξαναρχίζουμε. Ξεκινάμε πάλι σε 5 λεπτά. Ξεκινάμε σε 5 λεπτά καθώς το επόμενο πάνελ είναι εδώ. Οπότε παρακαλώ πάρτε θέση για να ξεκινήσουμε τη συζήτησή μας. Συζήτηση. Ναι. Παρακαλώ αν θέλετε καθίστε για να μπορέσουμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
Please be seated so that we can start on time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Που παραμένετε κοντά μας.
Please stay with us. I would like to invite Mrs. Alexandra Papadopoulos, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, as well as my dear colleague Victoria Dendrinou on the Athens Bureau Chief, Bloomberg News, to start this discussion. As you please, as you please. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for your presence here. Thank you indeed, Minister. Victoria, my dear, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello to all. Thank you very much for being here today. We have a discussion on the US-Greek relations, which is an always timely matter, especially this conjunction, especially during the last weeks. My name is Victoria Andrenou. I'm head of Bloomberg, and until March, I was in Washington to cover the US administration, so it's a matter that is of my interest as well. And of course, I have next to me Ms. Papadopoulou, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who has already been in Washington. She has been ambassador there, and she has served in the USA as a diplomat in the past. So she is the most competent person to have this discussion. Ms. Papadopoulou, I would like to start with a more general question, because throughout your career as diplomat, I feel that you monitor the US foreign affairs and the US-Greek relations for the last decades. So please do tell me, in this historic framework, where do we stand now between Greece and the US? Are we good, not good? So what is the state of play right now when it comes to the US-Greek relations? Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for this opportunity. Sometimes, I think that I started my career with the US-Greek relations as a young diplomat in the team that negotiated the basis many years ago. The US-Greek relations have a historic depth. They have a deep content and also a future ahead, which is affected by the past but also shaped based on the worldwide developments. If we think the pathway of these relations, let me take, for instance, from World War II and onwards. There have been many phases, mainly positive ones, but also with some negative breaks, which were due to choices made by the US foreign affairs as they were perceived in Greece. So there are some issues of choices and perception, how this was perceived in our country, that is. At this phase, I think that these relations are flourishing in the last years. 15 or 20 years ago, nobody could have believed that. Now they are at a point of depth and width that we have never witnessed before, since World War II onwards, since the 70s, that is. They are covering all phases. It's not just in defense, it's also in trade, in society. It comes in geopolitical terms. This partnership is geopolitical, so the challenge is not for them to be improved, but we must keep them at this level and get a step forward by going through the geopolitical turmoil that is happening around us. Possibly this is more difficult than improving them, because it takes a big sense of the future, of what is coming ahead, and a sense of where Greece belongs. I'm going to talk about Greece in this new world security architecture that is being shaped. Challenges that exist until the final shape, how these are tackled in the balance of the geographical space where we are, and how the US can perceive and analyze the cost that these balances have for our country. You talked about the historic background and geography. These are factors that we cannot change. What changes every time in the conjuncture is the administration in force in the US. I would like to ask you, we've been there at the end of the first Trump administration, now we are in the second one. How do you see the foreign affairs of Trump administration and how this has changed from the first to the second? Many people are saying that it is quite transactional. How do you see that? And could Greece win something over that? Well, first of all, I think that foreign affairs do not change in its basics, because there are factors that define foreign affairs, and these do not change, like geography, like main interests, like the economy, the different needs of every country. So, in essence, foreign affairs of Trump 2 is a continuation of Biden foreign affairs, which is a continuation of foreign affairs Trump 1, and a continuation of foreign affairs of Obama. And let me give you an example. the shift towards the east, towards Asia that is, this started under the Obama administration and it continued throughout all other American administrations because the interests of the US and the developments in the world, as well as some financial realities like globalization, like progress of technology that is being used, or rather that is using another type of fossil fuel that exists in Asia, population, consumption, all these factors lead the US towards Asia. This did not change over administrations. Many times the means change, the rhetoric changes, the approach changes, but not the essence. We must have that in mind, and the next administration will follow the same foreign affairs. I will not talk about Greece. Let's see how the US approach China. This is stable, that China has been highlighted as the biggest challenge for the USA. It didn't change under any administration. The means and the methods, yes, they do change. They adapt to the priorities of each administration according to the domestic audience and what they're trying to achieve internally. According to the style, the ideology, this change, yes, but not the gist, not the essence. We must have that in mind, even if when we're talking about US-Greek relations. Yes, but you are presenting the US foreign affairs as a stable factor. But during the last 10 months, we feel that there is a president who is not stable in some issues like Ukraine. There is an unstable policy. How a country like Greece can define or forge a strategy vis-à-vis the USA when, on the other hand, there are changes of this type? I think that you see foreign affairs meaning the tree, but we should look into the forest and not into the tree. What do I mean by that? When it comes to Ukraine, the methodology changed, not the gist, not the essence. I remember during the last years of Biden administration, the discussion of Ukraine going away from Ukraine and that Ukraine was a European matter, not a US matter, was widespread in the US. Another president came with a totally different style, with a different approach that was related to the domestic profile and his aspiration within the domestic audience. A president who is more outspoken. He is using vocabulary or terminology that is not the classical diplomatic one, but he's saying some things that was listed in the Congress by Democrats as well, not just by Trump. America first, the notion of America first. It's not the first time this is being used by the US administration. And you know what? We cannot believe that there is one administration that has not set its own country above all. What we see as a positive of President Trump is that we see a re-engagement of the USA in a more intense way in areas of crisis. Always have been saying that we need American leadership and we need the US not to leave crisis regions like the Middle East. So we saw a re-engagement of the USA. When it comes to the transactional character, I'm sorry to say, but the one who is behind every choice, because each country is defending its own interest, President Trump is quite eloquent and he doesn't feel that he has to hide it. But I haven't seen any country not promoting its own interest, so I'm not that impressed. His style is a bit bizarre, I get it, but the gist remains the same. And having in mind that the main lines are the same, where does the Trump administration focus on? The Middle East, a stable focal point for the USA, Asia, when it comes to China, and the trade routes of the Indo-Pacific, a stable point, and Latin America, an equally stable point ever since the era of President Reagan. I can remember the intervention of the USA to Latin America. The means are more intense. It happens in a different way, in a more communicative way for sure, but the areas are the same. Thinking now of the US-Greek relations, This does not mean that with this administration Greece is less important. It means that it is equally important as it has always been, because what our country has, something which is stable, is its geography, its stable positioning and orientation, the dynamic character of its own people, and of course the possibility to exercise soft power, diplomacy of soft power in the wider region. These are the points offered by Greece to the USA, to the US-Greek relations. This has always been the case for Greece. In their own way, they can be evaluated by each administration. To me, the big change of President Trump comes domestically within the US, not in foreign affairs. You talked about Asia and China in particular as a point that chronically the US administration focused on. And even if it comes in terms of communication, we see from the current administration in Washington a big pressure on different countries worldwide when it comes to the presence of China in strategic infrastructure. For instance, ports, Canada, Australia, there's too much pressure to regain control of their own ports. In Greece, we have the Chinese presence in Piraeus. It is a privatization that has taken place for the last many years. Is there a general concern that pressure could be exerted from the USA vis-à-vis this topic? Is it a legitimate concern? And what should the Greek government do if there's any pressure from the US? The effort to regain control over strategic stock, the ports, infrastructure, etc., is not in terms of communication, it is a substantial one. As long as competition between US and China increases, and this depends on the rise of the Chinese power, the more this aspiration of the US becomes harder and more intense. So it is clear that this will happen, and it will continue. Already in the USA, there are many discussions about how they must tackle China from harder to softer forms of reaction. It is a discussion that will continue. It's not static, The different methods of foreign affairs are not something static. In Greece now, there is a Chinese investment, the port of Piraeus. It is well known to the US how this investment ended up to Chinese factors. When I was an ambassador there, when they asked me in the Congress, I said, I'm sorry, but to a great extent, it was your own choice, the choice of the Americans and the Europeans, because Greece had no other choice. We should privatize the port. So it's not a matter saying that why did it happen. We all know what happened. Now, in this competition between the US and China that covers too many layers, and whole Europe is invited to take a stance. It's a wider topic. Greece is trying to keep balance. Our orientation is pretty clear. There's no reason to repeat that. But also it is clear our need to keep balance with another part of the world, as other Europeans are doing as well. We must see that in a wider framework about politics that are being shaped in Brussels along with other partners. And as I told you, it's not a static tackling. There is no other big Chinese investment in Greece now, like the one in the port of Piraeus. We're taking into account the skepticism and the concerns raised by the US. Besides, we're allies in NATO, it's logical to do so, but we must keep a specific balance that a country like Greece, due to our position in the EU, we must keep. I meant to ask you about previous week. When it comes to the US, it was quite timely due to the big tech conference in Greece and the agreements signed in energy. There is a feeling, it might be a wishful thinking, you're going to tell us so, that all this intense entrepreneurial presence in Greece and the energy agreement signed will be pretty helpful in the security of Greece. That is, the presence of American businesses or financial interests will be helpful to the security of our country. Is this valid or not? The conference that took place last week was very successful. We cannot put that in doubt when it comes to participation, when it comes to quality and numbers. Many important discussions took place in the framework of this conference. The security of a country is not just a matter of defense. It includes too many sectors, from cybersecurity to energy. Energy is a very important parameter of security. So, if Greece becomes an energy hub, this increases the geopolitical footprint of our country, but also the security of our country per se. When Greece can play a significant role in the energy independence of Europe, because this is at stake now, it's not just about our domestic energy needs, about the energy needs of Central and Eastern Europe, Moldavia and Ukraine. Now, when you do have a critical role in the energy security of Europe, then for sure your own position becomes more important in the wider framework. All agreements are judged from implementation, and all agreements should be implemented. I truly believe that there must be a certain level of enthusiasm that these will move on in the long run and may be expanded. For sure, it depends on other developments. Europe is in need. In terms of energy, Europe is hungry. If we cut off the Russian sources, then Europe should find some alternatives. Right now, Alexandroupolis has become one of the main new hubs, which is a project that Greece has been working on for the last many years. At least for the last 5 years, it has been a reality. And we have moved on with a very good result. There are many steps to make it even better. At the same time, Greece is working on other energy corridors, like towards the Western Balkans and Central Europe. Later on, transfer of electricity from the Middle East, the GSI cable, and all that, as well as from Egypt towards Europe. It's important for our country to be highlighted as an important player in the framework of the new reality pertaining to Europe and the rest of the world. As you've said, this is taking place in the framework of the full independence of Europe on Russia. All these agreements that we are discussing come for a specific timeline that goes beyond the mandate of the US administration right now, and possibly it might overcome the war in Ukraine, hopefully. We're talking about many years later. Is there any concern that right now there will be an excessive dependence in the US on a future that cannot be predicted?
Well, what Europe has been trying to do is to stop being dependent on anyone, as was the case with Russia. And of course, there will not be any repeated dependence. Even after the end of the war in Ukraine, never will Europe again let itself depend and rely too much on Russia. By the way, the Russian system is obsolete. That even before Russia's invasion, there were questions and doubts about the sustainability of energy supply from Russia. So I believe that the ending of the war and the fear that after the end of the war we will go back to the situation pre-invasion will not actually materialize. Now, when it comes to the new U.S. Administration, these are long-term infrastructure projects, so they do not depend on a single administration. I mean, Europe needs to find a source of energy. In the case of Alexandroupolis, we have the US, but somehow they need to find their way to Europe. This is mathematics. So I don't see why this will stop being implemented. And of course, it has a potential to be further expanded. In the meantime, I don't know what could emerge. Discussions are being held about renewables, stepping into renewables from the northern Europe's air, for example, and wind, excuse me. But in the meantime, many projects will be implemented. To what extent will this implementation be difficult? It depends on investments. Thank God we did have a terminal here in Greece even before invasion. And so we were already advanced. Now we do have two. But it's a matter of investments. Allow me to ask you now about Turkey. President Trump has occasionally expressed even some degree of admiration to Erdogan. So does this raise any concern with Greece? The fact that currently and for the time being there is an American president who openly admits of having friendly relations with Erdogan, etc. Well, my personal take is that Greece is not defined from Turkey. We are totally different. We have different systems, different methods to exercise foreign policy. One is in the east, one is in the west. We have different ambitions, different objectives. We even have different internal ambitions. The average or the ordinary Greek want different things from the ordinary Turk. So even in an ideal scenario, the two countries could be complementary, which is not the case now. So Turkey has been pursuing its own policy and we are pursuing ours. President Trump has said that he is fond of Erdogan. Well, that's fine and that's personal. No one can challenge that. But at the end of the day, he is an American president who is fond of American interests. Yes, but there are some widespread concerns that in this new world order, all of a sudden, Greece could lose ground. Well, if this is the case, it will be due to our own personal choices and not because of Turkey. I mean, reasonably, Turkey is trying, of course, to manage to have a better position in this new environment, arguing that it has a unique geographical position, which is true. It's 80 million population, dynamic young people, a dynamic economy, because, of course, it's a big country. I mean, objectively, it does have some advantages, and Turkey is trying to promote those advantages. On the other hand, many advantages also exist here in Greece. The relations between Greece and Turkey have never been reciprocally or mutually excluded or interchangeable. Turkey is an unstable partner which changes position often, whereas Greece is more reliable, more stable, and more welcome, as you have seen, while there is some degree of distrust vis-à-vis Turkey and its ambitions in many corners of the world. On the other hand, you cannot possibly ask for Turkey to take steps backwards and to retreat, but this is not necessarily to the detriment of Greece. It is up to us to promote our own interests and to promote our advantages, as we have done so far, and of course promote our strengths. And these strengths are unique. Greece, first and foremost, does have a degree of acceptance which Turkey cannot enjoy. And this acceptance has to do with the political systems, because the political systems and the regimes do not feel threatened by Greece, and this makes a great deal of difference. Well, I'm realizing that we are running out of time, and we have not even mentioned the European Union, which per se is very important. But before I ask you, I would like to see whether there are any remarks or questions from the public. If not, I will continue with a question on European affairs. Okay. You know very well the European affairs and European situation, so you know that it is difficult to find a common understanding in various European issues. Now, we see that currently this is a conjuncture where most countries focus on their bilateral relations with the US. Do you believe that this is dangerous for the European Union, that it can weaken its position internationally? You know, the US have always preferred to have bilateral rather than multilateral relations. First, because they found it difficult to understand the system of Brussels, and every ambassador in Brussels used to feel desperate about not being able to have the position that was expected. So this always has been the case. But of course, this is also a change in the policy methods of President Trump. President Trump has even more upgraded that. Now, as far as Greece is concerned, our foreign policy has two pillars. One is our participation in the European Union, and second, our participation in NATO. One cannot be sacrificed, and the other cannot be sacrificed. So one should not exclude the other. The European Union currently shows its strengths, but also its weaknesses. And because the European Union is an ongoing undertaking, and this is one of its assets, I am confident that this global crisis will be used to cover its weaknesses and promote its strengths. I'm saying that as a pro-European. Now, the European Union, in the case of war in Ukraine, has showed unity and resistance and resilience, although it also entailed many sacrifices for a series of countries, including Greece. So that was a strength of ours. The fact that in front of a violation of international law and a threat against safety at the heart of Europe, Europe has been up to the task. In the middle, of course, there are some divergences in the stances between some member states of the European Union when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes especially to their reactions. And this has to be further discussed. There's no disagreement in the EU when it comes to the humanitarian part of the Middle Eastern crisis, but there are disagreements when it comes to the management of the political issue. And this is something that needs to be thoroughly discussed. The European Union has also to address serious economic challenges, considering the fact that the current administration uses trade as a weapon of foreign policy more openly than the Europeans can manage, let's say, slightly more, yeah. But in that case, there are shared interests. And even if some countries try to get some exceptions, etc., at the end of the day, the European market is a single market, and the future is a shared future. So it is clear that some try to find ways out of the problem, but I have not seen any serious disagreement to the fact that we need, for example, to have relations with the US as a single unity. Now, the European Union maybe is weak because it has never managed to give a real economic basis to its existence. This is where the European problem lies, and it has nothing to do with the US or anyone else. This has to do with the European Union itself. I mean, by being a hybrid model between an international and transnational entity, advocating for human rights and the rule of law, because this is, of course, a cornerstone, and also its financial vigor, it has tried to exercise foreign policy using those weapons. But this does not suffice. So the challenge is to give a deeply political power to this soft power, which it already has. The European third parties sometimes see the European Union as a financing entity, as an ATM machine of a bank, which should not be the case. But this is up to us at the European Union to resolve. A very, very concise last question to follow up on the Greek-American relations. Now, in this conjuncture and against this backdrop, what is the major risk in this relation, and what is the biggest window of opportunity for the next 2-3 years? The biggest opportunity for Greece is to strengthen our position, so to promote successfully our strengths, our assets, and the biggest risk is to erroneously or mistakenly read developments. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Papastavro is already here, so I would kindly ask all of you to take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so that we can start.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much. We would like to welcome Minister of the Environment and Energy, Mr. Stavros Papastavro. We would like to thank him so much for being here on the occasion of the Athens Security Forum. Some days after a universally acknowledged success of Hellenic policy, the meeting of the Ministers of Energy at Zapion Mansion, and the agreements executed, which pave the way for a whole new energy and environment future for the whole region. I am delighted to have Yorgos Mandelas, the dear colleague, director of Ta Nea newspaper, has accepted to moderate this discussion. Thank you so much for your time, because I know how busy your schedule has been. So, Mr. Mandelas and Minister, please take your seats in order to open this discussion. Thank you.
Γεια σας και πάλι.
Hello again. It's a privilege for us to have together with us Mr. Papastavro today, for a simple reason, because he was the leading figure of these days, these past days, and his presence here today will allow us to get many doubts or questions answered. Questions which were raised last year during the meeting which was held upon your initiative, Minister, right? Yes. First and foremost, I would like to raise a question, a simple question. How interesting, or to what an extent it is interesting today to serve as a Minister of the Environment? Well, it is very interesting indeed, because the Ministry of the Environment and Energy has been covering a whole range of activities that affect everyday life of Greek citizens. So either we have to do with important agreements which will support and strengthen our energy supply and efficiency, or our efforts to put some order in the existence of 750 water sewage providers in Greece, and our efforts to address problems with the shortage of water, or it has to do with the maritime special planning, or even urban planning, that is land planning in general, is a very interesting activity of mine. And of course, it's not only me. I have plenty of excellent cooperators and partners. I have to admit that now last May, and the efforts that started back then when with Nikos Tsafos and with the IEP, so the Greek Hydrocarbon Organization, Mr. Stefatos, we had a trip. That was the first trip you had, if I'm not wrong, when you took office, right? Yes. So we traveled all the way to ExxonMobil with 10,000 employees, And the American Secretary of the Environment invited me, and we had a discussion. He told me that through PTEC we do have relations with Europe. I did not even know what PTEC stood by. I mean, I tried to decipher the acronym, but it was so difficult for me to understand. And it was PTEC, but you know, under the Biden administration, PTEC had also a double C climate, which was later eliminated and living only cooperation. So, however, when he said that the U.S. cooperate in the framework of PTEC with the European Union, I said, why not organizing the next one in Greece? And so while we were discussing, we were expecting something like 100 of delegates. And, you know, last May there was a debate in America pertaining to the energy future of Europe and the relations with Russia for Nord Stream 2. So you remember the Financial Times cover. So Russia was there. Well, that you know, the planning had not been finalized back then. The fact that both Europe and the US have decided to decouple, or rather to design, let's say, the decouple, because of course it takes much effort to decouple from Russia, created a window of opportunity for us so that Greece could become one of the countries that would facilitate decoupling. A question. The history with Exxon and the revival of interest had already started, or did it start back then on the occasion of that meeting, that trip? Well, let me be frankly and open. The first meeting with Exxon was not very good, did not work out so well, meaning that Exxon has demanding time frames. I mean, Exxon is the biggest listed oil company in the world, okay? I mean, Aramco is not listed, so Exxon is the biggest, the largest company. And they have different terms, different projects, and term and conditions. They are very demanding when it comes to the trust you need to do. So that was a project that lagged behind. Yeah, well, they considered that there was no political will to implement it. And when they saw that with Chevron we accelerated without sacrificing the public interests, that was an element that when we re-met in the Milan Castec, ExxonMobil had decided to proceed. I mean, they had seen that there was some kind of an energy realism. Generally speaking, I suppose all of you know very well that in America there is some kind of distrust on whether that hyper activity, legislative activity in Europe may be a hurdle for entrepreneurship due to all the regulatory restrictions and so on and so forth. And they saw that in the case of our country, there was a country compliant with European obligations, but also energy-wise realistic and pragmatic. And I would like to remind you the article by the Prime Minister on Financial Times advocating for green transition in realistic terms, which resonate with the Americans. I suppose that many things have happened and many things have changed that brought about the execution and the signature of that agreement. Well, let me also remind you the meeting of Prime Minister with John Ardick, who is in charge of the international explorations, and that also made some difference. Okay. What is the exact agreement with Exxon? What was agreed upon with Exxon last week, Minister? Fine. We have the participation with 60% ExxonMobil with the two Greek companies on Block 2. The 2Ds and 3D measurements have already been performed. So the drilling is expected to take place in the first semester of 2027, even earlier, but this is not our objective. And if this takes place in the first months of 2027, and of course the field need to be able to be commercialized, then in 2030 there may be a commercial operation of that. But what has not been highlighted is that if we make sure that these deposits can be commercialized, then our country, apart from Block 2, where exploration shall be performed, political point of view and from a financial point of view. So, in most likelihood, probably we will see some development also in the blocks southern to Crete. Well, yes, but I know, I have to say that in Norway, a country which has ensured the future of the future generation thanks to its drillings. 18 drillings were required in order to make money out of that. What I mean is that we need to be meticulous and professional, because this is the only way to pave the way for tomorrow. So for Exxon, what is clear is that for ExxonMobil to decide to take such an active role, there are promising prospects. But if this will materialize or not, it takes some time. Okay, so we have a, let's say, a milestone in 2030. You know, if in 2027 we find that the deposit can be used commercial, then you have a financial advantage which will be leveraged in 2030. Okay, let me ask you, what kind of infrastructure is necessary if the gas deposit is indeed bankable? I'm saying that considering the vertical axis designed from Alexandroupolis northbound, which is expected to have an impact not only on mining, but also on the subsequent steps. So what kind of critical infrastructure is expected? Thank you for your question. Although we have all welcomed the decoupling and the decision taken by Greece, thanks to our shipping, to our geopolitical position, thanks to the financial stability and political stability, thanks to the fact that there are private companies with talented executives like Energean, Hellenic Energy, ADMIE, HEDNO, that is DESFA, so the operators of natural gas and electricity operators, the Kopelouzos group. Let me remind you that on the very first day of the conference, the discussions were amongst businessmen. So this is the new reality. 1,200 delegates from 300 companies, from Comco, from Chevron, from Exxon. All those people did not see a private market in Greece, vaguely speaking. They talked with their peers from Greek companies, engineers who have participated in complicated projects, the interconnection of Athens to Crete. You know, I mean, they found a private sector which was mature enough and willing to cooperate. But decoupling from Russian natural gas requires a series of steps that are not easy. First, what we agreed upon at the Council of Ministry when it comes to the Nord Stream natural gas is very important. We will meet with Mr. Georgensen together with Mr. Tsapos, because we believe that there needs to be a forum, because it is very, I mean, it will be very difficult to make a distinction between natural gas from Russia and Azerbaijan. So we want the pipeline to close there? Well, we don't want to receive any natural gas from Russia renamed non-Russian, renamed as being from Azerbaijan. I mean, we need to put in place the necessary audits that will make sure that no Russian gas will ever reach here. So what we have managed to do, we have managed to have an opt-out to when natural gas from Turk Stream will arrive, we will a priori consider it as being Turkish unless you prove it is not the other way around. So initially it is considered Russian and only and the other party needs to prove it is not. In case of a so we do have a circumvention from Turk Stream. Second, we need far-reaching and big-scale infrastructure. Greece does have infrastructure, but we need to upgrade with an additional FSRU or other pipelines, maybe. And of course, all this infrastructure is capital intensive. So in order to fund it, the necessary infrastructure for the vertical pipeline, so to be able to reach the storage place. I mean, Ukraine, or rather, says the speaker, overall Europe can store 200 BCM, 30 out of which are located in Ukraine. But to reach there, we need capital-intensive infrastructure, which entail long-term agreement, which will allow the projects to be bankable. So there's a whole range of steps that need to be taken. The first multi-annual Venture Global agreement was entered into. Spain today proceeded with a similar one. There are some infrastructure today, but many conditions need to apply, which should not be taken for granted. Suffice it to say that yesterday we had a meeting with a joint venture to see how we will proceed about Block 2, and tomorrow we go to Turkey for Turk Stream. So what I mean is that we are accelerating because this is a very important development for our country. It indeed reserves a special place for us, and of course the US has a legislation which imposes the protection of the infrastructure and territory that receives American natural gas. Well, allow me to ask a question I intended to ask later. Have you thought about any possible reactions from the Turkish lobby, meaning at the diplomatic level or other, meaning that a pipeline that crosses Turkey and that gives strength to Turkey in a fortnight could even end up closing? Well, yes, it is a multifaceted issue, of course. On the other hand, the Turkish calculus did not take into due consideration the importance attached by the US on decoupling from Russian natural gas. So we would like to welcome Her Excellency the Ambassador of France. Welcome. I was saying that, well, you remember that for too long, many were critical against the government, arguing that, well, it's correct to support Ukraine. It is a blunt invasion, yes, but you see that Turkey is smarter vis-à-vis the US and Russia, whereas we were taken as granted with its negative meaning. But President Trump publicly appeared as asking Turkey to proceed with the decoupling. So you see that we were not granted, but we were rather stable. And it is better to be stable and dedicated against any kind of illegal occupation, of course, and invasion, because of course we have in the back of our mind also the Turkish invasion and occupation in Cyprus. So you see that at the end of the day, even Turkey needs to make a choice. Decoupling from natural gas is one of the few issues that the European Union and the US agree upon. And on top of the vertical axis, let me add also this. Do you remember that in the meeting between von der Leyen and Trump in Scotland, in the framework of the new framework agreement, the basic pillar for us to be entitled to the 15% duties, 750 billion euro were agreed upon for the next 3 years in energy. So energy, apart from being a pillar of our bilateral cooperation with the US, ends up being a basic pillar for the cooperation between the EU and the US. Decoupling from Russian natural gas, in that case, is also crucial. Okay, let's assume that tomorrow morning, all of a sudden, the situation between Russia and Ukraine is resolved and the war ends. Have you ever thought that Russia will put pressure again on Europe to supply cheaper natural gas? I mean, cheaper than American LNG, at least. Well, whoever says that they can foresee what will happen, are not cannot do that. What I can say is that Dark Burden said that the decision taken by the US for an overall decoupling from Russian natural gas for all the countries along the vertical axis is important because thanks to the supply of American LNG, peace and growth can be achieved and objectives which have not been achieved by NATO itself. In other words, decoupling from Russian natural gas is perceived by the US not only as a decoupling from a merchandise, but rather as an important means to reach peace and stability. And so this is not a short-term approach. The 20-year agreements executed by the American companies are contracts, are agreements which have shown a long-term commitment. Do you mean the agreement entered into with DEPA and Actor for the supply of LNG? Well, yes, of course. I mean, for the American companies to be able to proceed with an agreement and for the necessary infrastructure to be built, all players need to be able to rely on a long-term planning. Have we already found client? What do you mean? Well, you know, sooner or later, the issue... Well, already 2 agreements have been executed. Are these agreements real agreements or draft agreement? Well, there is one from Romania. No, there is Transgas, Romanian Transgas. And I don't remember the Ukrainian name. A company from Romania and a company from Romania, both state companies, similar to our DEPA or DESPA, I don't know exactly the corresponding name, which, acknowledging the long-term need for American LNG, they have drawn the draft contract, which, of course, will be finalized in the next 2-3 months. Okay, let us now talk about the maritime blocks southern to Crete. Where do we stand there? Well, the agreement with Chevron and Hellenic Energy is about to finalize so that it will be submitted to the attention of the Court of Auditors and then to the Parliament by the end of the year or at the beginning of 2026 to be approved so that then geophysical and seismic explorations and investigations are performed. Here we lag behind as against Block 2. So we are still at the phase when seismic investigation needs to be performed in order to evaluate whether drilling may be performed. So with Action will be in 2027, where with Chevron will be in 2030. But for the first time, Greece eventually is maturing a process which started many, many years ago. And this is an investment for future generations, for all. There's no, it is beneficial for all political parties. And it was a national cause which was launched many years ago by a previous government, and we all need to join forces here because this goes beyond any political confrontation. I do respect who have an ideological approach, even if opposite. I do believe that natural gas will be a transitional fuel, but any other confrontation should not be acceptable. I mean, it is one of those delicate issues, nationally strategic issues, where there's no room for political disagreement. Because if these deposits can be exploited, then these will mark an increase in public revenue, able to help our welfare state, social state, and our home country to thrive. Thank you.
In Crete, I'm a bit skeptical. We're too optimistic because, above all other issues, drillings, research, proofs, in practice, that there is something. There is the EZ issue. Yes, you're right, there is the EZ. What about the won't you face, or shall we sort it out, the EZ? Since they're going to drill and see that there is something bankable there, so automatically the EZ will be solved. Well, let me tell you. Even in June, that there was the Libyan case in front of the US. Even in July, that the MOU happened of Libya with Turkey, and all videos were launched. If we see the annex describing the blocks on the MOU, the blocks that were included in the agreement between the Turkish and the Libyan companies, the blocks of Libya respected the medium line. Why? Because Libya, by 90% of its income, 90%, I repeat, of its income comes from hydrocarbons, not just the offshore, but the onshore as well. So Libya knows that if it violates the word mercatoria, if it infringes the rules that exist in different trade relationships, then the blockade that it had from the global oil market would be permanent. In order to be accepted by the global oil market, it must respect the word mercatorial. Even in the period of the biggest tension, the blocks respected the medium line. All right, let me make a remark here. We south or southwest of Crete, we have Chevron. From the lower part of the median line, which is Libya, there is again an American multinational. Am I right? I think that yes, but I cannot say. I think it's Exxon. I know that in March, when we accepted the interest on March 26, the first week of March, there was a roadshow of the oil company of Libya to Texas. The most important is that we went to Washington, having first visited Texas. This is of paramount importance in my view, because for the US, energy, or rather, nobody could read what right now is being said by the two US secretaries. They said, you saw that last week, that President Trump is talking about peace and prosperity in the world. In what way? Through energy. that the tool for the US politics in order to achieve peace and growth in the world comes through energy. That is why it is very important that we have an energy relationship and partnership with the US, which enhances both ourselves and them. In any case, and this is not your own statement, but an assessment that we're making here now is the following, by paying attention to what you're saying. The line says we start from northern Ionian line, we have Exxon, then southern, in Crete we have Chevron, and if the info is valid, that after the line we have Exxon, we see American multinationals having big interests that start in energy, that start from Corfu, and they will end up in Libya. May I enrich that? Yes, of course. And we can go lower to Cyprus. We have Exxon, or even next to that to Egypt, the Chevron, and then we can go even to Israel. It is true that Eastern Mediterranean, the energy in Eastern Mediterranean is a factor of stability and growth. And I think that in practice, these will overcome any tension or any way to view things in an obsolete logic. Interconnections, partnerships between all countries. Now, there is discussion about the gas that will be found in Cyprus, how this can be transferred to Egypt and then come to the vertical corridor. There are different partnerships taking place in 3+1. The discussion is exactly that, how we're going to make more permanent this growth cooperation between the states of the Eastern Mediterranean so that we can enhance the energy security of the region. From Cyprus to Egypt and then to the vertical, yes, because in order to liquefy that and then climb up. Okay, it will be liquefied and then it will climb up, yes, through the LNG vessels. Very interesting, that one. And a last point, because we are out of time, unfortunately, I wanted to ask you, in all these, how can we correlate the Indian axis? That is, how could it be a part of it? Right now, there is a geopolitical reflection. I believe that for the US, China is apparently a country with which the US aspires to limit it, or it acknowledges it as a potential rival, geostrategically speaking. I believe that in the Silk Road, they want to have a competitive road to that. IMEC, the route from India through the Middle East, in order for that to come to Europe, is the only substantial competitive route that could happen. This imposes a different point of entry to Europe. If we are a gateway for these 100 million, because the extended vertical corridor, or this central route of growth and progress, as we call it, in reality we are talking about a population of 100 million people. Greece, Italy, and possibly France could be entry points for IMEC. And let me remind you that the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, Cyprus, they are countries that have stated that they are interested in participating in that. If this is going to evolve, this depends on the US choices. But if this moves on, I believe that the energy choice of our country as a gateway for the American gas is an advantage, so that the Indian route could end up to Greece. Yes, because as the Prime Minister says, Greece should not approach that as a competition vis-à-vis Italy or France. The size of the Indian market and the plethora of products allow for some products that can either be channeled to western part of Europe, they can go to France. Some other things that will go to the vertical corridor will come here, and some others will go to Italy. Very interesting. Thank you, Minister. It has been a very interesting discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very, very much. Hopefully, we shall have a similar opportunity in the future. Thank you.
No break, we go directly to the next panel. Πάμε κατευθείαν στο επόμενο panel.
Directly to the next panel. A very interesting, the panelists. Please, I would like to invite the moderator, Mrs. Koppa. Please come on stage. Mr. Dokos, please come on stage. Mrs. Lazaru, equally. And, of course, the ambassador. Please come on stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, now we'll switch to English. We are a little bit pressed with time, so because we wait at 7 o'clock, Minister Dendias. So, and it's a little bit hectic at the level of time. So I have the very big pleasure to have with us today and coordinate this excellent panel with the Ambassador of France, Mrs. Auer, the Secretary General on National Security, Thanos Dokos, and Mrs. Elena Lazaru, the Director General of ELIAMEP. So it's not the first time we meet together in ASF, but every time there are new things on which we have to address. So, caught between two wars and the second administration of Trump, Europe must stand on its feet. Of course, NATO remains the cornerstone of the collective defense, but still now everyone understands that we have to produce more, invest more, and more than everything, invest in a cooperative way. So the challenges are big. The plan Readiness 2030 paves the way for the next steps. So I'll give immediately the floor to our guests. So Ambassador, what's the position of Europe? What's the position of France on all these issues?
Does it work? Yes. Hello, everybody. Dear EDIS members, dear Ino, and dear Marilena, dear Elena, dear Thanos. It's my third or the fourth time I'm speaking into this panel, and I'm very proud to speak to you today because it's 11th of November. In France, it's the day of armistice, meaning the end of the First World War, but it's also a 80th anniversary for Second World War termination, and we speak about a lot of remembrance, but also lots with the topics of the European friendship, the Franco-German, what we can do together. And actually, it's also a very good time in our international fora. We had a very important European Council dedicated to European defense on the 25th of October, who gave new impetus to what I was speaking for many, many times here, in front of students, but in front of, as well, in front of the press, how we reinvest European sovereignty, how we reinvest with our own tools the European defense because it was asked under NATO, and also because, as you know, it was something, the European pillar of NATO, that we very much backed. France made a big shift in 22, being part of the reaffirmation of European presence in southern and eastern part of Europe by creating a battle group in Romania, with Belgium, with the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. We were 4 countries investing just when the war started of aggression by Russia to Ukraine. And we were key players in the idea that we could reinvest a European pillar of NATO but as well develop what we thought was sovereignty. So what about the last decisions? The last decisions were on the same path that what was done in June, meaning investing the new tools, so EDIP and REARM. The REARM plan presented by the European Commission in March and April. So developing the tool, developing tools with the armament and the defense agency, which meant a lot of innovation, but also the link between dual technologies. And I'm happy that we have a representative of a company here, because I feel that France and Greece can play a very crucial role into that dual new technologies and investment together on new technologies. I was thinking about drones, but artificial intelligence, a lot of things are going on since 2022 and the war. But also, at the end of the day, the fact that with the war in Ukraine, we were actually challenged as Europeans to reinforce our capacities to act together politically, but also in a very concrete way, not only sending battle groups and going on the battlefields to show that we should invest our borders. So the French position, as Marilena, you asked me about France and the EU. The EU is in this state of matter. In France, we are rediscussing, as we constantly do since 2017, since the French president said that it was a priority to have a roadmap of 5 years of new investment on defense. We are rediscussing our capacity to invest more, but also of sharing some possibilities to have artificial intelligence being better used into our classical conventional armaments. Let's just remember that when we had the Ukrainian aggression, it was a conventional war, so it was about tanks, it was about men being sent on the front, but little by little developing a very technological war. You know, now we are discussing about drones, and at the last European Council we talked about that. It's the civilian airports and the borders being infringed constantly by threats, we don't know exactly what. And lastly, it's about cybersecurity and disinformation threats, which become very strongly. So the French position is the following. The more we go, the more we want to act collectively. So the coalition of the willing has become a very strong group pushing for new sanctions. That's the 19th batch of sanctions. It's also a big emphasis in the rearmament aspect of it, the technological part. But at the end of the day, it's also the fact that we identify and we say that Russia can be a threat to European soil. So compared to what I said, Marilena, in June, because as you remember, I was posted and I'm considered as a specialist when I had in April the Minister of Defense, Sébastien Lecornu, who is now Prime Minister of France. He's presenting me as, okay, she's the specialist of defense aspects, because I installed the French army in Romania, and I was a good soldier of NATO at that time, you know, saying, no, France is not opposed to NATO. We need a stronger European part of NATO. It's our security as a territory, but it's also something that the EU is asking us. So today, what I would say is the reverse. We, from first semester of 2025, did the job. So we created the instruments. We did have this consensus, which was not so easy, I can tell, among the EU member states. Of course, with Greece, it was a dream, never difficult, because DREAM has already done the work on investing a part of its GDP to defense capacities. And between France and Greece, we had the strategic partnership. This was not the point. The point was to find a consensus and to be actively having all the stakeholders let me just specify that if you go to European Parliament and to tell them about EDIP or REARM, they'd look at you like that, but saying, what did you do? What are those instruments that we were not consulted about? So this is one part of the story. The other part of the story is, of course, NATO. What is going to happen in the Antalya summit? It's July next year. So I'm constantly asking my Greek counterpart, including Thanos, of course, what should we do to prepare the Cyprus presidency, then the Irish presidency, which, remember, is a neutral country, and the Greek presidency, by the way, so that we don't have the reverse effect of what we wanted, having a NATO organization staring at us Europeans saying, okay, you have done your job, you did have those instruments, they are very little. You know, EDIP is 1.5 billion, which compared to all the efforts of the American investments today on the army side or on the space or the IA battle, it's very little. So how do you see the next NATO step? So to finish with, because I only launched the idea that 2 years ago I was saying, yes, we are going to be European under NATO. Today I say, so now what's next? What is going to be NATO? Now we have done the job. Is NATO going to be encouraging, for instance, Turkey to be part of SAFE? Are all the members of NATO going to be part of the European defense aspect? What are the Americans going to do in the next NATO summit? Constantly, I remember that when we had the Hague summit, it was all about commercial war. We didn't have a consensus. We didn't have a deal. Sorry to use those words. It's not very diplomatic, but that's what was about. In June, we're speaking about commercial war and the NATO summit. So what are we going to have next year? I think this is the point of what we should discuss today and prepare it collectively, not being suddenly arriving in Ankara and looking at the NATO's, again, organization, not recognizing it. I hope I was not too provocative, but you have to understand, we prepared this instrument SAFE, so for it to be a European instrument, not an instrument to be at the service of external member states. And if we had an agreement with UK, if we have a partnership and UK is part of SAFE, it's because we have very strict conditions. And for France and for Greece, it's very clear. We don't want to broaden SAFE to whatever country wants to participate to it, including, of course, the partners in Turkey. I will stop here. I'm sure there is a lot to say. I hope this one was not too long.
Thank you very much. So we are in a period of unpredictability, that's for sure, and you are well aware that SAFE is a very heated topic in Greece. Before giving the floor to the Secretary General on National Defense, I want to welcome Mr. Dimitrios Kotas. He's the CEO of Delian, an alliance on defense, who will give us the view from the industry on this very important matters. Thank you for being here. I give the floor now to the Secretary General, Mr. Thanos Dokos, for his insights.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in a panel with friends, and I would like to compliment Ino Feduli for making this conference an institution. Yes, indeed, this is a brave new world we are living in, and it has become infinitely more difficult for government officials and analysts because the old playbook has been thrown out of the window. We don't have a new one yet. Rules are changing as we speak. So we're trying to do our best, often with limited information. So the US is shifting to Asia. Its military footprint to Europe is going to decrease, hopefully not by too much and not too soon, but it's going to happen. We have to do more. We have to spend more and do that in a wise way. The relationship between the EU and NATO is a recurring discussion. We need, and some of the rules fortunately still apply, so we need to avoid duplication, and we're doing that despite complaints here and there. The EU is investing in capabilities, is not trying to duplicate command structures. NATO is the gold standard when it comes to military power. The EU's special strength is soft power. There is convergence. NATO is doing a bit more on soft power. The EU is doing much more on hard power, but the secret is how we can get the two organizations to work together. Because at the end of the day, we are natural partners. Many of the members are the same. We share the same goals to a large extent. So it's important to make sure that we work together efficiently. We may or may not see a physical attack against a European country in the next 5 or 10 years. But what is certain is that state and non-state actors will continue using hybrid methods. It's happening as we speak. It's going to increase in both quantity and intensity. So one should not forget it's not only about defense, it's also about security and resilience. And we need to invest much more on that. What are the challenges? Trying to be complementary to what the ambassador said. Europe is investing a lot of money for its defense and security. There are a number of challenges. We have to find the right mix, and this is a challenge for Greece as for almost every other country. We have to find the right mix between the so-called legacy military systems, your tanks and fighter jets and frigates, and new technologies, unmanned, robotics, space, communications, cybersecurity. That will be the key to success for the years to come. Also, the Draghi report, one of the key recommendations is, or findings and then recommendation, is that Europe has a fragmented defense industry. My favorite example is the Greek frigate program. There were 7 companies that submitted their bids. 7 of them were European ones. So this is not how we should function in the future. We need to consolidate, and we need to do that as quickly as possible. Then we also need to invest in research and development for the next generation of weapons in key categories, especially strategic enablers. So one priority is to buy systems today to fill the gaps, and there are several of those. And if we buy together, then we can achieve economies of scale. But the next major challenge is for Europe to develop the next generation of weapon systems and be competitive at the European level, at the global level, I'm sorry. And then speaking from the perspective of a country with significant defense spending, but unfortunately a rather small defense industry sector. Now, almost all of our companies are SMEs, small and medium enterprises. So what we would expect from our partners, and of course France is our natural partner in that context, but then if we want the European effort to succeed, then countries with big defense industries need to move slightly away from the objective of getting a bigger share of the pie for themselves. That will be part of the effort, but then they need to integrate small and medium enterprises into the global supply chains and invest more on joint development, joint production. And this is a major priority for Greece. Perhaps my last point in this introductory remarks, most of NATO's and the EU's efforts are today focused on the eastern flank, but for us, and I think France shares this position, the 360 degrees approach is very important. There are many challenges coming from the south, and of course to keep our Nordic friends happy, I would add the Arctic as well. But if you look at the map, if you look at our threat assessments, many of the challenges do come from the south, and then both NATO and the EU should of course spend a considerable amount of money and effort to deal with immediate problems in the east, but one should not ignore the south. This is where many of our security concerns originate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've received the message that we have to be on time. So now the floor is to Mrs. Lazaru. She has an extensive experience from European politics. She's an expert in security and defense. So we are keen on listening to your views.
Thank you very much for the moderation, for the gracious introduction. Let me also say it's a pleasure to be on a panel with friends, invited by a friend. I cannot but congratulate Ino Feduli, because as I was looking at this, I thought this is what Athens has needed for a very long time, and now it is an institution. So really, my heartfelt congratulations. I also have to say I left my notes on my chair, but as I was thinking about that, I think this is probably a good thing, because everything I wanted to say has been said. So I'm going to improvise a bit to be complementary to what has already been articulated. Let me start with a little bit on the European Union's defense plans. I'll say a bit about NATO and then a bit about how this correlates with the relationship between the two, which, as Thanos has said, is not a new thing. We've been talking about this for as long as I can remember, EU-NATO relations, but the context is new, and I think that's been very well set out. Now, when we talk about the EU's defense plans, and I call them plans because a lot of legislation has been passed. The EDIP was agreed upon just less than a month ago, the European Defense Industrial Programme. It was sort of sabotaged by the presentation of ReArm EU and SAFE in a good way. But in a way, it's a file that's been negotiated for so long, and then we have a much bigger plan coming up after the inauguration of the Trump administration. And I say this because I think US-EU relations is also a big factor in the NATO-EU relationship, and I'm sure we'll come to that later on. So EDIP, the Defense Industrial Programme, has just been agreed on. The SAFE regulation has been launched, and by the end of November, there is going to be a finalization of those plans for the loans, but it has not materialized in being actually executed operationally, industrially. The national escape clause, which gives fiscal space to member states to spend more, has been triggered by most member states, almost. But still, we haven't seen the procurement and the results of that, because as we all know, in the defense industry and defense procurement space, you buy today, you get it much later. So all of this is in the making. And the bigger picture for me is the beginning of the next multi-annual financial framework in 2027, where, according to the Commission, 131 billion euros would be committed to EU space and defense policy. And that will be a step change if it happens, because a step change is beyond loans. It's beyond smaller programs. It is a big commitment to becoming existentially a defense actor. And I think at that moment we will have a very serious discussion about EU-NATO relations, because the EU will have assumed, should that pass, its role as a major spender of in defense, a major procurer, and a major producer. And I think these are the goals. Of course, all of this comes in the context of supporting Ukraine. And I think supporting Ukraine has been a huge motivation, a huge incentive, a huge existential need, which has moved this forward faster. But still things are being done incrementally and in programming ways, because that's the way the EU works. So I think the big change will come in 2027. Now, the challenges have been outlined. I think when one thinks of the EU as a defense and security actor, it's still interesting to sort of delineate the challenges in the context of boxes of things. So one, of course, is the defense industrial production and its capacity to produce. And I think Commissioner Kubilius has put a lot of effort in, first of all, mapping that, but then also incentivizing how that can take off through trans-border cooperation. And there comes the issue about SMEs, mid-caps and primes working together, smaller member states with smaller member states. This is a challenge and hopefully materializes through these programs. But the bigger challenge, which relates to EU-NATO relations, is producing those capabilities that the EU would need should some other actors in NATO not be able to support it in that way. And we cannot ignore we are in a context in which the United States, still after The Hague committed to NATO, has, however, signaled that it may or may not remain operationally in terms of manpower and women power, but also capabilities in the European theater. So the challenge is not only getting the cooperation to work across member states, but getting that cooperation to produce the capabilities needed both for tactical, traditional, and new types of warfare. And I think there, that is an opportunity, but it is also a challenge. And the challenge is very much outlined in the defense readiness roadmap that we now have, the types of capabilities that are needed. Again, conventional warfare, but we also see things that are clearly the strategic enablers that the EU would need to execute operations on its own. And here I'm talking about, ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. I'm talking about AI. I'm talking about drones, and let's not forget counter drones, counter UAS systems, which, by the way, Greece always produces. Sorry, I have to pitch this. And definitely are used both in all domains. They're land, sea, air, very useful, space-based capabilities, command and control capabilities. All of that is the big challenge, strategic enablers. So that's the industrial side, not all of it, but in a part. The financing piece is also extremely important. We are now talking about potentially reaching the 800 billion space in 4 years, but that will depend on a number of factors. And I think here what is important to mention is, bringing in those other elements of the Draghi and Letta report that have not been mentioned because they're actually with the economists, but I think very, very relevant to this discussion, like completing the single market, capital market, savings and investment union, these are all key. And then, of course, there's the operations. I will not go into that because I think the roles of NATO and the EU have been delineated, but I think the partnerships are also very important here because it has been mentioned, and I think Ambassador Auer is absolutely right, which of the NATO members will participate in the EU defense plans? And I think there is a very clear-cut answer. The EU is only engaging with those in which it will have security and defense partnerships, or like the UK that you have mentioned, Norway, some of the Western Balkan states. And I think there is very clear. There's criteria, there's conditionalities, and the absolute necessity to have the EU's and its EU's member states' interests at heart. And this, I think, speaks very clearly to the relationship. Now, I know we don't have a lot of time. I just want to say about NATO 2 things. I think NATO is also in a moment of existential search. The last strategic concept was adopted under a very different administration. We'll all remember we were talking at the time about, do we include China, do we not include China, the Russia-China relationship. It seems to me 100 years ago now. But it is that what it is. In Hague, everything was all about, will the United States stay in or out, essentially, and what kind of percentage of GDP will be committed. Very different story. But I have to say, welcome news is, I think, to the point that Thanos Dokos made, that I think the understanding of the 360 angle and the looking to the south because of the actors engaged in Africa and the potential implications of that, including in the Indo-Pacific, I think I hear this a bit more, but we'll see. We'll see. Finally, EU-NATO, and I finish here. It's all over the EU documents and the EU plans, the way in which the relationship should work. I think it's very clearly delineated. I think, it presupposes a United States commitment, at least until a certain stage. But it also is very clear that having a European pillar is definitely the direction of travel in terms of efficiency in both the industrial production, in terms of the capability acquisition and procurement, in terms of ensuring economies of scale and economic efficiencies, but also eventually the kind of operations that will need to be carried out, because let's not forget, the world is increasing in geopolitical threats and conflicts and crises, and there are also the traditional mandates and tasks that NATO is supposed to carry out. So it needs support there too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, last but not least, Mr. Kotas. So, let's hear the view from the industry now, after all these very important interventions. Thank you.
First, Mrs. Ambassador, thank you for participating at the panel, and also thanks to IDIS for organizing this event. I think it's quite rare for this neighborhood of Europe to organize such events with both key industries, policymakers and academics in the same room. That's quite unique and it's refreshing. Definitely we need in weird times, and there is no time for caution. And let me give you some examples, facts from our life as a company that would not make sense to me 5 or 6 years ago. Me, myself, I come from the tech industry. I had nothing to do with defense or geopolitics. I started this company 3.5 years ago, alarmed from various unfortunate geopolitical events in our neighborhood. And ever since then, we have raised $22 million. If you were to tell an investor, any investor, no matter how risky, that a Greek defense company would raise $22 million working on defense and setting up offices in Athens and London, they would not believe you. So definitely we live in weird times. The biggest example of that, if you may, is the recent problems when it comes to the drone incursions that we see in Northern Europe. You've seen it in the news. You've seen cases where airports in Norway, in Belgium, in Germany, in Denmark, where airports are shutting down either because they see unknown drones flying over them or because there is a rumor there are unknown drones flying over them. So that's definitely something that we should be alarmed. A lot of the national security dogmas rely on the assumption of air superiority, of a safe airspace. That seems to not hold even for the richest of European nations. So it looks to me that ahead of us, we have a giant infrastructure project to revamp our air defenses, at least, against these new types of threats. We can choose to do that project in a way, that giant infrastructure project of protecting our airspace. In my opinion, this is going to last for at least a decade, and it's going to be billions and billions of euros spent on that. We can choose to make that be another loss of opportunity for European industry, economy, and the defense industry, or we can make that to be a giant opportunity to reinvigorate and reindustrialize the European economy, and also in particular ensure that the European defense industry, even the legacy one, remains vibrant. For that to happen, I think it is important to promote not just the legacy defense players, but also new players in this sector, especially coming from new technologies into this sector, to promote them for projects either at national or international level, such as, for example, the European drone wall. For this to be successful, it is important to foster much more collaboration across European and NATO members. I don't believe it's impossible to carry that project in time if we do not leverage the legacy French defense industry, if we do not leverage the eagerness of engineers in Eastern Europe, including Greece, to work on such projects. The level of eagerness to work on defense when you live in Poland, Estonia, Finland, or Greece, whether you like it or not, is much bigger compared to living in Western Europe. The scenario of a near-peer conflict or conflict with a superior force is a real possibility here where people prepare, not just here, but on the whole line from Finland down to Cyprus. And I think we need to leverage the legacy defense industry from Germany and France, the legacy industry from Germany. We need to leverage financial tools from Britain and from Brussels. We need to leverage the eagerness of engineers in Eastern Europe to work on such problems. We need to leverage our diaspora. We need to leverage the manufacturing expertise of all countries, of countries that have that expertise from their socialist times, like Bulgaria, for example. So I think it is a technological battle that's going to last a decade, and we need to find ways to foster European collaboration in order to be successful in that. I think that's the key points I want to put into the discussion from our side.
Thank you very much. I think now we have all the elements, and we have nearly 10 minutes, so I think we may take some questions from the public, please. Ilias Roubanis.
So Ilias Roubanis, research fellow at this. I'm wondering, as we're moving from systems, so from platforms to systems, and data matters as much as platforms. When we say we're globally competitive, and we cut across alliances to sell products, to reinvest in research and development, can we still do that without losing data, without losing telemetry, without putting ourselves in danger?
Who would like to answer this? Or you prefer to take another question? Okay, please.
Hello, I'm Swasti, and it's great to actually hear all your views. Elena, always a pleasure to listen to you. Okay, very quickly, my question is that, we in India are also looking at deepening the defense industrial collaboration with Europe in many, many ways. Of course, France is our most preeminent strategic partner when it comes to defense industry cooperation. My simple question is that when we are talking about European security modernization, the sense is that it is difficult for Europeans to sort of take care of every single requirement that they have. In such a situation, how can India play a role? For just for your information, India's defense exports, more than 50% go to United States, and the largest defense exports in Europe go to France. So in such a situation, when you're looking at not member states, but at the European modernization, how can India be a part of this? Because when I hear the conversations around SAFE, it doesn't really look as if you're open to that. So what role can India play? How can you form that framework?
Thank you. We can take one last question or comment. Is there anyone? Yes.
My name is Kyriakos Kounanis. I'm a graduate of the Department of International and European Studies in the University of Piraeus, and I would like to ask the French ambassador about a region I've personally been very interested in the Sahel region, and I would like to ask what were the mistakes of French foreign policy there? Why did Russia have influence there and turn the governments towards their side of their alliance? Maybe the mistakes that happened there. I would like to have a better viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can start.
Okay, I start with the Sahel region. When the French forces left Kosovo, they went to Mali at the request of the Malian government. It was Barkhane. And little by little, we internationalized Barkhane into a European security instrument. And it's only at the edge of 2020 that it became clear. I don't want to say that we were not responsible of what happened, but we really tried our best. I remember at the end of the force in Sahel, we had 7 member states, and basically we didn't succeed to have a consensus, to have a security force in Sahel, and we had to leave. So when we left, it was December 2021. The same soldiers arrived immediately in Romania. So I was there to welcomed them with all the SANEC, etc. And it appeared that it suffered from permanent attacks by terrorists, Islamists. I don't want to say it was Wagner at that time. It was an ensemble of destabilizing Sahel, a zone with a lot of difficulties of borders, of populations, etc. So I wouldn't say, we have to say we are responsible of the failure. It was a failure. And basically it proves to be a failure because now we left from Chad, we left from our troops, our bases are still present in Djibouti, they are present in Abu Dhabi, but not in Sahel. So we need still a lot of researchers to work on it, so please do continue. Our internal views, you know, we think we did our best there to secure, to say it was not France-Afrique, but we still need a lot of reflection to understand. So please, do work on it.
Thank you. Mr. Dokos?
Just a few one-sentence comments. Dr. Lazaro mentioned that we have all the legislation in place. We just need the deliverables. And because the EU, for the EU, it doesn't have much experience in the defense sector. This is a huge new experiment, so we need a good assessment mechanism. Second point, EU strategic autonomy. There is a lot of talk about this. I'm a strong believer in NATO. NATO is important for European defense, but then of course it would be useful to have a stronger European component inside NATO, just in case we have a situation where the US is preoccupied elsewhere and we need to do the job ourselves. India. For us, India is a very interesting partner because it can offer high-quality products at a cheaper price, and it's also willing to share the technology. And we are talking with a number of Indian companies, but I cannot say more at this point. Lessons learned, we should collectively, but this applies also to Greece, look at what happened in Ukraine and other conflicts and draw the appropriate conclusions. Space will be the next, you can choose your word, area or arena of competition. And I'm very pleased to say that the Greek footprint in space is there and will increase more in the future. There is another, we talk about the Draghi report, there's another report which has excellent recommendation, the Niinisto report, about resilience. And my last point, Mr. Kotas come from a startup. Now, startups are the gems of the defense and security ecosystem. They need attention, otherwise they will either die or migrate. So it's our job to take good care of startups and make sure that they grow into something bigger.
Mrs. Lazar.
Yes, thank you. Also to add my short comments to each of the questions. First of all, to add on to India from a European perspective. And Swasti, I think your presence in various fora around Europe testifies to the growing relationship. I would just disagree about the safe regulation. In a way, I think the EU and India have begun their talks on a potential security and defense partnership. President von der Leyen launched that in her earlier trip. So I think under the way the safe regulation is formed, that would definitely be a stepping stone towards a potential cooperation with all the caveats of control of significant control of technology and sharing the interests. But I wouldn't say the EU is closed for business. I'm saying India is somewhere that it's looking at. It links me to the second point, which is the first question. Just on research, security, and data, all of these countries with which these kind of partnerships are being agreed on, they also come, I think, in my opinion, with a need to have, shared agreements on research security, on export controls, on how the data is managed. And I think this is something that we're very much working on as Europe. And the United States, by the way, does that. And then on the Sahel, I think it's the place that the EU will go back to. And when it does go back to, it will go back to it with lessons learned, with better operations, with more intelligence ahead of time, and on that all these space-based assets and other technologies will help. And also looking at Sudan, it's a new theater now. Drones are very much used there, different type of threats, and we need to be very good at our way we analyze the complexity and interweaving of threats in that region.
Thank you very much for being so brief. Please, Mr. Kotas.
Really quickly, regarding India, I think like inevitably more and more European companies are exploring possibilities of working with Indian companies. Whether you see it or not, a lot of like industrial components that are used right now, even in this industry, are Chinese. Inevitably, many companies have to move away from that. So opening partnerships with like Indian manufacturers is, will happen. The question is whether Greece can lead the way, and I think Greece is leading the way on that because of its special partnership with India over the years. The first question that was regarding data, how can we have collaboration without sharing data? Two things. One of the ways that we as a company compete with our peers from US or Israel in the international markets is that we provide much more controllable or sovereign, if you may, solutions when it comes to software. So we do not provide the software that's a black box. We are much more flexible to work with the end user to have a software that can have guarantees that they can know its internals and what it's doing. So there are multiple flavors when it comes to sovereignty, and you can have collaboration and keep your sovereignty. And there is an example, if I may use an example from the commercial sector in our everyday lives. You can have Facebook Messenger or WhatsApp, where all your messages go to an internal server and you have no idea what black box processes them. And you can have Signal, which is like something that, you know how your messages are processed, and no one else is able to see through them from the point they leave your phone. So, and I believe more and more we're going to see more and more European companies competing with their American, Israeli, and Chinese peers on the promise and the premise of more sovereign solutions.
Thank you very much. It was a great discussion. I'm very sorry we didn't have much more time to elaborate on so many ideas that were presented here. Thank you all very, very much. Stay tuned, we continue.
Αυτά τα θέλουμε εδώ.
No interruption, please, because we are running out of time and the next panelists are already here. So please take your seats to start.
Παρακαλώ, συνεχίζουμε.
Please, let us continue straight away.
So we can proceed. I know we have a very tight schedule, but that's a very small price to pay, for the quality of the discussions that we have been experiencing so far. So, without further ado, let me move to our next panel discussion, and I'm truly honored to chair this next event. The theme is, again, Europe and the extent to which there is or we need a grand strategy for Europe, and whether we are capable of designing a grand strategy for Europe, and the extent to which we can aspire to a European strategic emancipation. So, let me quickly introduce my co-panelists. My dear friends, Mr. Dr. Tassos Hadjivasiliou, even I should say Professor Tassos Hadjivasiliou. He is an MP for New Democracy, former Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, and also the Secretary General of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Dr. Mark Spike. I'm truly honored. We are truly grateful for your presence here, for taking the time to briefly, albeit, comment on what is if I can say, looking for, the search for a grand strategy. Forgive me, I'm looking for my okay. So my first question is, okay, strategy, we know, is about mobilizing in a rational way resources, national resources, in our case European resources, towards well-defined goals and well-agreed upon goals, if I may add. What these goals should be in today's strategic landscape that is defined by conflicts in the European heartlands or in the European perimeter, and where Europe should be, according to your own assessment, in, let's say, 5 years from now. Let's start with you, sir. Yes.
First, let me thank you for having me, and I really would like to stress from a German perspective how wonderful this conference has developed over the last years. I think it's extremely important to have also the perspective on the southern flank. In Germany, we are very much preoccupied, of course, for good reason, with the eastern flank and the situation there. But it is really important to have this perspective, and therefore it's really balancing the challenges Europe is facing. Secondly, I'm very grateful for offering this generous topic on grand strategy, because it implies that we can leave the details to other panels that make things a lot easier. And let me answer your question maybe with a curveball. Let's imagine a situation where public finances are under enormous stress. Let's see a situation where an antagonistic power is challenging the order of Europe. Let's imagine a situation where new technologies are already invented and are just about to roll out that will profoundly transform labor markets. Let's imagine a situation where the military might of the past has been fading for quite a while. And let's imagine a situation where reforms have been asked for, but only incremental steps have been taken. I'm talking of the situation of the year 1806, October. It's the eve of the Battle of Jena and Auerstedt, and Prussia was suffering a fatal defeat against the French army in these two battles. And the French army was less in numbers, but it was modern, it was well equipped, it was applying modern tactics, and it was driven by a will to win. It was exactly that fatal defeat that led to an enormous reform program in Prussia that would revolutionize the organization of the army, that would completely overhaul the organization of the state administration from the central level to the municipal level, really introducing new forms of independence, of responsibility on lower levels. And it was a complete reform of the educational system with the installation of the modern research university as the key factor, which led to the innovation-driven growth of Prussian and then German economy in the 19th century. The interesting thing is, and now I'm coming to the question, what was the motivation behind that fundamental reform program? It was foreign policy. The idea was not to be left sidelined in the great power conflicts of that time, not to sit aside when others would discuss the future and the fate of Europe. So to come back to the table, to come back to the negotiation table by a program of inner strength. And I think that is exactly the situation we are facing right at the moment. So when you're asking for the strategic goals, I think it can be it can be most easily answered by speaking about the current deficiencies. When an armistice in Ukraine is discussed in Alaska, it's President Trump and President Putin attending, and the Europeans hastily trying to organize a video call beforehand. When armistice, a truce in Gaza is negotiated, Europe is sitting at the sidelines. When we are discussing trade and economic relations in sub-Saharan Africa or Latin America, Europeans are very welcome, but the no strings attached offers by Chinese infrastructure companies is in a way much more welcome. So we see that in many theaters and parts of the world, Europe is not having the stature it should have when you look at the numbers. You look at a market with 450 million customers, you look at a combined research budget, I mean privately and public, of roughly 390 billion euros. Europe represents 14% of global trade, represents armies that I think currently have around 2 million soldiers permanently there, and you could add many other figures. But these figures do not translate into power. And so if you ask me, where should Europe be in 5 years? It should sit at the table in each of those conflicts and each of these geopolitical theaters. It should play a role that would in a right way correspond to its might and power, and therefore it has to, and that's what you said, therefore it has to organize its power. It needs to develop its inner strength to project the power outwardly, and that is not happening in the right way in the moment.
Thank you very much.
May I add something?
Mr. Hadjivassiliou.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ifandis because I had the honor to be one of his students when I was younger. So I'm very happy for being here with him at this panel, and welcome Dr. Spike to Athens. I agree with whatever you mentioned before. If I would be able to give some titles for European goals in the next years, it should be competitiveness, energy security, normal security. I mean that we have to work on our common defense policy, financial stability, better migration management, and of course to be able to address the challenges of the younger generations. So if I could give a title for all those goals, it should be our top priority is to strengthen our capacities. This is the biggest challenge that Europe has to face in the next 5 years. We need to address our existential challenge and boost our growth in order to provide the services that our citizens expect and our citizens deserve. To my opinion, the Draghi and the Letta reports signal that it is time for action. So I think that after 5 years, Europe should be safe and economically and socially resilient. And above all, it should have a distinct global influence that would prevent it from being a second-rank global player in geopolitics, well behind the US and China as it is today. So I would like to see it different, to have a better image of Europe in the international arena. This is why we need to act in order to reverse the general decline we live in. And I'm speaking as a pro-European politician. I really support the European structure, and I'm always a fan, but I think that we have to cover all our deficits. For example, we have a deficit in critical raw materials. We have a deficit in energy security. Thankfully, last week here in Athens, we had a fantastic energy forum, the PTEC forum, 2 blocks away from here, where important agreements were signed for Europe's energy security, and I'm proud of Greece and of our government that our country will play the pivotal role in European energy security in the decades to come. Apart from that, I think that in the next 5 years we have to accelerate our common action in order to build the so-called capital market union. We need it if we want a financially strength and let's say strong European Union. And of course, as I told you before, we need a common CFSP. I'm also grateful to the Greek government, as Prime Minister Mitsotakis was amongst the first leaders that talked about the strategic autonomy as a necessity for the European Union. It is really important that in the recent, let's say, years, this discussion has started, so now we are closer to a common defense and common foreign security policy, which will be very important for our interests. Moreover, I think that we also need another common policy, a common policy for foreign direct investment. This is also really important for the European economy, as it could leverage the size of the single market and prevent any rival countries from extracting concessions or posing security threats against the European economy. Last but not least, in the next 5 years, we should have also a common demographic policy. We need to reverse today's situation, especially here in the southern flank of the continent. For example, Greece, we face a tremendous demographic challenge. Therefore, I truly believe that we need common instruments if we want to reverse the situation, and of course to address the challenges that the younger Europeans are facing. We need to work on some modern and effective instruments that would really give answers to whatever young Europeans expecting from European leaders.
Well, thank you very much. Let me follow up by trying to bring our focus to what, after all, is the elephant in the room. And I'm referring to our Europe, our relationship with our historic partner, the United States. After all, it was the transatlantic community that was created and more or less acted as one of the most important pillars of the post-war global security architecture. There is a great deal of discussing whether there is a future in the transatlantic strategic partnership, whether actually a strategic partnership exists right now with the United States. Let's ponder on that.
I still firmly believe in this transatlantic partnership. And I think there is always a discussion that focuses a lot on the current administration, and that is obviously for a reason. But I think everyone who travels regularly to the United States and sees not just that part of the country still feels the enormous and close link that is existing between the United States, its culture of freedom, and the culture of freedom that, well, many years ago emanated from that city-state here. There is a link profoundly there. And still it was nearly half of the Americans, or even more than half of the Americans, that did not vote for this current administration. So we have to see the country as a whole. And I'm not confident that a next generation will completely change or overhaul the course that is taken right now. So in a way, this administration forced us to take steps that would have been necessary anyway. And I think I can say that clearly from a German position, decisions that we have postponed for far too long. It was very clear that there was a shift of attention to other global theaters. I mean, we all know that the pivot to Asia was many years. I mean, it was Obama, but actually it was there before Obama that there was a focus shift of attention, very clearly so. And we didn't hear the signals. We weren't prepared to live up to our own responsibility in Germany, and it was the bitter shock of the war of aggression against Ukraine that had that sobering impact, and that led us to take on our responsibility. Even then, it took, unfortunately, a while, so we had to, I would say, a rhetorical Zeitenwende, as we called it, this shift of times. But in fact, it still took much too long to really step up our efforts to take on the responsibility we have to take when it comes to defense spending, when it comes to take on responsibility in the European theater, when it comes on to take our burden and to take away some of the burdens from the United States that they had provided for so many decades. So that will be there, but I still believe that it's the indispensable partnership that we still need. And it will be more difficult, that is very clear, and it will be difficult with the successor of President Trump, but I don't see that European autonomy is there to completely cut off that link. It was mentioned before on the panel. It's rather about strengthening the European pillar of NATO and strengthening the defense identity of the European Union, especially when it comes to the defense industry. That is bitterly needed, but it's needed for strengthening the alliance. It's not needed for getting rid of the alliance or for replacing it with a sovereign Europe that goes it all alone. I don't believe in that.
Yes, you see that if this glass that I'm having here in front of me is a symbol of the EU-US relations, you may see it half empty or half full. So I choose to see it as half full. I'm also a pro-Atlantic politician, and I think that the transatlantic relation is both a trade and security relation, the strongest of its kind in the world, and this is why we have to preserve it. I agree with you. And if we compare January 2025 to the situation that we have today, I have to say that our relation is slightly better. We were asked from Washington to channel 5% of our GDP to the defense sector, I mean of the European GDP. Well, certain European countries could not accept this as a necessity. Well, Greece is not among those countries. You know that we are a country that urges for common European defense policy since ever. At the same time, we have 15% tariffs, which is slightly better than the initial provision set by the new US administration 11 or 12 months ago. So this is why I believe that we are in a better condition, and we have to work towards the right direction. But despite the fact that, as I told you before, I'm a pro-Atlantic politician, I have to admit that the new norm in this relation is unpredictability. We have to be frank. This is why I have two remarks to make. Number one, in order to gain stronger respect from the other side of the ocean, we have to stand on our own legs as soon as possible and being able to respond to global geopolitical challenges. I mentioned before about the strategic autonomy of Europe. Well, I'm not talking about a European army that will start fighting or participating in wars in various areas across the region. Not at all. I'm talking about a defense body of the European Union that will be a supplement to NATO. So I'm talking about strengthening the Euro-Atlantic relation through a better defense cooperation, but we have to prove that we are able to stand on our own legs. For example, we cannot have such a tremendous crisis in the Middle East, and European leaders were unable to agree upon a common stance in the first 2 or 3 weeks after the despicable action by Hamas against Israeli innocent people. So this is why we need a common action as soon as possible. And my second and last remark is that it is important to strengthen our economic ties with the United States. I truly believe that we have a lot to gain from this transatlantic relation, which is the strongest of its kind. Do you know that it comprises up to 44% of the global trade and economy? This is the power we have between the two sides of the Atlantic Ocean. So I think that we have to work towards that direction and to make this economic and trade relations stronger and more efficient. And at the same time, we have to remind of ourselves that we are Europeans. That means that whenever we have any unpredictable protectionism coming from the other side of the ocean, we have to set as our priority the protection of the European companies and the European economy. Yes, we really support the transatlantic bond, but above all, we are Europeans, and European businesses are waiting from European governments to deliver.
Well, given that very uncertain, shaky strategic landscape and the challenges within, but even before our immediate neighborhoods and our perimeter, in that wide arena, let me ask you, dear Tassos, more specifically, what is the role and what are the strategic priorities of Greece, and what kind of contribution can a country like Greece, really substantive contribution, make to to that soul searching, but actually strategic soul searching of Europe in its effort to become relatively more autonomous?
Well, I think that Greece has to play a key role, a pivotal role in the context of making Europe a global strategic actor, which is our common goal. First of all, location-wise, our country lies at the crossroads of a really volatile region, being, let's say, the most reliable partner in the neighborhood and a true pillar of stability in the southeastern flank of the European continent. And we are active on several fronts, keeping an adamant stance in all major crises, starting from Ukraine till the recent one in the Middle East. And yes, we are security providers and not security consumers. This is our, let's say, best element that could be really helpful in the European goal of making itself, let's say, global strategic actor. Moreover, we have an excellent relation with the United States of America. As I mentioned before, we're able to promote European ideas and present European priorities to the other side of the ocean. Last week we had these energy agreements signed in Athens with key US players that showcase the strategic ties that connect Greece with the United States of America. Moreover, our country is a so-called honest broker in the Middle East. Our relations with the Arab countries are traditionally strong, whereas we maintain a deep strategic alliance with Israel, and we are proud of this relation. This is why I think that our voice is well respected also in the Middle East, as we could promote our European interests in that region as well. Furthermore, Greece becomes a true regional energy hub. We can play an important role in European energy resilience, as I told you before, in the decades to come. So we are ready to provide our partners with energy security. Therefore, I think that we could help the European partners, our European partners, to reduce their dependence on Russian fossil fuels, which is really important. As we agreed as Europeans that as of January 1st, 2028, we have to get rid of Russian fossil fuels. Greece is here to help the European Union to achieve also this goal. And last but not least, I think that we could help Europe become stronger through the concept of the IMEC corridor, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is a fantastic concept that we really support. We think that it could enhance stability and security along its route, and Greece could stand as the natural gate of IMEC here in the European soil.
Well, same question more or less to you, but about Germany. And of course, it is of extreme importance, the role, the priorities of Germany, the leader, the economic, but not just, and the political leader of Europe, along with France. The current perception, at least, is that the debate, the public debate in Germany has been freed from traditional constraints, fiscal constraints, and of course, domestic political constraints. But on the other hand, you've got political forces in Europe in Germany that can be characterized as anti-European ? So how would you assess Germany's role at the current juncture, strategic juncture? What is whether there is an operational quality in what we used to call the Franco-German or the German-French axis in Europe that has been deemed necessary for any kind of progress in Europe?
Let me start with the former government. I attended the speech that Chancellor Scholz delivered on the 27th of February 22 after the Russian invasion. And me being not a social democrat, I was really full of support for that speech when he marked that shift of times and when he made clear that Germany would mobilize 100 billion in extra funds to finance the stepping up of military efforts and to support Ukraine. I was full in support when he managed to fundamentally decrease the dependency on Russian natural gas. That was all in the right direction. But then my impression was this government fall asleep. And it did not take over that leadership role that was bitterly needed at that time in a European context. So it was rather Germany at the sidelines of Europe. As everyone could see, the relationship to France was heavily strained, as everyone could see to other nations as well. Germany did not listen, and unfortunately that was rather a tradition than something you did not listen to the voices of smaller member states, which was a signature approach by Helmut Kohl when he was Chancellor. And so the good thing from my perspective is, and I might be biased in this case, that Chancellor Merz has fundamentally changed that. He is now taking serious what Chancellor Scholz has announced in the speech. So now we really see that Zeitenwende is happening in Germany. We did mobilize even further funds, and you have to see that from the German psyche. I mean, you all know that discussion on the German debt brake, on the austerity approach that was so well, such a prominent feature in the manifesto of the CDU party, and that was really against, I have to say, of course, against also resistance from the fiscal hawks within the party that was completely removed for defense expenditure. So there is no debt brake anymore for these kind of expenditure. That is a major shift. And I think many in the party would not have believed that it could happen against, as I said, this kind of very important point of fiscal austerity. So that is happening. I think Chancellor Merz restored the relationship to France, you mentioned that. So there is now a close working relationship with President Macron again. They have a trustful relationship. I think the main challenge here is this domestic situation in France and the systemic weakness of the political system there that in a way is undermining the potential that this cooperation could have. Chancellor Merz is starting to listen again to the smaller member states. So he is certainly in a tradition, certainly not in a tradition of Angela Merkel, for instance, but much more in the tradition of Helmut Kohl when it comes to European policy. He has been a member of the European Parliament in his political beginning, so he is a very committed European. And you're right, we have a political climate where you hear anti-European voices as well. I mean, but if you see, I mean, I just saw yesterday the most recent polls, there is still a huge majority supporting Europe. So it's above 70%. So if you look at the support to European politics, that's big. But, I mean, we have to be honest, those anti-European voices are increasing. They are linked to the far right, but actually also to the far left. So it's both extremes that have this anti-European approach. They are gaining ground, and therefore we have to be vigilant. We have to be vigilant. That's why what I mentioned right at the beginning, the need for an inner reform, to regain that inner strength to being able to project power, it has also to do with the justification of Europe. It always has been seen as an instrument of efficiency, of delivering results. And I think it still does, but things have become in some areas too complex, too bureaucracy-laden, as we all know, and therefore this inner reform process is important also to find a way of dealing with those anti-European sentiments that are also there in Germany. But I think you can clearly see that Chancellor Merz is extremely committed in bringing back German responsibility to the European arena, and to live up the promises that have been made earlier, also by taking a lot of money in our hands to finance that and to make it possible not just to replace what has been sent to Ukraine, but really to modernize our federal forces and to bring them to a standard that is needed to fight off further Russian aggression. And that's what we are discussing. I mean, if you see the General Defense Plan of NATO, if you see the operational plans that are based on that are done on a country level, I mean, the date we are talking about is 29, and we try to organize our efforts towards this date. And here there is clearly quite a distinction between what the strategists in politics discuss and the general sentiment in the broader public. There is this urgency is not seen sufficiently, I think. There is still a need to convince the broader audience, to convince the population of this need to mobilize all efforts. It's not there. And you also have to, and that's my last point, I think we also have to address the German bureaucracy. So we have mobilized all the funds, but the bureaucracy is still working in the mode of before the so-called Zeitenwende. So complicated procurement processes. We have new legislation in process, but the mindset of the bureaucrats is still extremely risk-averse when it comes to those procurement processes, and we have to change that fundamentally. So we have to bring Zeitenwende to all levels of bureaucracy, and that's not happening yet, but you have the commitment of the political leadership for doing that.
Which is imperative. Without the political will, there's no... Well, we've got a few seconds left. My dear former students, let's wrap it up with a very brief comment of yours.
Yes, since we talk about grand strategy, I would like to tell you that I do believe that EU really needs a new grand strategy as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there are a lot of populists, you know that also in Germany, you mentioned that before, across the continent that accuse Europe of being a mere bureaucratic mechanism concerned with water caps or with technicalities that do not improve citizens' everyday life. This is why I believe that we need to act. It's high time to act and work towards the goals we mentioned before, a couple of minutes ago. And I would like to finish with an historic example about grand strategy that shows that this strategy is of utmost importance. If you think of the Byzantine Empire in the past, you know that Byzantium faced at least one power militarily stronger than itself for most of its history. Nevertheless, due to its effective grand strategy, Byzantine Empire was the longest lasting leading power in the history of the Western civilization, also being able to spread its values across the continent. This is why we need grand strategy as soon as possible, because I think that it could really help us to achieve our common goals.
Well, thank you very much for an excellent, albeit brief discussion. We are remaining in our seats because the Ministry of Defense is on his way. After all, this is the Army's, the Officers' Club of Athens. Thank you ever so much. It has been extremely fruitful and to the point. So thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much. We are all seated to start. As I said before, it is quite tight, the agenda, but it is a small price to pay to have, beyond the academic part, which is the most important one because we are an academic institute, of course, to have with us the political dimension at its highest level. I should here deeply thank from the depth of my heart the Minister of National Defense, Mr. Nikolaos Dendias. It's an honor to be here in these premises that is the Hellenic Armed Forces Officers Club. You must feel at home to talk about the topic of national defense in the framework of a wider global change, in the framework of a global uncertainty with wars, crises, multi-crises, shaping a landscape that is quite difficult to walk on. And in this landscape, let me start by asking the Minister the following. The defense policy, we have been talking about the grand strategy for Europe. So defense policy, of course, is the most important strand with the economy, of course, of the national security strategy in the case of Greece. And defense policy is at the headlines or at the top of news for the last many years. And this is obviously due to many initiatives that have been undertaken. And allow me here to express a personal view, Minister. The Agenda 2030 is one initiative, for instance. These are decisions, initiatives undertaken, implemented, and allow me to say, for the initiated ones that are monitoring closely the defense policy of our country, possibly a problem with the microphone, there has been no bigger mobility, to be moderate in my expression, since the era that this country became a member of NATO and changed, reshaped its defense nature back then. In the darkest hours of the Cold War, I think that what is happening today, let me repeat that this is a personal assessment, is equally important. Now, what are the main axes of this policy, and what are the obstacles and the constraints that we must overcome or that we cannot overcome? Allow me to say, Minister. Thank you very much for this preamble. It's always my joy and honor to host you here. There can be no other better use of these premises with so many young people interested in the wider topics of foreign affairs and security defense in the future of our homeland, Europe, etc. No, we are a country, an average country, I would say, with an average GDP. We recovered to 220, 230 billion euros. That is the levels of 2008. In no way this means that we're satisfied, but it's better to define our own possibilities. We are in a very delicate region. The word delicate is a moderate expression, perhaps. We are facing a threat, a true threat, bigger than our size. We have to face a very volatile landscape, so we must meet all these conditions. To make that happen, we must reform fully our own possibilities, the possibilities of the Hellenic Armed Forces. In the framework of our family, I'm talking about the European Union, Greece is not a small military power. This is not due to the fact that we are big, but this is due to the fact that the bigger part of Europe has fully lost its own interest in the defense sector. when I am in front of a foreign audience, I'm saying that Greece of 220 billion euros has more heavy tanks than Germany, France, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Denmark together. All of them together. Let me repeat, this is not out of coincidence. We are obliged to have that because we are facing a true threat. But it demonstrates purely how Europe lost its interest when it comes to its defense. The war in Ukraine, but not just in Ukraine. There are other wars that we are neglecting the public debate. For instance, the war in Nagorno-Karabakh showed what is the way to manage with a modern clash. Greek Hellenic armed forces should modernize in order to meet the challenges of this level. And this is what we are doing today. What are the problems that we are facing? First, we are facing the 10-year financial crisis between 2010 and 2020. Throughout these 10 years, 10 critical years, Greece had zero investments in the defense sector. We are lacking from these years 1.5 to 2 billion euros per year. We are carrying, to put simply, we are carrying a damage on our shoulders if we're a company of 25 billion euros. And we should recover. Second, investments of necessity due to new technologies. That is, not only should we cover the gap, but we should gallop. We should run even faster to be able to meet the needs of innovation, changes, anything that is happening around us. And apart from that, we have the need to modernize following a up-bottom approach, a top-down, not bottom-up, a top-down approach, the Hellenic armed forces. 100,000, to give you a figure, that by nature itself, this is a conservative approach. Armed forces must have a top-bottom approach because the armed forces is a mechanism that by nature and due to its own mission has learned how to obey to orders from the top until the bottom. Even there would be a change of mindset and culture, because if one sees how today the war is taking place in Ukraine, the burden has shifted from the big units of the past to the small, mobile teams of soldiers of the present and the future that do not use the gun, but they're using a drone, first-person view, FPV. Why? Because they can see that through a monitor. Imagine a Greek soldier with M1 weapon of my own era that had to perform exercises, how much the mindset should change to become a modern fighter with a small screen on the chest with sensors all around him, that in reality he is operating in an individual way from the team and should take an initiative. Imagine the huge change of culture that must exist in the whole structure to get there. So, we have these landscape, we have these constraints, Professor, mainly financial ones, because our HR is brilliant. They might follow reforms with some reactions, of course, but always there are reactions to change. Still, we have to fight in specific fiscal constraints. Why is that? Because if I need to leave something behind me in the Hellenic armed forces is the need to respect the fiscal space. Greece went into crisis for two reasons: the debt and the trade balance. These two big traps should always be in our mind, and we must not fall into these traps again. Thank you so much. You're right. You're right, Minister. The description that you've made is a political one and a technocratic one, because this is the nature of defense policy, especially in our times where high tech is shaping choices and priorities, no doubt about it. And of course, it produces some constraints. It proves what I said in the morning, that hard power comes back to international relations in a very cruel way, as we see daily. Now, I would like a comment from you for this new international geopolitical landscape, not in a generic way, but vis-à-vis how we can shape the main strategies or strategic preferences of our country, mainly compared to our competitors, always in the field of defense and security. But in the region, and you know that pretty well, because you've been a Minister of Foreign Affairs, Greece is obliged to open its gaze from Gibraltar to the Indian Ocean. Yes, and have that in mind. It should have its eyes from Gibraltar to the Indian Ocean, and especially India. Let us not forget that I have managed to convince everybody that it is necessary to attract India towards the Mediterranean Sea. Let me start my comment by the following. We all remember, besides this happened a few days ago, few years ago, the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back then, I believed that we shall enter a new era, an era of democracy, tolerance of what is different possibilities of international law to prevail in relationships between states. This was totally wrong. This was a misconception. It was not just about the fall of the wall. Remember how many significant elements took place. The fall of the apartheid, the entry of China to the WTO. It seemed that there is a better shift of the world. We believed back then that we were entering an era of right makes might. Today, unfortunately, we live into a dystopia. We are at the opposite. Might makes right. And since in politics you cannot dream, you can do that in literature. And unfortunately, I don't have the talent to be an author. We are obliged to face reality, Professor, as it is. And exactly because we, the politicians, we have the constitutional obligation to preserve on behalf, in the name of the Greek people, his own possibility to define his own future in his will, we are obliged to have possibilities of hard power. Otherwise, we cannot survive. And the interests of our country are not interests defined by the strict geographic boundaries, that is, the limits of its strict sovereignty as defined today. Greece has direct interests beyond its strict limits. There are the sovereign rights, of course, but also there are some interests and views beyond those as well. Access to the Suez Canal through the Red Sea is for Greece and for its ports a matter of survival. Many times in the Hellenic Parliament, I fought with political parties that told me you sent a frigate to the Red Sea to support the rights of the ship owners. This is a great lie, because ship owners were very happy due to the shutdown of the Suez Canal, because all ships had to go around Africa and the freights were bigger. The Greek consumers were paying the price at the shelf of the supermarkets. I was telling them, you can compare prices at the supermarkets. They have been skyrocketed. The middle class and the poor people paid the price. So the interests of our country, either broader or not, they are not interests that go until Crete or some miles south to Crete. We are far beyond that. Migration. Sub-Saharan Africa, right now, and indirectly, but in a responsible way, I should be critical towards the EU. There are not just problems in the Nordic countries. The EU, in reality, ignores Sub-Saharan Africa. It has allowed for Sub-Saharan Africa to become a paradise of jihadists. Doesn't that affect Greece? When migration flows come here through Libya to Crete or to others, aren't we affected by the state of Sub-Saharan Africa? Can we ignore it? We can turn a blind eye on that, apart from our humanitarian duty, which is important, because Greece is a country that, in its constitution, from the beginning, from the very first constitution, is talking about human rights and human values. There is the rule of law, not just in our frontiers, and the notion of respecting human beings. Armed forces, Hellenic armed forces, should be able to serve all these missions at the humanitarian level or even at a level related to environmental crisis, or missions that are strictly related to its national interest. So, even here, we go back to our initial comments. We must modernize and change our armed forces to serve current missions and meet modern needs. We cannot stay fixed in the past. The description that you've made, remembering the discussion that we had before you came here about grand strategy, we talked about the need for Europe to get a feeling of a grand strategy and behave and think in a strategic way. This brings me to make you the next question. When it comes to strategic emancipation or strategic independence of Europe, without any doubt, this goes through the defense part. In my mind, we cannot talk about strategic independence or strategic emancipation of Europe if we do not decide to redeem something of the things that we have in the defense sector. However, the defense aspect of Europe, in which Greece is a critical member state, always went through the US. What about now? What happens in a conjuncture that it seems that cohesion is put in doubt, the cohesion of post-war transatlantic architecture, which greatly led to complacency of Europeans, not our own, because we have some other concerns, we have some other points of concern. But anyways, do you believe that there can truly be a common European defense? Or is it about some projects in theory like the ones that we've seen since 1996? For the other ones in the room, those who can remember the Berlin Plus, and later on the Euro Army, and even later, more recently, the different cooperation units that all stayed in theory on a piece of paper, in spite of the national claim or will or commitment for Greece to participate in all these schemes. I remember that in the past, when we were discussing about the Euro Army, we had sent almost some different aircrafts to that. I don't remember how many units or Marines have been sent. However, we are wasting much time to discuss about it, and at the end of the day, nothing is happening.
Well, the European Union's autonomy, the last time was discussed before the invasion from Russia, if I remember well, stemmed from one of Macron's statement, which had to do with another statement by Macron that NATO is dead. Allow me to say that I am dedicated and devoted and committed to the European undertaking. Is by far the proudest undertaking of the humankind to create a space where all human rights are safeguarded. But of course, this does not mean that we should ignore realism. The European undertaking needs centuries to be consolidated, to get roots. There's a long way to go. So if we consider that today we are close to a not autonomous defense of the European space, I regret to say that despite the size of the European economy, we are distant from reality. Europe, in my humble opinion, needs a minimum of 20 years to reach real defense capacity. Defense is not only about transferring money and weapons to Ukraine. This is not defense. So to be able to have a serious defense capability of Europe, many requirements need to be met. And of course, a serious European defense industry is one of those requirements, but not the only one. It is not a conditio sine qua non. So the conditio sine qua non is a change of mentality of the European societies, going back, in other words, to a spirit of self-sacrifice, going back to a spirit according to which the European citizens will have in mind that they may need to sacrifice themselves in order to defend the rights that they are able to enjoy. Today, Europe cannot withstand seeing any coffins with a flag on them, even national flags, whereas the US are addicted to that. So we need to embark on the path of a frank dialogue. What is the uttermost boundary of that? I mean, you know, funding any mission, which is usual in Europe, cannot be the only parameter. Nuclear weapons, second. There's only one nuclear power in the European Union, France, and with limited capacities. It is not enabled to address the Chinese or the Russian capacities. And then even our capacity to have units. I mean, the European army has only one unit, a single unit, and I really don't know how it would operate if it had to. There's one general president of a commission, not a common staff, general staff. I mean, if you go on Mesogion Avenue, you will find the general staff of the Greek armed forces. General Houtis, if he gives an order, there are troops who will obey. Nothing like that in Europe. Not even something similar or close to that. We don't have the capabilities. We are talking about intervening in Ukraine. I mean, this is a joke. Are we serious? I mean, do you truly believe that Europe could even could support its own army outside its borders? I mean, it's crazy. So we need to put an act together. If we believe that we have to, and I firmly believe that we have to, we need to be frank and say openly to the European society what apart from money is necessary, and start working to that end. And also remember the value of Euro-Atlantic ties. The fact that isolationist statements are heard from America should not make us marry that doctrine. Castle Europe, if I may, is nothing I believe in. I believe in the Euro-Atlantic tie. I believe in the pivotal role that the US may play globally, but here Europe needs to also try to persuade the US.
Νομίζω ότι
I believe that this openness. This frank discussion is absolutely necessary in the European Union. Otherwise, we end up in just describing our ambitions, which we are never able to reach and to achieve. So thank you. Having said that, Minister, thank you very much for having found some time to come to have this discussion, and please promise that next year, you will be again with us. I would like to thank you for listening, and allow me to say that it's very interesting and important to be able to address to young people especially. I mean, the hope for a better future is based on these young people. So thank you very much for having given me this opportunity.
let's gather again for our last panel. Please take your seats. I'm more than happy to have two very good colleagues and friends at the table, Alex Kouley and Michalis Mitsos, to talk about an issue that was raised during the day, how populism is influencing democracies and how it is undermining democracies. It is on the occasion of Alex's publication of a book on dictating the agenda, how the liberal paradigm has been undermined both in Europe and US, following, of course, a model that exists for years in authoritarian states like Russia and China. So thanks a lot for accepting our invitation, both of you, and I am looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ino. I welcome Mr. Alex Kouley. Alex, he's teaching political science in Barnard College in Columbia. And I just want, to start with a dangerous question. It could provoke the wrath of President Trump, and after what happened with BBC, we must be careful, the journalists. But I still want to ask you, are there any positive sides in this first year of the second presidency of Mr. Trump? Do you see any positive sides?
Well, that's quite a provocative question. First of all, thank you again for the panel, and this is not so much about hard power, right? It's the soft power people who are left here. But in any case, I think soft power is intimately linked with hard power. And that's really one of the points of the book, is to show how the so-called soft power advantage that the United States, and I will answer a question, by the United States and its European partners has steadily eroded over time. The defense minister said we were naive to think that we would move out of a world where might makes right, that we would have these values, these types of assumptions about freedom of expression and autonomy, and all of that now seems to have flipped. And the question that we explore in the book is why, but also in which domains, right? Areas that we thought once would operate in the same way, global media, transnational higher education, consumer activism, right? And sport, a very big topic right now, are actually going in very different directions than we assumed 15 or 20 years ago, and it's affecting both soft power, but also geopolitics by other means. Now, Trump, as I mentioned before in the Ukraine panel, is fundamentally a transactionalist, but most importantly, right, the Trump presidency has seen a simultaneous, right, attempt to attack, if you want to use that word, but also to take down what we consider to be liberal institutions, both domestically and internationally, right? One of the defining aspects of Trump 2.0 is that there is not a distinction being made between the domestic and the international sphere, right? As far as like what the governing philosophy is, right? That institutions, bureaucracies, from the Fed to universities, to media, right, supposedly constitute a different site of power, of knowledge, of understanding, and of research, and that because he was democratically elected, and the argument is framed in democracy, right, he should be allowed, right, and this administration should be allowed to actually exercise control over these. So I think the question of, is this positive or not, gets back to a sort of a governing philosophy, right, of what is the role of different sources of institutional independence, expertise, policy-making processes, right? And safeguards on the independence of courts, central bankers, researchers, and so forth. I think the positive for me, in terms of my own kind of research, is that I think it's finally shining a light on processes that started way before Trump, right? And that we sort of assume, oh, Donald Trump came and he launched an assault on this particular international organization or this particular institution, when we realize that many of these institutions and processes in global governance have not functioned the way that we assume have been functioning in really 5, 10, even 15 years, right? A Human Rights Council, right, that has multiple definitions of human rights now, right, that has human rights violators as the key members, right, on their boards. So I think Trump is an MRI, right, to sort of the political system, both domestically and internationally. And in that sense, I think it is positive.
And of course, there is this question of checks and balances, which doesn't particularly work in the United States. And I remember, I'll come to your book later, but I want to mention something that you had said in an interview that you gave to Inno for Tanea magazine, and you had said that your concern was about the erosion of checks and balances in the USA. So I would like to ask you, where is the biggest danger for you? Where do you see the biggest power of the attack? Is it in the media? Is it in the Supreme Court? Is it in the Congress? Which is the most, you know, how to say, anyway, where the attack is more powerful?
Yeah, I think institutions are only as substantial and powerful as those who are willing to defend them. And that's what we see right now in the US, right? That there is no magic power, right, to particular things that we considered, right, would be sort of sacrosanct. In terms of all of those, I would single out two. One is, I would say, the legal process right now, right? A Supreme Court that has interpreted laws quite generously towards presidential and executive authority in a number of decisions, ranging from regulatory policies to the critical decision now at the court about the power of the presidency to tariff, right? A power that almost all legal scholars and experts understood as resides in Congress, except in exceptional circumstances having to do with national security or sort of crisis. Interestingly enough, that one seems to be more contested than the other ones in terms of the right-wing justices on the Supreme Court, and this was the day after the midterm elections, not the midterm, the off-year elections, seemed quite skeptical of allowing that power. I would say that is number one. Number two is what is happening now to American media. This is a story that might be familiar about sort of declining revenues in traditional legacy media, right? The ability to sort of pay bills, to have professional journalists, to carry out quality investigations. The whole purpose of media in a democracy is being overtaken both by declining revenues, right? And the fact that local, regional, state newspapers, I'm not talking about the New York Times, right, are collapsing under the weight of a financial model that doesn't work anymore, right? And the rise of social media as media, right? And you saw this dramatically with the takeover of X, of Mr. Musk, right? And the promotion of this idea that citizens media, unmediated, right, provides sort of the true First Amendment protections of freedom of expression. So to me, the media environment is particularly important because there is this kind of a playbook, I would say, that's out there, right? In which, you know, Mr. Orban, for example, is one proponent of how you steadily take over media channels with political allies. You drive out of business ones that aren't suited, and you use your regulatory power to approve mergers to sort of encourage that. So those two institutions to me are quite vital.
And BBC, you would say that it's part of, how do you see the story of BBC? Just
I think the
personally.
BBC story is absolutely fascinating of many of these themes, right? So clearly, right, the BBC, CNN, these legacy types of institutions, right, were the original purveyors of soft power in terms of global media, right? In the 1990s, only a handful of media outlets that had global coverage, right? So one of the lessons that Beijing, that Moscow took, especially in the wake of the financial crisis, is that they too had to protect their message, right? Rather than the world getting just these liberal American, UK, European messages, that they had to directly set up global media outlets to do the same, right? So that's sort of, one dimension to it. But the second dimension is then what is the role of the BBC and the CNN as, in a news organization where you have such very tightly contested domestic politics and polarization, right? And so the BBC, if a slip in journalistic practices, and not to say sort of ethics, actually has occurred in the editing of that, then that creates a very serious opening to someone that the consistent track record is wanting to put media on its heels and demanding sort of damages as a result. So I think two things can be true at the same time, right? A serious breach of sort of professional practice at the one hand, and I think the intent to use the episode instrumentally to try and deflect and minimize criticism of the administration in certain episodes.
Then if we want to extend the authoritarianism not only in Trump, but in Europe as well, I would say that there are some events, some resistance hubs that we see this last period. Of course, it's Zoran Mandani, who was elected in New York, and then it was Rob Jetten in the Netherlands, the centrist politician who stopped Wilders, and even, I would say, Tufan Erhurman on Cyprus, in occupied Cyprus, who was not, of course, the official candidate, but his opponent. Can we connect these events you see? You think, is there a thread that connects these events, and we can speak about some kind of resistance against authoritarianism?
So, authoritarianism comes in many different flavors and many different forms, right? And so there are certainly different kinds of regimes out there with different practices. You can think of it in terms of degrees, styles, national cultures, and so forth. But we do see some commonalities in the tactics that they are employing sort of overseas. And I think that gives us some clues as to sort of how you can contest or resist them. Right? So one of the things that we do in the media chapter, beyond sort of charting Chinese and Russian efforts and soft power and wire services, is we conduct original research, creating a database of all the administrative actions taken against foreign correspondents by authoritarian governments overseas. In other words, certainly attacks on journalists are important, right? But this is something that's very well covered and documented by NGOs, a Committee to Protect Journalists, and so forth. We wanted to see what is the frequency of things like visa denials, right? Or expulsions, or not direct coercive actions, but administrative tools being used to expel those who are not carrying the party line or those whose reporting is somehow damaging or threatening to the regime. And we found over 1,000 of these cases in the last 25 years, a huge upturn in the last 10. The biggest offenders are Russia, predictably Azerbaijan, Myanmar, Turkey, and China. But I think the importance is all these different types of regimes are using the same kinds of tactics and copying one another. That gets me to a particular concern that we see in the US now, right? Whether the same means accreditation, right, is also going to be used to deny press the right to cover. And we've seen this with regards to the accreditation of the Pentagon pool, right? And increasingly, this is a concern amongst foreign correspondents in the United States, right, where their press credentials, are they going to be examined based upon the content of stories that they have written, right? So I think this is the kind of sort of, complex that we're looking at. In terms of what's happening in these sort of pockets, right, and sort of, resistance and so forth, if you want to use that. The United States is an extremely complicated, yes, divided, but complex polity of multiple scales, right? And so within the US, you have different states. Within different states, you have city divides, community divides, as well as sort of suburban districts that sort of swing one way and one another. So to me, the Mamdani phenomenon is clearly a backlash against what was considered to be the establishment candidate, in this case Mario Cuomo, rather Andrew Cuomo, Mario Cuomo's son. And also this moment of community organizing volunteerism where we saw 90,000 volunteers of the Mamdani campaign, right, sign up to knock on doors, get petitions and so forth. So it is a very interesting story of domestic mobilization. At the same time, it's a national and a global story, right? It's a national story because national Republicans want to make Mamdani the face of the Democratic Party, right? For sort of reasons of sort of stigmatizing him, say, a democratic socialist, this is who you'll be getting, and so forth, a communist, that's right. But also an international story. Your interest in asking about him. I was just in Paris and Berlin for a couple of events. Very high interest there. Sort of New York is sometimes viewed as a polity that's very different to Washington, right? And what are sort of the trends coming from there? But I do think this is a generational story more than everything else. One final thing. There is a significant number of voters of Mamdani, usually young men of ethnic origin or of color, who also voted for Trump. And I think that's quite significant, right? That the question of affordability in major cities, right, is actually the key issue on the agenda, right? Beyond sort of democracy and courts and the rule of law and so forth, just a simple message about affordability actually is what carried Trump in his margin. It actually also carried Mamdani.
It's exactly the thing I want to ask you about young people, because sometimes we say that young people are the hope, they are progressive, they are everything, and even the Democratic Party is investing in young people after Zoran Mamdani's victory. But as you said, many young people vote for Trump, and also in Europe, we see young people voting for the hard right or the right populism. So what's going on with them?
Populists are popular because they offer simple solutions to complex problems, right? They say, actually, the reason why we don't have safety, that we have economic inequality, that we have a deteriorating healthcare system, that we have a substandard education system, is because of this bureaucratic interest, this deep state interest, right? This kind of attempt to say, if you just give us more control, we will fix it, right? We know people, right? That's a very seductive message when clearly there are some institutions that don't seem to be delivering, that seem to be failing, right? And so, especially when something has been set up in a suboptimal fashion, right? The American healthcare system, which is a patchwork of different incentives and subsidies and so forth. But just as the affordability issue, right? For a young generation, seeing inflation post-COVID of that level was a tremendous shock. It was for all of us, right? And the same thing. But we had also come away from an anti-inflationary environment, low inflation environment of decades, right? So to them, this was an absolutely pressing issue. The second thing I would say, the online generation, right? And this also has a COVID legacy, right? This idea of accessing information. This is not just about social media and social media addiction and so forth, right? This is about how do we access information and what do we want out of our informational sort of content. I'll give you a very example close to home, when we had the protests at Columbia University over the war in Gaza, when we had the real kind of fracture of our community, right? Faculty, students, external members. I think our biggest failure, right, was not creating immediately sort of spaces, right, for sort of intense dialogue, right, and sort of gathering and understanding. And not because some didn't want it, but I think there was a paralysis that's set in, you know, perhaps for some legal reasons too. And instead, students retreated to their emotional spaces, which is online. And so the kind of online sense of political community and values and solutions and diagnoses, right, is something that reaffirms your priors and reaffirms, I think, this idea that, again, issues can be reduced to sort of relatively sort of simple solutions.
There's a phrase in your book, which is, I think is very important. You state that the contemporary liberal order works better for authoritarian regimes than it does for liberal democracies. Yeah. So was the belief that globalization would promote liberalism an illusion as big as the famous end of history?
It's the end of history, but it is also a kind of a disengagement from the hard part of democracy, right? Which is political debate, analysis, contestation. And in too many times in the post-Cold War era, thinking that there would be sort of relatively simple solutions, right, to the question of preserving political rights and values and the rule of law. There's lots of examples of this, right? We thought that the internet as a technology, right, somehow would be democratizing, decentralizing. Bill Clinton, very famously, when he was asked about China's WTO accession, right, sort of viewed this as a way of sort of integrating China, having them play by our rules.
Angela Merkel as well.
Right. And he also said in that same speech, China wants to control the internet. Good luck, right? Well, actually, the internet is very controllable.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Of course, like we all know this.
And they are building another internet,
Yeah. So it's also the same thing with market expansion, right? One of the main concerns sort of expanding Western markets was this idea that we were going to Disneyfy the world, right? That we were going to create American consumers everywhere. We would destroy local culture. We would destroy national symbols. And for the longest time, this was the axis in which we understood globalization. The world is flat. Jihad versus Macworld. A series of books, right, that posited it was US-style economic globalization versus sort of local customs, and occasionally we would talk about Islamic militancy as a reaction to that, right? No one took seriously 15 years ago, right, that authoritarian powers and illiberal powers would use, right, investments, markets, luxury goods consumptions, right, to promote their own national power and their own regimes, right? And that's what we see. So I'll give you one example. Actually, this started the idea of the book, right? When a Houston Rockets of the NBA, right, executive tweeted in 2019 something in support of Hong Kong protesters, right? The reaction of the Chinese government was absolutely swift, cutting off broadcasts of the Rockets, right, and the NBA, initiating a complete panic, a series of sort of statements of apologies, non-apologies. And what did this episode reveal? First of all, it revealed there are more viewers of the NBA in China than there are in the United States. Two, it revealed that the total value of apparel and sneaker sponsorships in China for NBA players, right, can be the major source of revenue that they have. This is why NBA athletes were silent about this. And that the Chinese government was even willing to take the Rockets off. And the Rockets are a favored team because, of course, Yao Ming, the Chinese sort of superstar who broke through. So as we're seeing, markets increase also vulnerability and they change, right, our understanding of sort of, you know, the values and the norms that are being promoted, and in many cases, they sort of cut off speech as opposed to sort of open it.
At the end of your book, you give some recommendations, and you give also recommendations to authoritarian regimes, which is a bit funny, but anyway, you give also recommendations to the liberal democracies, and one of them is avoid using authoritarian methods to fight authoritarianism. Now, this is something that also personally intrigues me very much. Could this apply also to the tendency of these liberal democracies to copy the methods of the authoritarian regimes in immigration?
So migration's a very interesting and difficult case in that, of course, we see a set of values and practices enshrined as a reaction, right, to the lead up to World War II and population displacements around, right, get enshrined into international law. The question about procedure and due process and transparency, all of these, I think, right, can be embedded within a immigration process that still might seem to some as harsh or restrictive, right? I think the real problems come, right, when we start removing at all the accountability, right, of what is happening and our very ability to track, right, the fates of people who are being processed, whose claims are being considered, and whose lives are taking really unexpected turns, right, being sent to third countries that they had no idea. So all of this to say is that I think there can be a very legitimate debate about the restrictions that we put in migration and the whole business of opening up the refugee regime, if we want to do that as a matter of international law. I think what should be less debatable is that the methods and the processing tactics that we use need to be in line with sort of established rule of law procedures, which right now, as you're seeing in many parts of the US, they're not. There's not accountability for many of the actions that ICE has taken.
You know, my country is specialist in pushbacks, and we are even proud for these procedures. Anyway, one last question, I think, because is looking at me a bit. One last question. You were an expert about Russia. You were for 6 years director of Harriman Institute for Russian, Eurasian, and East European Studies. So I want to ask you your predictions for the war in Ukraine, if I may.
Yeah.
Do you think that Putin really is ready for any negotiation, or all this is a myth, is nonsense?
We talked about this earlier, but I did not give a prediction. So my prediction is I think that we will be stuck in some sort of low-intensity, warlike state for quite a bit of time. That I think this idea that we can definitively have a territorial conflict to settle what is happening is quite difficult. The question is, can we support Ukraine in a number of different ways, right, so that they get to a place where they accept certain initial concessions, and then we manage the zones of lower intensity conflicts and sort of flare-ups and so forth. But in terms of Russia's willingness to sort of fight, we see no real change here, right? In November, there's an estimate to be 30,000 Russian casualties in this month, right? This is an enormous undertaking, right, by the Russian state that seems to be sort of continuing. So I don't think this is about just Putin anymore. I don't like psychological interpretations of sort of why we went to war, or that rely on sort of family histories or things like that, what Putin was doing during sort of COVID. But clearly, this is an effort. The Russian economy is on war footing. There are a number of industries that are profiting from import substitution because of sanctions, right? The whole interior mechanism of Russia is on a war footing. That's also going to be difficult to sort of demobilize, so that aspect of it too. But my prediction is, unfortunately, that we carry on at a lower tempo, and I think our challenge is to find ways in which to bring sort of some stability or partial stability in the various baskets of issues that we discussed.
Has President Trump understood what's this war about? He thinks that it's something to do with territories, exchange,
Yeah,
etc.
well, yeah, I made a comment on this.
It has to do with the control of half Europe by Putin.
Yes.
So,
I think some wars are about real estate and territory, to use that term, right? And you can come up with a formula about that. This is about many other things, both for Ukraine and for Europe and for Russia. That's why the formula of territorial concessions, right, didn't actually work. Right? When you put them down and sort of Trump opened the door for that possibility. Now we're going in different directions, as we've seen here, also in terms of really bringing down the hammer in terms of economic sanctions on Russian oil producers. Right? So the unpredictability I was mentioned earlier, I think that's the hallmark of the Trump administration. He tried one thing, he's now going to try the other, right? And then everyone's like, oh, Trump's finally committed to doing this. No, he'll just try something else, right, the following week. That's a style of politics that we need to start adjusting to and becoming accustomed to.
thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software